ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of The Bone Collector, written by Jeffery Deaver, read by Jeff Harding. Part 1. King for a Day. The present in New York is so powerful that the past is lost. John J. Chapman. Friday, 10:30 p.m. to Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Chapter 1. She wanted only to sleep. The plane had touched down 2 hours late, and there'd been a marathon wait for the luggage. And then the car service had messed up. The limo had left an hour ago. So now they were waiting for a cab. She stood in the line of passengers, her lean body listing against the weight of her laptop computer. John rattled on about interest rates and the new ways of restructuring the deal, but all she could think was, Friday night, 10:30, I want to pull on my sweats and hit the hay. Gazing at the endless stream of yellow cabs. Something about the color and the similarity of the cars reminded her of insects, and she shivered with the creepy-crawly feeling she remembered from her childhood in the mountains, when she and her brother would find a gut-killed badger or kick over a red ant nest and gaze at the wet mass of squirming bodies and legs. T.J. Colfax shuffled forward as the cab pulled up and squealed to a stop. The cabbie popped the trunk but stayed in the car. They had to load their own luggage, which ticked John off. He was used to people doing things for him. Tammy Jean didn't care. She was still occasionally surprised to find that she had a secretary to type and file for her. She tossed her suitcase in, closed the trunk, and climbed inside. John got in after her, slammed the door, and mopped his pudgy face and balding scalp, as if the effort of pitching his suit bag in the trunk had exhausted him. "First stop East 72nd, John muttered through the divider.
"Then the Upper West Side?"
T.J. added. The plexiglass between the front and back seats was badly scuffed, and she could hardly see the driver. The cab shot away from the curb and was soon cruising down the expressway toward Manhattan. "Look," John said, "that's why all the crowds." He was pointing at a billboard welcoming delegates to the UN Peace Conference, which was starting on Monday. There were going to be 10,000 visitors in town. T.J. gazed up at the billboard, blacks and whites and Asians, waving and smiling. There was something wrong about the artwork, though. The proportions and the colors were off, and the faces all seemed pasty. T.J. muttered, "Body snatchers." They sped along the broad expressway, which glared an uneasy yellow under the highway lights, past the old Navy Yard, past the Brooklyn piers. John finally stopped talking and pulled out his Texas Instruments, started crunching some numbers. T.J. sat back in the seat, looking at the steamy sidewalks and sullen faces of people sitting on the brownstone stoops overlooking the highway. They seemed half comatose in the heat. It was hot in the cab, too, and T.J. reached for the button to lower the window. She wasn't surprised to find that it didn't work. She reached across John. His was broken, too. It was then that she noticed that the door locks were missing. The door handles, too. Her hand slid over the door, feeling for the nub of the handle. Nothing. It was as if someone had cut it off with a hacksaw. "What?" John asked.
"Well, the doors. How do we open them?"
John was looking from one to the other when the sign for the Midtown Tunnel came and went. "Hey!" John rapped on the divider. "You missed the turn. Where you going?"
"Maybe he's going to take the Queensboro,"
T.J. suggested. The bridge meant a longer route, but avoided the tunnel's toll. She sat forward and tapped on the plexiglass, using her ring.
"Are you taking the bridge?"
He ignored them.
"Hey!"
And a moment later, they sped past the Queensboro turnoff. "Shit!" John cried. "Where are you taking us?" "Harlem. I bet he's taking us to Harlem." T.J. looked out the window. A car was moving parallel to them, passing slowly. She banged on the window hard.
"Help!"
she shouted.
"Please!"
The car's driver glanced at her once, then again, frowning. He slowed and pulled behind them, but with a hard jolt, the cab skidded down an exit ramp into Queens, turned into an alley, and sped through a deserted warehouse district. They must have been going 60 miles an hour. "What are you doing?" TJ banged on the divider.
Slow down. Where are we?
"Oh, God, no," John muttered. "Look." The driver had pulled on a ski mask.
What do you want?
TJ shouted. "Money? We'll give you money." Still, silence from the front of the cab. TJ ripped open her Targus bag and pulled out her black laptop. She reared back and slammed the corner of the computer into the window. The glass held, though the sound of the bang seemed to scare the hell out of the driver. The cab swerved and nearly hit the brick wall of the building they were speeding past. "Money! How much? I can give you a lot of money," John sputtered, tears dripping down his fat cheeks. TJ rammed the window again with the laptop. The screen flew off under the force of the blow, but the window remained intact. She tried once more, and the body of the computer split open and fell from her hands.
Oh, shit.
They both pitched forward violently as the cab skidded to a stop in a dingy, unlit cul-de-sac. The driver climbed out of the cab, a small pistol in his hand.
Please, no,
she pleaded. He walked to the back of the cab and leaned down, peering into the greasy glass. He stood there for a long time as she and John scooted backwards against the opposite door, their sweating bodies pressed together. The driver cupped his hands against the glare from the streetlights and looked at them closely. A sudden crack resonated through the air, and TJ flinched. John gave a short scream. In the distance, behind the driver, the sky filled with red and blue fiery streaks, more pops and whistles. He turned and gazed up as a huge orange spider spread over the city. Fireworks, TJ recalled reading in the Times. A present from the mayor and the UN Secretary General for the conference delegates, welcoming them to the greatest city on earth. The driver turned back to the cab. With a loud snap, he pulled up on the latch and slowly opened the door. The call was anonymous, as usual, so there was no way of checking back to see which vacant lot the RP meant. Central had radioed, "He said 37 near 11, that's all." Reporting parties weren't known for AAA directions to crime scenes. Already sweating, though it was just 9 in the morning, Amelia Sachs pushed through a stand of tall grass. She was walking the strip search, what the crime scene people called it, an S-shaped pattern. Nothing. She bent her head to the speaker mic pinned to her navy blue uniform blouse.
Portable 5885. Can't find anything, Central. You have a further two?
Through crisp static, the dispatcher replied, "Nothing more on location, 5885, but one thing. The RP said he hoped the Vic was dead, Kay."
Say again, Central?
"The RP said he hoped the victim was dead, for his sake, Kay."
Kay.
Hoped the Vic was dead? Sachs struggled over a wilted chain link and searched another empty lot. Nothing. She wanted to quit, call in a 1090, unfounded report, and go back to the Deuce, which was her regular beat. Her knees hurt, and she was hot as stew in this lousy August weather. She wanted to slip into the Port Authority, hang with the kids, and have a tall can of Arizona iced tea. Then, at 11:30, just a couple of hours away, she'd clean out her locker at Midtown South and head downtown for the training session. But she couldn't blow off the call. She kept going, along the hot sidewalk, through the gap between two abandoned tenements, through another vegetation-filled field. Her long index finger pushed into her flat-top uniform cap, through the layers of long red hair piled high on her head. She scratched compulsively, then reached up underneath the cap and scratched some more. Sweat ran down her forehead and tickled, and she dug into her eyebrow, too. Thinking,
my last 2 hours on the street. I can live with it.
As Sachs stepped farther into the brush, she felt the first uneasiness of the morning.
Somebody's watching me.
The hot wind rustled the dry brush, and cars and trucks sped noisily to and from the Lincoln Tunnel. She thought what patrol officers often did. This city is so damn loud, somebody could come up right behind me, knife range away, and I'd never know it. Or line up iron sights on my back. She spun around quickly. Nothing but leaves and rusting machinery and trash. Climbing a pile of stones, wincing, Amelia Sachs, 31, a mere 31, her mother would say, was plagued by arthritis. Inherited from her grandfather as clearly as she'd received her mother's willowy build and her father's good looks and career. The red hair was anybody's guess. Another jolt of pain as she eased through the tall curtain of dying bushes. She was fortunate to stop herself one pace from a sheer 30-foot drop. Below her was a gloomy canyon, cut deep into the bedrock of the west side. Through it ran the Amtrak roadbed for trains bound north. She squinted, looking at the floor of the canyon, not far from the railroad bed.
What is that?
A circle of overturned earth, a small tree branch sticking out of the top. It looked like...
Oh, my good Lord.
She shivered at the sight, felt the nausea rise, prickling her skin like a wave of flame. She managed to step on that tiny part inside her that wanted to turn away and pretend she hadn't seen this. He hoped the victim was dead for his sake. She ran toward an iron ladder that led down from the sidewalk to the roadbed. She reached for the railing but stopped just in time. Shit. The perp might have escaped. This way. If she touched it, she might screw up any prints he'd left. Okay, we do it the hard way. Breathing deeply to dull the pain in her joints, she began climbing down the rock face itself, slipping her issue shoes, polished like silver for the first day of her new assignment, into crevices cut in the stone. She jumped the last 4 feet to the roadbed and ran to the grave.
Oh, man.
It wasn't a branch sticking out of the ground. It was a hand. The body had been buried vertical, and the dirt piled on until just the forearm, wrist, and hand protruded. She stared at the ring finger. All the flesh had been whittled away, and a woman's diamond cocktail ring had been replaced on the bloody stripped bone. Sachs dropped to her knees and began to dig. Dirt flying under her dog-paddling hands, she noticed that the uncut fingers were splayed, stretched beyond where they could normally bend, which told her that the Vic had been alive when the last shovelful of dirt was spooned onto the face. And maybe still was. Sachs dug furiously into the loosely packed earth, cutting her hand on a bottle shard, her dark blood mixing into the darker earth. And then she came to the hair and a forehead below it, a cyanotic bluish-gray from the lack of oxygen. Digging further until she could see the dull eyes and the mouth, which had twisted into a horrible grin as the Vic had tried in the last few seconds to stay above the rising tide of black earth. It wasn't a woman, despite the ring. He was a heavy-set man in his 50s, as dead as the soil he floated in. Backing away, she couldn't take her eyes off his, and nearly stumbled over a railroad track. She could think of absolutely nothing for a full minute, except what it must have been like to die that way. Then,
Come on, honey. You got yourself a homicide crime scene and you're first officer. You know what to do. Adapt. A is for arrest a known perp. D is for detain material witnesses and suspects. A is for assess the crime scene. P is for...
What was P again? She lowered her head to the mic.
Portable 5885 to Central. Further 2. I've got a 1029 by the train tracks at 3, 8, and 11. Homicide. K. Need detectives, CS, bus, and tour doctor. K.
Roger, 5885. Perp in custody, K.
No perp.
5885, K. Sachs stared at the finger, the one whittled down to the bone, the incongruous ring, the eyes, and the grin. Oh, that fucking grin. A shudder ripped through her body. Amelia Sachs had swum among snakes in summer camp rivers and had boasted truthfully that she'd have no problem bungee jumping from a 100-foot bridge. But let her think of confinement. Think of being trapped, immobile, and a panic attack could grab her like an electric shock. Which was why Sachs walked fast when she walked, and why she drove cars like light itself. When you move, they can't get you. She heard a sound and cocked her head. A rumble, deep, getting louder. Scraps of paper blowing along the roadbed of the tracks. Dust dervishes swirling about her like angry ghosts. Then a low wail. 5'9" patrol officer Amelia Sachs found herself facing down a 30-ton Amtrak locomotive, the red, white, and blue slab of steel approaching at a determined 10 miles an hour. "Hold up there!" she shouted. The engineer ignored her. Sachs jogged onto the roadbed and planted herself right in the middle of the track, spread her stance and waved her arms, signaling him to stop. The locomotive squealed to a halt. The engineer stuck his head out the window. "You can't go through here," she told him. He asked her what she meant. She thought he looked woefully young to be driving such a big train. "It's a crime scene. Please, shut off the engine." "Lady, I don't see any crimes." But Sachs wasn't listening. She was looking up at a gap in the chain link on the west side of the train viaduct at the top near 11th Avenue. That would have been one way to get the body here without being seen, parking on 11th and dragging the body through the narrow alley to the cliff. On 37th, the cross street, he could be spotted from 24 apartment windows. "That train, sir? Just leave it right there." "I can't leave it here." "Please, shut off the engine." "We don't shut off the engines of trains like this. They run all the time." "And call the dispatcher, or somebody. Have them stop the southbound trains, too." "We can't do that." "Now, sir. I've got the number of that vehicle of yours." "Vehicle?" "I'd suggest you do it immediately," Sachs barked. "What are you gonna do, lady? Give me a ticket?" But Amelia Sachs was once again climbing back up the stone walls, her poor joints creaking, her lips tasting limestone dust, clay, and her own sweat. She jogged to the alley she'd noticed from the roadbed, and then turned around, studying 11th Avenue and the Javits Center across it. The hall was bustling with crowds, spectators and press. A huge banner proclaimed, "Welcome, UN delegates." But earlier this morning, when the street was deserted, the perp could easily have found a parking space along here and carried the body to the tracks undetected. Sachs strode to 11th, surveyed the 6-lane avenue, which was jammed with traffic. "Let's do it." She waded into the sea of cars and trucks and stopped the northbound lanes cold. Several drivers tried end runs, and she had to issue 2 citations and finally dragged trash cans out into the middle of the street as a barricade to make sure the good residents did their civic duty. Sachs had finally remembered the next of the first officer's ADAPT rules. P is for protect the crime scene. The sound of angry horns began to fill the hazy morning sky, soon supplemented by the driver's angrier shouts. A short time later, she heard the sirens join the cacophony as the first of the emergency vehicles arrived. 40 minutes later, the scene was swarming with uniforms and investigators, dozens of them. A lot more than a hit in Hell's Kitchen, however gruesome the cause of death seemed to warrant. But, Sachs learned from another cop, this was a hot case, a media groper. The Vic was one of 2 passengers who'd arrived at JFK last night, gotten into a cab, and headed for the city. They'd never arrived at their homes. "CNN's watching," the uniform whispered. So, Amelia Sachs wasn't surprised to see blonde Vince Peretti, chief of the Central Investigation and Resource Division, which oversaw the crime scene unit, climb over the top of the embankment and pause as he brushed dust from his $1,000 suit. She was, however, surprised to see him notice her and gesture her over, a faint smile on his clean-cut face. It occurred to her she was about to receive a nod of gratitude for her cliffhanger routine. Saved the fingerprints on that ladder, boys. Maybe even a commendation. In the last hour of the last day of patrol, going out in a blaze of glory. He looked her up and down. "Patrolwoman. You're no rookie, are you? I'm safe in making that assumption?" "I'm sorry, sir?" You're not a rookie, I assume? She wasn't, not technically, though she had only 3 years' service under her belt, unlike most of the other patrol officers her age. They had 9 or 10 years in. Sachs had foundered for a few years before attending the academy.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
He looked exasperated and the smile vanished. You were first officer?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you close down 11th Avenue? What were you thinking of? She looked along the broad street, which was still blocked by her trash can barricade. She'd gotten used to the honking, but realized now it was really quite loud. The line of cars extended for miles.
Sir, the first officer's job is to arrest a perp, detain any witnesses, protect—
I know the adapt rule, officer. You close the street to protect the crime scene?
Yes, sir. I didn't think the perp would park on the cross street. He could be seen too easily from those apartments. See, there? 11th seemed like a better choice.
Well, it was a wrong choice. There were no footprints on that side of the tracks and 2 sets going on the ladder that leads up to 37.
I closed 37, too.
That's my point. That's all it needed to be closed. And a train? He asked. Why'd you stop that?
Well, sir, I thought that a train going through the scene might disturb evidence, or something.
Or something, officer?
I didn't express myself very well, sir. I meant—
What about Newark Airport?
Yes, sir.
She looked around for help. There were officers nearby, but they were busily ignoring the dressing down.
What exactly about Newark?
Why didn't you shut that down, too?
Oh, wonderful. A schoolmarm. Her Julia Roberts' lips grew taut, but she said reasonably, Sir, in my judgment, it seemed likely that—
The New York Thruway would have been a good choice, too, and the Jersey Pike and Long Island Expressway, I-70 all the way to St. Louis. Those are likely means of escape. She lowered her head slightly and stared back at Peretti. The two of them were exactly the same height, though his heels were higher. I've gotten calls from the commissioner, he continued, the head of the Port Authority, the UN Secretary-General's office, the head of that expo, he nodded toward the Javits Center. We fucked up the conference schedule, a U.S. Senator's speech, and traffic on the entire west side. The train tracks were 50 feet from the Vic, and the street you closed was a good 200 feet away and 30 above. I mean, even Hurricane Eva didn't fuck up Amtrak's Northeast Corridor like this.
I just thought—
Peretti smiled. Because Sachs was a beautiful woman, her foundering before attending the academy had involved steady assignments for the Chantel modeling agency on Madison Avenue. The cop chose to forgive her. Patrolwoman Sachs. He glanced at the name tag on her chest, flattened chastely by the American body armor vest. An object lesson. Crime scene work is a balance. It'd be nice if we could cordon off the whole city after every homicide and detain about 3 million people, but we can't do that. I say this constructively, for your edification.
Actually, sir, she said brusquely, I'm transferring out of patrol, effective as of noon today.
He nodded, smiled cheerfully. Then enough said. But for the record, it was your decision to stop the train and close the street.
Yes, sir, it was, she said smartly. No mistake about that.
He jotted this into a black watchbook with slashing strokes of his sweaty pen. Oh, please. Now, remove those garbage cans. You direct traffic until the street's clear again, you hear me? Without a yes, sir, or no, sir, or any other acknowledgement, she wandered to 11th Avenue and slowly began removing the garbage cans. Every single driver who passed her scowled or muttered something. Sachs glanced at her watch. An hour to go.
I can live with it.
Chapter 2. With a terse flutter of wings, the peregrine dropped onto the window ledge. The light outside, mid-morning, was brilliant, and the air looked fiercely hot. There you are, the man whispered, then cocked his head at the sound of the buzzer of the door downstairs. Is that him? He shouted toward the stairs. Is it? Lincoln Rhyme heard nothing in response and turned back to the window. The bird's head swiveled, a fast, jerky movement that the falcon nevertheless made elegant. Rhyme observed that its talons were bloody. A piece of yellow flesh dangled from the black nutshell beak. It extended a short neck and eased to the nest in movements reminiscent not of a bird's but a snake's. The falcon dropped the meat into the upturned mouth of the fuzzy blue hatchling. I'm looking, Rhyme thought, at the only living creature in New York City with no predator. Except maybe God himself. He heard the footsteps come up the stairs slowly. "Was that him?" he asked Tom. The young man answered, "No." "Who was it? The doorbell rang, didn't it?" Tom's eyes went to the window.
"The bird's back. Look, bloodstains on your windowsill. Can you see them?"
The female falcon inched into view, blue-gray like a fish, iridescent. Her head scanned the sky.
"They're always together. Do they mate for life?"
Tom wondered aloud.
"Like geese?"
Rhyme's eyes returned to Tom, who was bent forward at his trim, youthful waist, gazing at the nest through the spattered window. "Who was it?" Rhyme repeated. The young man was stalling now, and it irritated Rhyme.
"A visitor."
"A visitor? Ha!" Rhyme snorted. He tried to recall when his last visitor had been here. It must have been 3 months ago. Who had it been? That reporter, maybe, or some distant cousin. Well, Peter Taylor, one of Rhyme's spinal cord specialists, and Blaine had been here several times, but she, of course, was not a visitor.
"It's freezing,"
Tom complained. His reaction was to open the window. Immediate gratification. Youth. "Don't open the window," Rhyme ordered, "and tell me who the hell's here."
"It's freezing."
"You'll disturb the bird. You can turn the air conditioner down. I'll turn it down."
"We were here first,"
Tom said, further lifting the huge pane of window.
"The birds moved in with full knowledge of you."
The falcons glanced toward the noise, glaring, but then they always glared. They remained on the ledge, lording over their domain of anemic ginkgo trees and alternate-side-of-the-street parkers. Rhyme repeated, "Who is it?"
"Lon Solito."
Lon? What was he doing here? Tom examined the room.
"The place is a mess."
Rhyme didn't like the fuss of cleaning. He didn't like the bustle, the noise of the vacuum, which he found particularly irritating. He was content here as it was. This room, which he called his office, was on the second floor of his Gothic townhouse on the Upper West Side of the city, overlooking Central Park. The room was large, 20 by 20, and virtually every one of those feet was occupied. Sometimes he closed his eyes, playing a game, and tried to detect the smell of the different objects in the room here. The thousands of books and magazines, the Tower of Pisa's stacks of photocopies, the hot transistors of the TV, the dust-frosted light bulbs, the cork bulletin boards, vinyl, peroxide, latex, upholstery. 3 different kinds of single malt scotch. Falcon shit. "I don't want to see him. Tell him I'm busy."
"And a young cop, Ernie Banks. No, he was a baseball player, right? You really should let me clean. You'll never notice how filthy some place is till people come to call."
"Come to call? My, that sounds quaint. Victorian. How does this sound? Tell him to get the hell out. How's that for fin de siècle etiquette?" A mess. Tom was speaking of the room, but Rhyme supposed he meant his boss, too. Rhyme's hair was black and thick as a 20-year-old's, though he was twice that age, but the strands were wild and bushy, desperately in need of a wash and cut. His face sprouted a dirty-looking 3 days' growth of black beard, and he'd wakened with an incessant tickle in his ear, which meant that those hairs needed trimming as well. Rhyme's nails were long, finger and toe, and he'd been wearing the same clothes for a week, polka-dotted pajamas, god-awful ugly. His eyes were narrow, deep brown, and set in a face that Blaine had told him on a number of occasions, passionate and otherwise, was handsome.
"They want to talk to you," Tom continued. "They say it's very important."
"Well, bully for them."
"You haven't seen Lon for nearly a year."
"Why does that mean I want to see him now? If you scared off the bird, I'll be pissed if you have."
"It's important, Lincoln."
"Very important, I recall you saying. Where's that doctor? He might have called. I was dozing earlier and you were out.
You've been awake since 6 a.m.
No. He paused. I woke up, yes, but then I dozed off. I was sound asleep. Did you check messages? Tom said,
Yes. Nothing from him.
He said he'd be here mid-morning.
And it's just past 11. Maybe we'll hold off notifying Air Sea Rescue. What do you say?
Have you been on the phone? Rhyme asked abruptly. Maybe he tried to call while you were on.
I was talking to...
Did I say anything? Rhyme asked. Now you're angry. I didn't say you shouldn't be making phone calls. You can do that. You've always been able to do that. My point is just that he might have called while you were on the line.
No, your point this morning is to be a shit.
There you go. You know they have this thing, call waiting. You can get 2 calls at once. I wish we had that. What does my old friend Lon want, and his friend the baseball player?
Ask them.
I'm asking you.
They want to see you, that's all I know.
About something very important.
Lincoln,
Tom sighed. The good-looking young man ran his hand through his blonde hair. He wore tan slacks and a white shirt with a blue floral tie, immaculately knotted. When he'd hired Tom a year ago, Rhyme had said he could wear jeans and T-shirts if he wanted, but he'd been dressed impeccably every day since. Rhyme didn't know why it contributed to the decision to keep the young man on, but it had. None of Tom's predecessors had lasted more than 6 weeks. The number of those who quit was exactly equal to the firees. All right, what'd you tell him?
I told them to give me a few minutes to make sure you were decent, then they could come up. Briefly.
You did that, without asking me. Thank you very much. Tom retreated a few steps and called down the narrow stairway to the first floor.
Come on, gentlemen.
They told you something, didn't they? Rhyme said. You're holding out on me. Tom didn't answer, and Rhyme watched the 2 men approach. As they entered the room, Rhyme spoke first. He said to Tom, Close the curtain, you've already upset the birds way too much. Which really meant only that he'd had enough of the sputtering sunlight. Mute. With the foul, sticky tape on her mouth, she couldn't speak a word, and that made her feel more helpless than the metal handcuffs tight on her wrists, than the grip of his short, strong fingers on her biceps. The taxi driver, still in his ski mask, led her down the grimy, wet corridor past rows of ducts and piping. They were in the basement of an office building. She had no idea where.
If I could talk to him.
T.J. Colfax was a player, the bitch of Morgan Stanley's 3rd floor, a negotiator.
Money? You want money? I'll get you money. Lots of it, boy. Bushels.
She thought this a dozen times, trying to catch his eye, as if she could actually force the words into his thoughts.
Please,
she begged silently, and began thinking about the mechanics of cashing in her 401k and giving him her retirement fund.
Oh, please.
She remembered last night, the man turning back from the fireworks, dragging them from the cab, handcuffing them. He'd thrown them into the trunk, and they'd begun driving again. First over rough cobblestones and broken asphalt, then smooth roads, then rough again. She heard the whir of wheels on a bridge. More turns, more rough roads. Finally, the cab stopped and the driver got out and seemed to open a gate or some doors. He drove into a garage, she thought. All the sounds of the city were cut off and the car's bubbling exhaust rose in volume, reverberating off close walls. Then the cab trunk opened and the man pulled her out. He yanked the diamond ring off her finger and pocketed it. Then he led her past walls of spooky faces, faded paintings of blank eyes staring at her, a butcher, a devil, 3 sorrowful children painted on the crumbling plaster. Dragged her down into a moldy basement and dumped her on the floor. He clopped upstairs, leaving her in the dark, surrounded by a sickening smell. Rotting flesh. Garbage. There she'd lain for hours, sleeping a little, crying a lot. She'd wakened abruptly at a loud sound, a sharp explosion nearby. Then more troubled sleep. A half hour ago, he'd come for her again, led her to the trunk, and they'd driven for another 20 minutes. Here. Wherever here was. They now walked into a dim basement room. In the center was a thick black pipe. He handcuffed her to it, then gripped her feet and pulled them out straight in front of her, propping her in a sitting position. He crouched and tied her legs together with thin rope. It took several minutes. He was wearing leather gloves. Then he rose and gazed at her for a long moment, bent down and tore her blouse open. He walked around behind her, and she gasped, feeling his hands on her shoulder, probing, squeezing her shoulder blades, crying, pleading through the tape, knowing what was coming. The hands moved down, along her arms, and then under them and around the front of her body. But he didn't touch her breasts. No. As the hands spidered across her skin, they seemed to be searching for her ribs. He prodded them and stroked. TJ shivered and tried to pull away. He gripped her tight and caressed some more, pressing hard, feeling the give of the bone. He stood. She heard receding footsteps. For a long moment there was silence except for the groans of air conditioners and elevators. Then she barked a frightened grunt at a sound right behind her. A repetitive noise. Whoosh, whoosh. Very familiar, but something she couldn't place. She tried to turn to see what he was doing, but couldn't. What was it? Listening to the rhythmic sound over and over and over. It took her right back to her mother's house. Whoosh, whoosh. Saturday morning in the small bungalow in Bedford, Tennessee. It was the only day her mother didn't work, and she devoted most of it to house cleaning. TJ would wake up to a hot sun and stumble downstairs to help her. Whoosh. As she cried at this memory, she listened to the sound and wondered why on earth he was sweeping the floor with such careful, precise strokes of the broom. He saw surprise and discomfort on their faces, something you don't find very often with New York City homicide cops. Lon Solito and young Banks, Jerry, not Ernie, sat where Rhyme gestured with his bush-crowned head. Twin, dusty, uncomfortable rattan chairs. Rhyme had changed considerably since Solito had last been here, and the detective didn't hide his shock very well. Banks had no benchmark against which to judge what he was seeing, but he was shocked nonetheless. The sloppy room, the vagrant gazing at them suspiciously. The smell, too, certainly. The visceral aroma surrounding the creature Lincoln Rhyme now was. He immensely regretted letting them up. "Why didn't you call first, Lon?" "You would have told us not to come." True. Tom crested the stairs, and Rhyme preempted him. "No, Tom, we won't be needing you." He'd remembered that the young man always asked guests if they wanted something to drink or eat. Such a goddamn Martha Stewart. Silence for a moment. Large, rumpled Solito, a 20-year vet, glanced down into a box beside the bed and started to speak. Whatever he'd been about to say was cut off by the sight of disposable adult diapers. Jerry Banks said, "I read your book, sir." The young cop had a bad hand when it came to shaving. Lots of nicks. And what a charming cowlick in his hair. My good Lord, he can't be more than 12. The more worn the world gets, Rhyme reflected, the younger its inhabitants seem to be. "Which one?" "Well, your crime scene manual, of course. But I meant the picture book, the one a couple of years ago." "Yeah, there were words, too. It was mostly words, in fact. Did you read them?" "Oh, well, sure," Banks said quickly. A huge stack of remaindered volumes of The Scenes of the Crime sat against one wall of his room. "I didn't know you and Lon were friends," Banks added. Lon didn't trot out the yearbook, show you the pictures, strip his sleeve and show his scars, and say these wounds I had with Lincoln Rhyme." Solito wasn't smiling. Well, I can give him even less to smile about if he likes. The senior detective was digging through his attaché case. And what does he have in there? "How long were you partnered?" Banks asked, making conversation. "There's a verb for you," Rhyme said, and looked at the clock. We weren't partners, Solito said. I was homicide, he was head of IRD.
Oh, Banks said, even more impressed. Running the Central Investigation and Resource Division was one of the most prestigious jobs in the department.
Yeah,
Rhyme said, looking out the window, as if his doctor might be arriving via falcon.
The Two Musketeers.
In a patient voice, which infuriated Rhyme, Solito said, 7 years off and on we worked together.
And good years they were, Rhyme intoned.
Tom scowled, but Solito missed the irony. Or, more likely, ignored it. He said,
We have a problem, Lincoln. We need some help.
Snap. The stack of papers landed on the bedside table.
Some help?
The laugh exploded from the narrow nose Blaine had always suspected was the product of a surgeon's vision, though it was not. She also thought his lips were too perfect. Add a scar, she'd once joked, and during one of their fights she nearly had. And why, he wondered, does her voluptuous apparition keep rising today? He'd wakened thinking about his ex and had felt compelled to write her a letter, which was on the computer screen at that moment. He now saved the document on the disk. Silence filled the room as he entered the commands with a single finger.
Lincoln?
Solito asked.
Yes, sir. Some help. From me. I heard.
Banks kept an inappropriate smile on his face while he shuffled his butt uneasily in the chair.
I got an appointment in, any minute now, Rhyme said.
An appointment?
A doctor.
Really? Banks asked, probably to murder the silence that loomed again. Solito, not sure where the conversation was going, asked, And, how you been? Banks and Solito hadn't asked about his health when they'd arrived. It was a question people tended to avoid when they saw Lincoln Rhyme. The answer risked being a very complicated and almost certainly an unpleasant one.
He said simply, I've been fine, thanks. And you, Betty?
We're divorced, Solito said quickly.
Really?
Yeah, she got the house and I got half a kid. The chunky cop said this with forced cheer, as if he'd used the line before, and Rhyme supposed there was a painful story behind the breakup, one he had no desire to hear. Still, he wasn't surprised that the marriage had tanked. Solito was a workhorse. He was one of the 100 or so first-grade detectives on the force and had been for years. He got the grade when they were handed out for merit, not just time served. He'd worked close to 80 hours a week. Rhyme hadn't even known he was married for the first few months they'd worked together.
Where you living now?
Rhyme asked, hoping a nice social conversation would tucker them out and send them on their way.
Brooklyn, the Heights. I walk to work sometimes. You know those diets I was always on? The trick's not dieting, it's exercise.
He didn't look any fatter or thinner than the Lon Solito of 3.5 years ago. Or the Solito of 15 years ago, for that matter.
So, Collegiate Banks said, a doctor you were saying, for a new form of treatment?
Rhyme finished the dwindling question.
Exactly.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
It was 11:36 a.m., well past mid-morning. Tardiness is inexcusable in a man of medicine. He watched Banks' eyes twice scan his legs. He caught the pimply boy a second time and wasn't surprised to see the detective blush.
So, Rhyme said, I'm afraid I don't really have time to help you.
But he's not here yet, right? The doctor? Asked Lon Solito in the same bulletproof tone he'd used to puncture homicide suspects' cover stories. Tom appeared at the doorway with a coffee pot.
Prick, Rhyme mouthed.
Lincoln forgot to offer you gentlemen something.
Tom treats me like a child.
If the booty fits,
the aide retorted.
All right, Rhyme snapped. Have some coffee. I'll have some mother's milk.
Too early, Tom said. The bar isn't open.
And weathered Rhyme's glowering face quite well. Again, Banks's eyes browsed Rhyme's body. Maybe he'd been expecting just skin and bones. But the atrophying had stopped not long after the accident,
and his first physical therapists had exhausted him with exercise. Tom, too, who may have been a prick at times and an old mother hen at others, was a damn good PT. He put Rhyme through passive ROM exercises every day, taking meticulous notes on the goniometry, measurements of the range of motion that he applied to each joint in Rhyme's body, carefully checking the spasticity as he kept the arms and legs in a constant cycle of abduction and adduction. ROM work wasn't a miracle, but it built up some tone, cut down on debilitating contractures, and kept the blood flowing. For someone whose muscular activities had been limited to his shoulders, head, and left ring finger for 3.5 years, Lincoln Rhyme wasn't in such bad shape. The young detective looked away from the complicated black ECU control sitting by Rhyme's finger, hardwired to another controller, sprouting conduit and cables, which ran to the computer and a wall panel. A quad's life is wires, a therapist had told Rhyme a long time ago. The rich ones, at least. The lucky ones. Solito said, "There was a murder early this morning on the west side."
"We've had reports of some homeless men and women disappearing over the past month," Banks said. "At first we thought it might be one of them, but it wasn't," he added dramatically. "The Vic was one of those people last night."
Rhyme trained a blank expression on the young man with the dotted face. "Those people?"
"He doesn't watch the news," Tom said. "If you're talking about the kidnapping, he hasn't heard."
"You don't watch the news?" Solito laughed. "You're the SOB read 4 papers a day and recorded the local news to watch when he got home. Blaine told me you called her Katie Courage one night when you were making love."
"I only read literature now," Rhyme said pompously and falsely. Tom added, "Literature is news that stays news." Rhyme ignored him.
Solito said, "Man and woman coming back from business on the coast. Got into a yellow cab at JFK, never made it back home."
"There was a report about 11:30. This cab was driving down the BQE in Queens, white male and female passenger in the back seat. Looked like they were trying to break a window out, pounding on the glass. Nobody got tags or medallion."
"This witness, who saw the cab, any look at the driver?"
"No."
"The woman passenger?"
"No sign of her."
11:41. Rhyme was furious with Dr. William Berger. "Nasty business," he muttered absently. Solito exhaled long and loud. Go on," Rhyme said. "He was wearing her ring," Banks said. "Who was wearing what?" "The Vic. They found this morning. He was wearing the woman's ring, the other passengers." "You sure it was hers?" "Had her initials inside." "So, you got an unsub," Rhyme continued, "who wants you to know he's got the woman and she's still alive."
"What's an unsub?"
Tom asked. When Rhyme ignored him, Solito said, "Unknown subject."
"But you know how he got it to fit?"
Banks asked, a little wide-eyed for Rhyme's taste. "Her ring?" "I give up."
"Cut the skin off the guy's finger. All of it, down to the bone."
Rhyme gave a faint smile. He's a smart one, isn't he?"
"Why's that smart?"
"To make sure nobody came by and took the ring. It was bloody, right?"
"A mess."
Hard to see the ring in the first place. Then AIDS, hepatitis. Even if someone noticed, a lot of folks would take a pass on that trophy. What's her name, Lon?" The older detective nodded to his partner, who flipped open his watchbook.
"Tammy Jean Colfax. She goes by TJ, 28, works for Morgan Stanley."
Rhyme observed that Banks, too, wore a ring, a school ring of some sort. The boy was too polished to be just a high school and academy grad. No whiff of Army about him. Wouldn't be surprised if the jewelry bore the name Yale. A homicide detective? What was the world coming to? The young cop cupped his coffee in hands that shook sporadically. With a minuscule gesture of his own ring finger on the Everest and Jennings ECU panel, to which his left hand was strapped, Rhyme clicked through several settings, turning the AC down. He tended not to waste controls on things like heating and air conditioning. He reserved it for necessities like lights, the computer, and his page-turning frame. But when the room got too cold, his nose ran. And that's fucking torture for a quad. "No ransom note?" Rhyme asked. "Nothing." "You're the case officer?" Rhyme asked Solito. "Yeah, under Jim Poling, yeah. And we want you to review the CS report." Another laugh. "Me? I haven't looked at a crime scene report in 3 years. What could I possibly tell you?" "You could tell us tons, Link." "Who's head of IRD now?" "Vince Peretti." "Ah, the congressman's boy," Rhyme recalled. "Have him review it." A moment's hesitation. "We'd rather have you." "Who's we?" "The chief, yours truly." "And how," Rhyme asked, smiling like a schoolgirl, "does Captain Peretti feel about this vote of no confidence?" Solito stood and paced through the room, glancing down at the stacks of magazines. Forensic Science Review, Harding and Boyle Scientific Equipment Company catalog, the New Scotland Yard Forensic Investigation Annual, American College of Forensic Examiners Journal, Report of the American Society of Crime Lab Directors, CRC Press Forensics, Journal of the International Institute of Forensic Science. "Look at them," Rhyme said. "The subscriptions lapsed ages ago, and they're all dusty." "Everything in here is fucking dusty, Link. Why don't you get off your lazy ass and clean this pigsty up?" Banks looked horrified. Rhyme squelched the burst of laughter that felt alien inside him. His guard had slipped, and irritation had dissolved into amusement. He momentarily regretted that he and Solito had drifted apart. Then he shot the feeling dead. He grumbled, "I can't help you, sorry." "We got the peace conference starting on Monday. What conference?" "At the UN. Ambassadors, heads of state. There'll be 10,000 dignitaries in town. You heard about that thing in London 2 days ago?" "Thing?" Rhyme repeated caustically. "Somebody tried to bomb the hotel where UNESCO was meeting. The mayor's scared shitless somebody's going to move on the conference here. He doesn't want ugly post headlines." "Yet there's also the little problem," Rhyme said astringently, "that Miss Tammy Jean might not be enjoying her trip home either." "Jerry, tell him some details. Whet his appetite." Banks turned his attention from Rhyme's legs to his bed, which was, Rhyme readily admitted, by far the more interesting of the two, especially the control panel. It looked like something off the space shuttle, and cost just about as much.
10 hours after they're snatched, we find the male passenger, John Albrecht, shot and buried alive in the Amtrak roadbed near 37th and 11th. Well, we find him dead. He's been buried alive. Bullet was a .32.
Banks looked up and added, "The Honda Accord of slugs." Meaning there'd be no wily deductions about the unsub from exotic weaponry. This Banks seemed smart, Rhyme thought. And all he suffers from is youth, which he might or might not outgrow. Lincoln Rhyme believed he himself had never been young. "Rifling on the slug?" Rhyme asked.
6 lands and grooves, left twist."
"So he's got himself a Colt," Rhyme said, and glanced over the crime scene diagram again.
"You said he," the young detective continued. "Actually, it's they."
"What?"
"Unsubs. There are 2 of them. There were 2 sets of footprints between the grave and the base of an iron ladder leading up to the street," Banks said, pointing to the CS diagram. "Any prints on the ladder?" "None. It was wiped. Did a good job of it. The footprints go to the grave and back to the ladder. Anyway, there had to be 2 of them to schlep the Vic. He weighed over 200 pounds. One man couldn't have done it."
"Keep going."
"They got him to the grave, dropped him in, shot him, and buried him. Went back to the ladder, climbed it, and vanished."
"Shot him in the grave?" Rhyme inquired.
"Yep. There was no blood trail anywhere around the ladder or the path to the grave."
Rhyme found himself mildly interested, but he said, "What do you need me for?"
Solito grinned ragged yellow teeth.
"We got ourselves a mystery, Link. A bunch of PE that doesn't make any fucking sense at all." "So?"
It was a rare crime scene when every bit of physical evidence made sense.
"Nah, this is real weird. Read the report, please. I'll put it here. How's this thing work? Solito looked at Tom, who fitted the report in the page-turning frame. I don't have time, Lon, Rhyme protested. That's quite a contraption, Banks offered, looking at the frame. Rhyme didn't respond. He glanced at the first page, then read it carefully, moved his ring finger a precise millimeter to the left. A rubber wand turned the page. Reading. Thinking, wow, this is odd. Who was in charge of the scene? Peretti himself. When he heard the Vic was one of the taxi people, he came down and took over. Rhyme continued to read. For a minute, the unimaginative words of cop writing held his interest. Then the doorbell rang, and his heart galloped with a great shudder. His eyes slipped to Tom. They were cold and made clear that the time for banter was over. Tom nodded and went downstairs immediately. All thoughts of cab drivers and P.E. and kidnapped bankers vanished from the sweeping mind of Lincoln Rhyme.
"It's Dr. Berger,"
Tom announced over the intercom. At last. At long last. Well, I'm sorry, Lon. I'll have to ask you to leave. It's good seeing you again. A smile. Interesting case, this one is. Solito hesitated, then rose. But will you read through the report, Lincoln? Tell us what you think. Rhyme said, You bet. Then leaned his head back against the pillow. Quads like Rhyme, who had full head and neck movement, could activate a dozen controls just by three-dimensional movements of the head. But Rhyme shunned headrests. There were so few sensuous pleasures left to him that he was unwilling to abdicate the comfort of nestling his head against his $200 down pillow. The visitors had tired him out. Not even noon, and all he wanted to do was sleep. His neck muscles throbbed in agony. When Solito and Banks were at the door, Rhyme said, Lon, wait. The detective turned. One thing you should know. You've only found half the crime scene. The important one is the other one, the primary scene, his house. That's where he'll be, and it'll be hard as hell to find him. Why do you think there's another scene? Because he didn't shoot the Vic at the grave. He shot him there, at the primary scene. And that's probably where he's got the woman. It'll be underground or in a very deserted part of the city. Or both. Because, Banks, Rhyme preempted the young detective's question, he wouldn't risk shooting someone and holding a captive unless it was quiet and private.
Maybe he used a silencer.
No traces of rubber or cotton baffling on the slug, Rhyme snapped. Yeah, but how could the man have been shot there? Banks countered. I mean, there wasn't any blood spatter at the scene. I assume the victim was shot in the face, Rhyme announced.
Well, yes,
Banks answered, putting a stupid smile on his own.
How'd you know?
Very painful, very incapacitating, very little blood with a .32, rarely lethal if you miss the brain. With the Vic in that shape, the unsub could lead him around wherever he wanted. I say unsub singular because there's only one of them. A pause.
But there were 2 sets of prints,
Banks nearly whispered, as if he were defusing a landmine. Rhyme sighed. The soles are identical. They were left by the same man making the trip twice, to fool us. And the prints going north are the same depth as the prints going south, so he wasn't carrying a 200-pound load one way and not the other. Was the Vic barefoot? Banks flipped through his notes.
Socks.
Okay, then the perp was wearing the Vic's shoes for his clever little stroll to the ladder and back.
Well, if he didn't come down the ladder, how did he get to the grave?
He led the man along the train tracks themselves, probably from the north.
There are no other ladders to the roadbed for blocks in either direction.
But there are tunnels running parallel to the tracks, Rhyme continued. They hook up with the basements of some of the old warehouses along 11th Avenue. A gangster during Prohibition, Oni Madden, had him dug so he could slip shipments of bootleg whiskey onto New York Central trains going up to Albany and Bridgeport.
But why not just bury the Vic near the tunnel? Why risk being seen schlepping the guy all the way to the overpass?
Impatient now. You do get what he's telling us, don't you? Banks started to speak, then shook his head. "He had to put the body where it'd be seen," Rhyme said. "He needed someone to find it. That's why he left the hand in the air. He's waving at us to get our attention. Sorry, you may have only one unsub, but he's plenty smart enough for two. There's an access door to a tunnel somewhere nearby. Get down there and dust it for prints. There won't be any, but you'll have to do it just the same. The press, you know. When the story starts coming out, well, good luck, gentlemen. Now you'll have to excuse me. Lon?" "Yes?" "Don't forget about the primary crime scene. Whatever happens, you'll have to find it, and fast."
Thanks, Link. Just read the report."
Rhyme said of course he would, and observed that they believed the lie. Completely. Chapter 3. He had the best bedside manner Rhyme had ever encountered. And if anyone had had experience with bedside manners, it was Lincoln Rhyme. He'd once calculated he'd seen 78 degreed, card-carrying doctors in the past 3.5 years. "Nice view," Berger said, gazing out the window. "Isn't it? Beautiful." Though because of the height of the bed, Rhyme could see nothing except a hazy sky sizzling over Central Park. That, and the birds, had been the essence of his view since he'd moved here from his last rehab hospital 2.5 years ago. He kept the shades drawn most of the time. Tom was busy rolling his boss. The maneuver helped keep his lungs clear, and then catheterizing Rhyme's bladder, which had to be done every 5 or 6 hours. After spinal cord trauma, sphincters can be stuck open, or they can be stuck closed. Rhyme was fortunate that his got jammed closed. Fortunate, that is, provided someone was around to open up the uncooperative little tube with a catheter and KY jelly 4 times a day. Dr. Berger observed this procedure clinically, and Rhyme paid no heed to the lack of privacy. One of the first things Crips get over is modesty. While there's sometimes a half-hearted effort at draping, shrouding the body when cleaning, evacuating, and examining, serious Crips, real Crips, macho Crips don't care. At Rhyme's first rehab center, after a patient had gone to a party or been on a date the night before, all the wardmates would wheel over to his bed to check the patient's urine output, which was the barometer of how successful the outing had been. One time, Rhyme earned his fellow Crip's undying admiration by registering a staggering 1,430 cc's. He said to Berger, "Check out the ledge, Doctor. I have my own guardian angels." "Well, hawks?" "Peregrine falcons. Usually they nest higher. I don't know why they picked me to live with." Berger glanced at the birds, then turned away from the window, let the curtain fall back. The aviary didn't interest him. He wasn't a large man, but he looked fit, a runner, Rhyme guessed. He seemed to be in his late 40s, but the black hair didn't have a trace of gray in it, and he was as good-looking as any news anchor. "That's, quite a bed. You like it?" The bed was a clinitron, a huge rectangular slab. It was an air-fluidized support bed and contained nearly a ton of silicone-coated glass beads. Pressurized air flowed through the beads, which supported Rhyme's body. If he'd been able to feel, it would have felt as if he was floating. Berger was sipping the coffee that Rhyme had ordered Tom to fetch, and that the young man had brought, rolling his eyes, whispering, "Aren't we suddenly social?" before retreating. The doctor asked Rhyme, "You were a policeman, you were telling me." "Yes, I was head of forensics for the NYPD. "Were you shot?" "Nope. Searching a crime scene. Some workmen had found a body at a subway stop construction site. It was a young patrolman who disappeared 6 months before. We had a serial killer shooting cops. I got a request to work the case personally, and when I was searching it, a beam collapsed. I was buried for about 4 hours.
Someone was actually going around murdering policemen?
Killed 3 and wounded another one. The perp was a cop himself, Dan Shepard, sergeant working patrol. Berger glanced at the pink scar on Rhyme's neck, the telltale insignia of quadriplegia. the entrance wound for the ventilator tube that remains embedded in the throat for months after the accident. Sometimes for years, sometimes forever. But Rhyme had, thanks to his own mulish nature and his therapist's Herculean efforts, weaned himself off the ventilator. Now had a pair of lungs on him that he bet could keep him underwater for 5 minutes.
So, cervical trauma.
C4.
Ah, yes.
C4 is the demilitarized zone of spinal cord injuries. An SCI above the 4th cervical vertebra might very well have killed him. Below C4, he would have regained some use of his arms and hands, if not his legs. But trauma to the infamous 4th kept him alive, though virtually a total quadriplegic. He'd lost the use of his legs and arms. His abdominal and intercostal muscles were mostly gone, and he was breathing primarily from his diaphragm. He could move his head and neck, his shoulders slightly. The only fluke was that the crushing oak beam had spared a single minuscule strand of motor neuron, which allowed him to move his left ring finger. Rhyme spared the doctor the soap opera of the year following the accident. The month of skull traction, tongs gripping holes drilled into his head and pulling his spine straight. 12 weeks of the halo device. A plastic bib and steel scaffolding around his head to keep the neck immobile. To keep his lungs pumping, a large ventilator for a year, then a phrenic nerve stimulator. The catheters, the surgery. The paralytic ileus, the stress ulcers, hypotension and bradycardia, bed sores turning into decubitus ulcers, contractures as the muscle tissue began to shrink and threatened to steal away the precious mobility of his finger. The infuriating phantom pain, burns and aches in extremities that could feel no sensation. He did, however, tell Berger about the latest wrinkle. Autonomic dysreflexia. The problem had been occurring more often recently. Pounding heartbeat, off-the-charts blood pressure, raging headaches. It could be brought on by something as simple as constipation. He explained that nothing could be done to prevent it except avoiding stress and physical constriction. Rhyme's SCI specialist, Dr. Peter Taylor, had become concerned with the frequency of the attacks. The last one, a month ago, was so severe that Taylor had given Tom instructions on how to treat the condition without waiting for medical help, and insisted that the aide program the doctor's number into the phone's speed dialer. Taylor had warned that a severe enough bout could lead to a heart attack or stroke. Berger took in the facts with some sympathy, then said,
"Before I got into my present line, I specialized in geriatric orthopedics, mostly hip and joint replacements. I don't know much neurology. What about chances for recovery?"
"None. The condition's permanent," Rhyme said, perhaps a little too quickly. He added, "You understand my problem, don't you, Doctor?"
"I think so, but I'd like to hear it in your words."
Shaking his head to clear a renegade strand of hair, Rhyme said, "Everyone has the right to kill himself."
Berger said, "I think I disagree with that. In most societies, you may have the power, but not the right. There's a difference."
Rhyme exhaled a bitter laugh. "I'm not much of a philosopher, but I don't even have the power. That's why I need you."
Lincoln Rhyme had asked 4 doctors to kill him. They'd all refused. He'd said okay, he'd do it himself, and simply stopped eating. But the process of wasting himself to death became pure torture. It left him violently stomach-sick and racked with unbearable headaches. He couldn't sleep. So he'd given up on that, and during the course of a hugely awkward conversation, asked Tom to kill him. The young man had grown tearful, the only time he'd shown that much emotion, and said he wished he could. He'd sit by and watch Rhyme die. He'd refuse to revive him, but he wouldn't actually kill him. Then, a miracle, if you could call it that. After the scenes of the crime had come out, reporters had appeared to interview him. One article, in the New York Times, contained this stark quotation from author Rhyme. "No, I'm not planning any more books.
The fact is, my next big project is killing myself. It's quite a challenge. I've been looking for someone to help me for the past 6 months.
That screeching stop line got the attention of the NYPD counseling service and several people from Rhymes' past, most notably Blaine, who told him he was nuts to consider it. He had to quit thinking only about himself. Just like when they'd been together, and now that she was here, she thought she should mention that she was remarrying.
End of CD 1. CD 2.
The quotation also caught the attention of William Berger, who'd called unexpectedly one night from Seattle. After a few moments of pleasant conversation, Berger explained that he'd read the article about Rhyme, then a hollow pause, and he'd asked, "Ever hear of the Lethe Society?" Rhyme had. It was a pro-euthanasia group he'd been trying to track down for months. It was far more aggressive than Safe Passage or the Hemlock Society. "Our volunteers are wanted for questioning in dozens of assisted suicides throughout the country," Berger explained. "We have to keep a low profile." He said he wanted to follow up on Rhyme's request. Berger refused to act quickly, and they'd had several conversations over the past 7 or 8 months. Today was their first meeting. "There's no way you can pass by yourself?" Pass.
Short of Gene Harrod's approach, no, and even that's a little iffy.
Harrod was a young man in Boston, a quad, who decided he wanted to kill himself. Unable to find anyone to help him, he finally committed suicide the only way he was able to. With the little control he had, he set a fire in his apartment, and when it was blazing, drove his wheelchair into it, setting himself aflame. He died of third-degree burns. The case often raised by right-to-deathers as an example of the tragedy that anti-euthanasia laws can cause. Berger was familiar with the case and shook his head sympathetically. "No, that's no way for anyone to die." He essayed Rhyme's body, the wires, the control panels. "What are your mechanical skills?" Rhyme explained about the ECUs, the E&J controller that his ring finger operated, the sip-and-puff control for his mouth, the chin joysticks, and the computer dictation unit that could type out words on the screen as he spoke them. "But everything has to be set up by someone else?" Berger asked. "For instance, someone would have to go to the store, buy a gun, mount it, rig the trigger, and hook it up to your controller?"
Yes.
Making that person guilty of a conspiracy to commit murder as well as manslaughter.
What about your equipment? Rhyme said. It's effective?
Equipment?
What you use to, do the deed.
It's very effective. I've never had a patient complain.
Rhyme blinked, and Berger laughed. Rhyme joined him. If you can't laugh about death, what can you laugh about?
Take a look.
You have it with you?
Hope blossomed in Rhyme's heart. It was the first time he'd felt that warm sensation in years. The doctor opened his attaché case and, rather ceremonially, Rhyme thought, set out a bottle of brandy, a small bottle of pills, a plastic bag, and a rubber band.
What's the drug?
Seconal. Nobody prescribes it anymore. In the old days, suicide was a lot easier. These babes would do the trick, no question. Now it's almost impossible to kill yourself with modern tranquilizers. Halcyon, Librium, Dalmane, Xanax. You may sleep for a long time, but you're going to wake up eventually.
And the bag?
The bag. Berger picked it up. That's the emblem of the Lethe Society. Unofficially, of course. It's not like we have a logo. If the pills and the brandy aren't enough, then we use the bag. Over the head, with a rubber band around the neck. We add a little ice inside because it gets pretty hot after a few minutes. Rhyme couldn't take his eyes off the trio of implements. The bag, thick plastic, like a painter's drop cloth. The brandy was cheap, he observed, and the drugs generic. "This is a nice house," Berger said, looking around. "Central Park West. Do you live on disability?" "Some. I've also done consulting for the police and FBI. After the accident, the construction company that was doing the excavating settled for $3 million. They swore there was no liability, but there's apparently a rule of law that a quadriplegic automatically wins any lawsuits against construction companies no matter who was at fault. At least till the plaintiff comes to court and drools." "And you wrote that book, right?" "I get some money from that, not a lot. It was a better seller, not a bestseller." Berger picked up a copy of The Scenes of the Crime, flipped through it. "Famous crime scenes. Look at all this." He laughed. "There are, 40, 50 scenes?" 51. Rhyme had revisited, in his mind and imagination, since he'd written it after the accident, as many old crime scenes in New York City as he could recall. Some solved, some not. He'd written about the old brewery, the notorious tenement in 5 Points, where 13 unrelated murders were recorded on a single night in 1839. About Charles Albridge Deacon, who murdered his mother on July 13, 1863, during the Civil War draft riots, claiming former slaves had killed her and fueling the rampage against blacks. About architect Stanford White's love triangle murder atop the original Madison Square Garden, and about Judge Crater's disappearance. About George Metesky, the mad bomber of the 50s, and Murph the Surf, who boosted the Star of India diamond. 19th century building supplies, underground streams, butler schools, Berger recited, flipping through the book. Gay baths, Chinatown whorehouses, Russian Orthodox churches. How'd you learn all this about the city? Rhyme shrugged. In his years as head of IRD, he'd studied as much about the city as he had about forensics. Its history, politics, geology, sociology, infrastructure. He said, "Criminalistics doesn't exist in a vacuum. The more you know about your environment, the better you can apply—" Just as he heard the enthusiasm creep into his voice, he stopped abruptly, furious with himself that he'd been foxed so easily. "Nice try, Dr. Berger," Rhyme said stiffly. "Ah, come on. Call me Bill, please." Rhyme wasn't going to be derailed. "I've heard it before. Take a big, clean, smooth piece of paper and write down all the reasons why I should kill myself, and then take another big, clean, smooth piece of paper and write all the reasons why I shouldn't. Words like productive, useful, interesting, challenging come to mind. Big words, $10 words. They don't mean shit to me. Besides, I couldn't pick up a fucking pencil to save my soul." "Lincoln," Berger continued kindly, "I have to make sure you're the appropriate candidate for the program." "Candidate? Program? The tyranny of euphemism," Rhyme said bitterly. "Doctor, I've made up my mind. I'd like to do it today. Now, as a matter of fact." "Why today?" Rhyme's eyes had returned to the bottles in the bag. He whispered, "Why not? What's today? August 23rd? That's as good a day to die as any." The doctor tapped his narrow lips. "I have to spend some time talking to you, Lincoln. If I'm convinced that you really want to go ahead—" "I do," Rhyme said, noting, as he often did, how weak our words sound without the body gestures to accompany them. He wanted desperately to lay his hand on Berger's arm, or lift his palms beseechingly. Without asking if he could, Berger pulled out a packet of Marlboros and lit a cigarette. He took a folding metal ashtray from his pocket and opened it up, crossed his thin legs. He looked like a foppish frat boy at an Ivy League smoker. "Lincoln, you understand the problem here, don't you?" Sure, he understood. It was the very reason why Berger was here and why one of Rhyme's own doctors hadn't done the deed. Hastening an inevitable death was one thing. Nearly 1/3 of practicing doctors who treated terminal patients had prescribed or administered fatal doses of drugs. Most prosecutors turned a blind eye toward them, unless a doctor flaunted it, like Kevorkian. But a quad, a hemi, a para, a crip, oh, that was different. Lincoln Rhyme was 40 years old. He'd been weaned off the ventilator. Barring some insidious gene in the Rhyme stock, there was no medical reason why he couldn't live to 80. Berger added, "Let me be blunt, Lincoln. I also have to be sure this isn't a setup."
Setup?
Prosecutors. I've been entrapped before.
Rhyme laughed. "Ha! The New York Attorney General's a busy man. He's not going to wire a crip to bag himself a euthanasist."
Glancing absently at the crime scene report.
10 feet southwest of victim, found in a cluster on a small pile of white sand, a ball of fiber approximately 6 centimeters in diameter, off-white in color. The fiber was sampled in the energy dispersive X-ray unit and found to consist of A2B5. SI A8022 OH2. No source was indicated and the fibers could not be individuated. Sample sent to FBI PERT office for analysis.
I just have to be careful, Berger continued. This is my whole professional life now. I gave up orthopedics completely. Anyway, it's more than a job. I've decided to devote my life to helping others end theirs.
Adjacent to this fiber, approximately 3 inches away, were found 2 scraps of paper. One was common newsprint with the words 3 p.m. printed in Times Roman type, in ink consistent with that used in commercial newspapers. The other scrap appeared to be the corner of a page from a book with the page number 823 printed on it. The typeface was Garamond, and the paper was calendared. ALS and subsequent ninhydrin analysis reveal no latent friction ridge prints on either. Individuation was not possible. Several things nagged Rhyme. The fiber, for one. Why hadn't Peretti caught on as to what it was? It was so obvious. And why was this PE, the newspaper scraps and the fiber, all clustered together? Something was wrong here. Lincoln? Sorry.
I was saying, you're not a burn victim in unbearable pain. You're not homeless. You've got money. You've got talent. You're police consulting. That helps a lot of people. If you want one, you could have a, yes, productive life ahead of you. A long life.
Long, yes, that's a problem. A long life.
He was tired of being on good behavior.
He snapped, "But I don't want a long life. It's as simple as that."
Berger said slowly,
"If there's the slightest chance you might have regretted your decision, well, see, I'm the one who'd have to live with it, not you."
Who's ever certain about something like this?
Eyes slipping back to the report. An iron bolt was found on top of the scraps of paper. It was a hex bolt, bead stamped with the letters CE, 2 inches long, clockwise twist, 15/16 of an inch in diameter.
"I've got a busy schedule for the next few days,"
Berger said, looking at his watch. It was a Rolex. Well, death has always been lucrative.
"Let's take an hour or so now. Talk for a while, then have a cooling-off day, and I'll come back."
Something was nagging at Rhyme, an infuriating itch, the curse of all quads. Though in this case it was an intellectual itch, the kind that had plagued Rhyme all his life. "Say, Doctor, I wonder if you could do me a favor. That report there, could you flip through it, see if you could find a picture of a bolt?"
Berger hesitated. "A picture?"
"A Polaroid. It'll be glued in somewhere toward the back. The turning frame takes too long."
Berger lifted the report out of the frame and turned the pages for Rhyme.
"There, stop."
As he gazed at the photo, a twinge of urgency pricked at him.
Not here. Not now. Please, no." "I'm sorry. Could you flip back to the page where we were?"
Berger did. Rhyme said nothing and read carefully. The paper scraps.
3 p.m., page 823.
Rhyme's heart was pounding. Sweat popped out on his head. He heard a frantic buzzing in his ears. Here's a headline for the tabloids. "Man dies during talk with Death Doc." Berger blinked. Lincoln, are you all right?" The man's canny eyes examined Rhyme carefully. As casually as he could, Rhyme said, "You know, Doctor, I'm sorry, but there's something I've got to take care of." Berger nodded slowly, uncertainly. "Affairs aren't in order after all?" Smiling, nonchalant. "I'm just wondering if I could ask you to come back in a few hours." Careful here. If he senses purpose, he'll mark you down non-suicidal, take his bottles in his plastic bag, and fly back to Starbucks land. Opening a date book, Berger said, "The rest of the day isn't good. Then tomorrow... No, I'm afraid Monday's the earliest, day after tomorrow." Rhyme hesitated. Lord, his soul's desire was finally within his grasp, what he dreamed of every day for the past year. Yes or no? Decide. Finally, Rhyme heard himself say, "All right, Monday," plastering a hopeless smile on his face. "What exactly's the problem?" "A man I used to work with. He asked me for some advice. I wasn't paying as much attention to it as I should have. I have to call him." No, it wasn't dysreflexia at all, or an anxiety attack. Lincoln Rhyme was feeling something he hadn't felt in years. He was in one big fucking hurry. "Could I ask you to send Tom up here? I think he's downstairs in the kitchen." "Yes, of course, I'd be happy to." Rhyme could see something odd in Berger's eyes. What was it? Caution? Maybe. It almost seemed like disappointment. But there was no time to think about it now. As the doctor's footsteps receded down the stairs, Rhyme shouted in a booming baritone, "Tom! Tom!" "What?" the young man's voice called. "Call Lon! Get him back here, now!" Rhyme glanced at the clock. It was afternoon. They had less than 3 hours. Chapter 4. The crime scene was staged, Lincoln Rhyme said. Lon Solito had tossed his jacket off, revealing a savagely wrinkled shirt. He now leaned back, arms crossed against a table strewn with papers and books. Jerry Banks was back, too, and his pale blue eyes were on Rhyme's. The bed and its control panel no longer interested him. Solito frowned. "But what story's the unsub trying to sell us?" At crime scenes, especially homicides, perps often monkeyed with P.E. to lead investigators astray. Some were clever about it, but most weren't. Like the husband who beat his wife to death and tried to make it look like a robbery, though he only thought to steal her jewelry, leaving his gold bracelets and diamond pinky ring on his dresser. "That's what's so interesting," Rhyme continued. "It's not about what happened, Lon. It's what's going to happen." Solito the skeptic asked, "Well, what makes you think so?" "The scraps of paper. They mean 3 o'clock today." "Today?" "Look!" Nodding toward the report, an impatient jerk of his head. "That one scrap says 3 p.m., Banks pointed out. "But the other's a page number. Why do you think it means today?" "It's not a page number." Rhyme lifted an eyebrow. They still didn't get it. "Logic! The only reason to leave clues was to tell us something. If that's the case, then 823 has to be something more than just a page number because there's no clue as to what book it's from. Well, if it's not a page number, what is it?" Silence. Exasperated, Rhyme snapped, "It's a date! 8/23, August 23rd. Something's going to happen at 3 p.m. today. Now the ball of fiber, it's asbestos." "Asbestos?" Solito asked. "In the report, the formula, it's hornblende, silicon dioxide. That is asbestos. Why Peretti sent it to the FBI is beyond me. So, we have asbestos on a railroad bed where there shouldn't be any. And we've got an iron bolt with decaying oxidation on the head but none on the threads. That means it's been bolted someplace for a long time and just recently removed." "Maybe it was overturned in the dirt," Banks offered, "when he was digging the grave." Rhyme said,
No, in Midtown the bedrock's close to the surface, which means so are the aquifers. All the soil from 34th Street up to Harlem contains enough moisture to oxidize iron within a few days. It'd be completely rusted, not just the head, if it had been buried. Nah, it was unbolted from someplace, carried to the scene, and left there. And that's sand. Come on, what's white sand doing on a train roadbed in Midtown Manhattan? The soil composition there is loam, silt, granite, hardpan, and soft clay.
Banks started to speak, but Rhyme cut him off abruptly.
And what were these things doing all clustered together? Oh, he's telling us something, our unsub. You bet he is. Banks, what about the access door?
You were right, the young man said. They found one about 100 feet north of the grave, broken open from the inside. You were also right about the prints. Zip. And no tire tracks or trace evidence either. A lock of dirty asbestos, a bolt, a torn newspaper.
The scene? Rhyme asked. Intact?
Released.
Lincoln Rhyme, the crip with the killer lungs, exhaled a loud hiss of air, disgusted. Who made that mistake?
I don't know, Solito said lamely. Watch Commander, probably.
It was Peretti, Rhyme understood. Then you're stuck with what you got.
Whatever clues as to who the kidnapper was and what he had in mind were either in the report or gone forever, trampled under the feet of cops and spectators and railroad workers. Spade work, canvassing the neighborhood around the scene, interviewing witnesses, cultivating leads, traditional detective work was done leisurely. But crime scenes themselves had to be worked like mad lightning, Rhyme would command his officers in IRD. And he'd fired more than a few CSU techs who hadn't moved fast enough for his taste.
Peretti ran the scene himself? He asked.
Peretti in a full complement.
Full complement? Rhyme asked wryly. What's a full complement?
Solito looked at Banks, who said, 4 techs from Photo, 4 from Layton's, 8 searchers, ME tour doctor.
8 crime scene searchers?
There's a bell curve in processing a crime scene. 2 officers are considered the most efficient for a single homicide. By yourself, you can miss things. 3 and up, you tend to miss more things. Lincoln Rhyme had always searched scenes alone. He let the Layton's people do the print work and Photo do the snap shooting and videoing, but he always walked the grid by himself. Peretti. Rhyme had hired the young man, son of a wealthy politico, 6-7 years ago, and he'd proved a good by-the-book CS detective. Crime scene is considered a plum, and there's always a long waiting list to get into the unit. Rhyme took perverse pleasure in thinning the ranks of applicants by offering them a look at the family album, a collection of particularly gruesome crime scene photos. Some officers would blanch, some would snicker. Some handed the book back, eyebrows raised, as if asking, so what? And those were the ones that Lincoln Rhyme would hire. Peretti had been one of them. Solito had asked a question. Rhyme found the detective looking at him. He repeated, "You'll work with us on this, won't you, Lincoln?"
"Work with you?" He coughed a laugh. "I can't, Lon. No, I'm just spitting out a few ideas for you. You've got it, run with it. Tom, get me Berger." He was now regretting the decision to postpone his tete-a-tete with the death doctor. Maybe it wasn't too late. He couldn't bear the thought of waiting another day or two of his passing. And Monday. He didn't want to die on Monday. It seemed common.
"Say please."
"Tom!"
"All right,"
the young aide said, hands raised in surrender. Rhyme glanced at the spot on his bedside table where the bottle, the pills, and the plastic bag had sat. So very close, but like everything else in this life, wholly out of Lincoln Rhyme's reach. Solito made a phone call, cocked his head as the call was answered. He identified himself. The clock on the wall clicked to 12:30. "Yes, sir." The detective's voice sank into a respectful whisper. The mayor, Rhyme guessed. "About the kidnapping of Kennedy. I've been talking to Lincoln Rhyme. Yes, sir, he has some thoughts on it." The detective wandered to the window, staring blankly at the Falcon and trying to explain the inexplicable to the man running the most mysterious city on earth. He hung up and turned to Rhyme. "He and the chief both want you, Link. They asked specifically. Wilson himself." Rhyme laughed. "Lon, look around the room. Look at me. Does it seem like I could run a case?" "Oh, not a normal case, no, but this isn't a very normal one now, is it?" "I'm sorry. I just don't have time. That doctor, the treatment. Tom, did you call him?"
"Haven't yet. Will in just a minute."
"Now! Do it now!" Tom looked at Solito, walked to the door, stepped outside. Rhyme knew he wasn't going to call. Bugger the world. Banks touched a dot of razor scar and blurted, "Well, just give us some thoughts, please. This unsub, you said he—" Solito waved him silent. He kept his eyes on Rhyme. "Oh, you prick," Rhyme thought. The old silence. How we hate it and hurry to fill it. How many witnesses and suspects had caved under hot, thick silences just like this. Well, he and Solito had been a good team. Rhyme knew evidence, and Lon Solito knew people. The two musketeers. And if there was a third, it was the purity of unsmiling science. The detective's eyes dipped to the crime scene report. "Lincoln, what do you think's going to happen today at 3? "I don't have any idea," Rhyme pronounced. "Don't you?" "Cheap, Lon. I'll get you for that." Finally, Rhyme said, "He's going to kill her. The woman in the taxi. And in some real bad way, I guarantee you. Something that'll rival getting buried alive."
"Jesus,"
Tom whispered from the doorway. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? Would it do any good to tell him about the agony he felt in his neck and shoulders, or about the phantom pain, far weaker and far eerier, roaming through his alien body? About the exhaustion he felt from the daily struggle to do, well, everything? About the most overwhelming fatigue of all, from having to rely on someone else? Maybe he could tell them about the mosquito that had gotten into the room last night and strafed his head for an hour. Rhyme grew dizzy with fatigue, nodding it away until the insect finally landed on his ear, where Rhyme let it stab him, since that was a place he could rub on the pillow for relief from the itch. Solito lifted an eyebrow. "Today," Rhyme sighed. "One day, that's it." Thanks, Link. We owe you." Solito pulled up a chair next to the bed, nodded Banks to do the same. "Now, give me your thoughts. What's this asshole's game?" Rhyme said, "Not so fast. I don't work alone." "Well, fair enough. Who you want on board?" "A tech from IRD. Whoever's the best in the lab. I want him here with the basic equipment. Oh, we better get some tactical boys. Emergency services. Oh, and I want some phones," Rhyme instructed, glancing at the scotch on his dresser. He remembered the brandy Berger had in his kit. No way was he going out on cheap crap like that. His final exit number would be courtesy of either 16-year-old Lagavulin or opulent McAllen, aged for decades. Or, why not? Both. Banks pulled out his own cellular phone. "What kind of lines? Just landlines. In here?" "Of course not," Rhyme barked. Solito said, "He means he wants people to make calls from the big building." "Oh." "Call downtown," Solito ordered. "Have him give us 3 or 4 dispatches." "Lon," Rhyme asked, "who's doing the spade work on the death this morning?" Banks stifled a laugh. "The Hardy boys." A glare from Rhyme took the smile off his face. "Detectives Betting and Saul, sir," the boy added quickly. But then Solito grinned, too. "Yeah, the Hardy boys. Everybody calls them that. You don't know them, Link. They're from the homicide task force downtown." "They look kind of alike is the thing," Banks explained. "And, well, their delivery's a little funny." "I don't want comedians." No, they're good," Solito said. "Best canvassers we got. You know that beast napped the 8-year-old girl in Queens last year? Betting and Saul did the canvass, interviewed the entire hood. Took 2,200 statements. It was 'cause of them we saved her. When we heard the Vic this morning was a passenger from JFK, Chief Wilson himself put him on board." "What are they doing now?" Witnesses, mostly, around the train tracks and sniffing around about the driver in the cab. Rhyme yelled at Tom in the hallway. "Did you call Berger?" "No, of course you didn't. The word insubordination mean anything to you? At least make yourself useful. Bring that crime scene report closer and start turning the pages." He nodded toward the turning frame. "That damn thing's an Edsel."
"Aren't we in a sunny mood today?" the aide spat back.
"Hold it up higher, I'm getting glare." He read for a minute, then looked up. Solito was on the phone, but Rhyme interrupted him. "Whatever happens at 3 today, if we can find where he's talking about, it's going to be a crime scene. I'll need someone to work it." "Good," Solito said. "I'll call Peretti, toss him a bone. I know his nose will be out of joint because we're tiptoeing around him." Rhyme grunted. "Did I ask for Peretti?" "But he's the IRD golden boy," Banks said. "I don't want him," Rhyme muttered. "There's somebody else I want." Solito and Banks exchanged glances. The older detective smiled, brushing pointlessly at his wrinkled shirt. "Whoever you want, Link, you got him. Remember, you're king for a day." Staring at the dim eye. T.J. Colfax, dark-haired refugee from the hills of eastern Tennessee, NYU business school grad, quick as a whip currency trader, had just swum out of a deep dream. Her tangled hair stuck to her cheeks, sweat crawling in veins down her face and neck and chest. She found herself looking into the black eye, a hole in a rusty pipe, about 6 inches across, from which a small access plate had been removed. She sucked mildewy air through her nose. Her mouth was still taped shut, tasting plastic, the hot adhesive, bitter. And John, she wondered. Where was he? Refusing to think about the loud crack she'd heard last night in the basement. She'd grown up in eastern Tennessee and knew what gunshots sounded like.
"Please,"
she prayed for her boss,
"let him be all right. Stay calm," she raged to herself. "You fucking start to cry again, you remember what happened."
In the basement, after the gunshot, she'd lost it completely, breaking down, sobbing in panic, and had nearly suffocated.
"Right. Calm. Look at the black eye in the pipe. Pretend it's winking at you. The eye of your guardian angel."
TJ sat on the floor, surrounded by 100 pipes and ducts and snakes of conduit and wires. Hotter than her brother's diner, hotter than the back seat of Jewel Whalen's Nova 10 years ago. Water dripped, stalactites drooped from the ancient girders above her head, a half-dozen tiny yellow bulbs with the only illumination. Above her head, directly above, was a sign. She couldn't read it clearly, though she caught the red border. At the end of whatever the message might have been was a fat exclamation point. She struggled once more, but the cuffs held her tight, pinching against the bone. From her throat rose a desperate cry, an animal's cry. But the thick tape on her mouth and the insistent churning of machinery swallowed up the sound. No one could have heard her. The black eye continued to stare.
"You'll save me, won't you?" she thought.
Suddenly the silence was broken by a clanging slam, an iron bell far away, like a ship's door slamming shut. The noise came from the hole in the pipe, from her friendly eye. She jerked the cuffs against the pipe and tried to stand, but she couldn't move more than a few inches.
"Okay, don't panic. Just relax. You'll be all right."
It was then that she happened to see the sign above her head. In her jockeying for slack, she'd straightened up slightly and moved her head to the side. This gave her an oblique view of the words.
"Oh, no. Oh, Jesus in my heart."
The tears began again. She imagined her mother, her hair pulled back from her round face, wearing her cornflower blue house dress, whispering,
"Be all right, honey love, don't you worry."
But she didn't believe the words. She believed what the sign said. "Extreme danger. Superheated steam under high pressure. Do not remove plate from pipe. Call Consolidated Edison for access. Extreme danger." The black eye gaped at her, the eye that opened into the heart of the steam pipe. It stared directly at the pink flesh of her chest. From somewhere deep inside the pipe came another clink of metal on metal. Workers hammering, tightening old joints. As Tammy Jean Colfax cried and cried, she heard another clink, then a distant groan, very faint. And it seemed to her, through her tears, that the black eye finally winked. Chapter 5. "Here's the situation," Lincoln Rhyme announced. "We've got a kidnapped victim and a 3 p.m. deadline." "No ransom demands," Solito supplemented Rhyme's synopsis, then turned aside to answer his chirping phone. "Jerry," Rhyme said to Banks, "brief them about the scene this morning." There were more people hovering in Lincoln Rhyme's dark room than in recent memory. Oh, after the accident, friends had sometimes stopped by unannounced. The odds were pretty good that Rhyme would be home, of course. But he'd discouraged that. And he'd stopped returning phone calls, too, growing more and more reclusive, drifting into solitude. He'd spend his hours writing his book, and when he was uninspired to write another one, reading. And when that grew tedious, there were rental movies and pay-per-view and music. And then he'd given up TV and the stereo and spent hours staring at the art prints the aide had dutifully taped up on the wall opposite the bed. Finally, they too had come down. Solitude. It was all he craved, and oh, how he missed it now. Pacing, looking tense, was compact Jim Poling. Lon Solito was the case officer, but an incident like this needed a captain on board, and Poling had volunteered for the job. The case was a time bomb and could nuke careers in a heartbeat, so the chief and the DEPCOMs were happy to have him intercept the flak. They'd be practicing the fine art of distancing, and when the Betacams rolled, their press conferences would be peppered with words like delegated and assigned and taking the advice of, and they'd be fast to glance at Poling when it came time to field the hardball questions. Rhyme couldn't imagine why any cop in the world would volunteer to head up a case like this one. But Poling was an odd one. The little man had pummeled his way through Midtown North Precinct as one of the city's most successful and notorious homicide detectives. Known for his bad temper, he'd gotten into serious trouble when he'd killed an unarmed suspect. But he'd managed, amazingly, to pull his career together by getting a conviction in the Shepard case, the cop serial killer case, the one in which Rhyme had been injured. Promoted to captain after that very public collar, Poling went through one of those embarrassing midlife changes, giving up blue jeans and Sears suits for Brooks Brothers. Today he wore navy blue Calvin Klein casual, and began his dogged climb toward a plush corner office high in one police plaza. Another officer leaned against a nearby table. Crew-cut, rangy Bo Howman was a captain and head of the Emergency Services Unit, NYPD's SWAT team. Banks finished his synopsis just as Solito pushed disconnect and folded his phone. "The Hardy boys." "Anything more on the cab?" Poling asked. "Nothing. They're still beating bushes." "Any sign she was fucking somebody she shouldn't have been?" Poling asked. "Maybe a psycho boyfriend?" "Nah, no boyfriends. Just dated a few guys casually. No stalkers, it looks like." "And still no ransom calls?" Rhyme asked. "Nope." The doorbell rang. Tom went to answer it. Rhyme looked toward the approaching voices. A moment later, the aide escorted a uniformed police officer up the stairs. She appeared very young from a distance, but as she drew closer, he could see she was probably 30 or so. She was tall and had that sullen, equine beauty of women gazing out from the pages of fashion magazines. We see others as we see ourselves, and since the accident, Lincoln Rhyme rarely thought of people in terms of their bodies. He observed her height, trim hips, fiery red hair. Somebody else would weigh those features and say, "What a knockout." But for Rhyme, that thought didn't occur to him. What did register was the look in her eyes. Not the surprise. Obviously, nobody had warned he was a crip, but something else. An expression he'd never seen before. It was as if his condition was putting her at ease. The exact opposite of how most people reacted. As she walked into the room, she was relaxing. "Officer Sachs?" Rhyme asked.
"Yes, sir,"
she said, catching herself just as she was about to extend a hand.
"Detective Rhyme?"
Solito introduced her to Poling and Howman. She'd know about the latter two by reputation, if nothing else, and now her eyes grew cautious once more. She took in the room, the dust, the gloominess, glanced at one of the art posters. It was partially unrolled, lying under a table. Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. The Lonely People in a Diner Late at Night. That one had been the last to come down. Rhyme briefly explained about the 3 p.m. deadline. Sachs nodded calmly, but Rhyme could see the flicker of what? Fear? Disgust in her eyes? Jerry Banks, fingers encumbered by a class ring but not a wedding band, was attracted immediately by the lamp of her beauty and offered her a particular smile. But Sachs's single glance in response made clear that no matches were being made here, and probably never would be. Poling said, "Maybe it's a trap. We find the place he's leading us to, walk in, and there's a bomb." "I doubt it," Solito said, shrugging. "Why go to all this trouble? If you want to kill cops, all you gotta do is find one and fucking shoot him." Awkward silence for a moment as Poling looked quickly from Solito to Rhyme. The collective thought registered that it was on the Shepherd case that Rhyme had been injured. But faux pas meant nothing to Lincoln Rhyme. He continued, "I agree with Lon, but I'd tell any search and surveillance or HRT teams to keep an eye out for ambush. Our boy seems to be writing his own rules." Sachs looked again at the poster of the Hopper painting. Rhyme followed her gaze. Maybe the people in the diner really weren't lonely, he reflected. Come to think of it, they all looked pretty damn content. "We've got 2 types of physical evidence here," Rhyme continued. "Standard PE, which the unsub didn't mean to leave behind. Hair, fibers, fingerprints, maybe blood, shoe prints. If we can find enough of it, and if we're lucky, that'll lead us to the primary crime scene. That's where he lives." "You're his hidey hole," Solito offered. "Something temporary." "A safe house," Rhyme mused, nodding. "Yeah, I bet you're right, Lon. He needs some place to operate out of." He continued. "Then there's the planted evidence. Apart from the scraps of paper, which tell us the time and date, we got the bolt, the wad of asbestos, and the sand." "The fucking scavenger hunt," Howman growled and ran a hand through his slick buzz cut. He looked just like the drill sergeant Rhyme recalled he'd been. "So I can tell Brass there's a chance of getting the Vic in time?" Poling asked. "I think so, yes." The captain made a call and wandered to the corner of the room as he talked. When he hung up, he grunted, "The mayor. The chief's with him. There's going to be a press conference in an hour. I got to be there to make sure their dicks are in their pants and their flies are zipped. Anything more I can tell the big boys?" Solito glanced at Rhyme, who shook his head. "Not yet," the detective said. Poling gave Solito his cellular phone number and left, literally jogging out the door. A moment later, a skinny, balding man in his 30s ambled up the stairs. Mel Cooper was as goofy-looking as ever, the nerdy neighbor in a sitcom. He was followed by 2 younger cops carrying a steamer trunk and 2 suitcases that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds each. The officers deposited their heavy loads and left. "Mel?" "Detective?" Cooper walked up to Rhyme and gripped his useless right hand. The only physical contact today with any of his guests, Rhyme noted. He and Cooper had worked together for years. With degrees in organic chemistry, math, and physics, Cooper was an expert both in identification, friction ridge prints, DNA, and forensic reconstruction, and in PE analysis. "How's the world's foremost criminalist?" Cooper asked him. Rhyme scoffed good-naturedly. The title had been bestowed on him by the press some years ago after the surprising news that the FBI had selected him, a city cop, as advisor in putting together PERT, their physical evidence response team. Not satisfied with forensic scientist or forensic specialist, reporters dubbed Rhyme a criminalist. The word had actually been around for years, first applied in the United States to the legendary Paul Leland Kirk, who ran the UC Berkeley School of Criminology. The school, the first in the country, had been founded by the even more legendary Chief August Vollmer. The handle had recently become chic. and when techs around the country sidled up to blondes at cocktail parties now, they described themselves as criminalists, not forensic scientists.
Everybody's nightmare, Cooper said. You get into a cab and turns out there's a psycho behind the wheel, and the whole world's watching the Big Apple because of that conference. Wondered if they might not bring you out of retirement for this one.
How's your mother? Rhyme asked.
Still complaining about every ache and pain. Still healthier than me.
Cooper lived with the elderly woman in the Queen's bungalow where he'd been born. His passion was ballroom dancing, the tango his specialty. Cop gossip being what it is, there'd been speculation around IRD as to the man's sexual preference. Rhyme had had no interest in his employees' personal lives, but had been as surprised as everyone else to finally meet Greta, Cooper's steady girlfriend, a stunning Scandinavian who taught advanced mathematics at Columbia. Cooper opened the large trunk, which was padded with velvet. He lifted out parts for 3 large microscopes and began assembling them.
Oh, house current.
He glanced at the outlets, disappointed. He pushed his metal-rimmed glasses up on his nose.
That's because it's a house, Mel. Yeah, I assumed you lived in a lab. Wouldn't have been surprised.
Rhyme stared at the instruments, gray and black, battered, similar to the ones he'd lived with for over 15 years. A standard compound microscope, a phase contrast scope, and a polarized light model. Cooper opened the suitcases, which contained a Mr. Wizard assortment of bottles and jars and scientific instruments. In a flash, words came back to Rhyme, words that had once been part of his daily vocabulary. EDTA vacuum blood collection tubes, acetic acid, orthotolidine, luminol reagent, magna brush, Ruman's purple phenomenon. The skinny man looked around the room.
Yeah, it looks just like your office used to, Lincoln. How do you find anything? Say, I need some room here.
Tom! Rhyme moved his head toward the least cluttered table. They moved aside magazines and papers and books, revealing a tabletop Rhyme had not seen in a year. Solito gazed at the crime scene report.
What do we call the unsub? We don't have a case number yet.
Rhyme glanced at Banks.
Pick a number, any number.
Banks suggested,
the page number. Well, the date, I mean.
Unsub 823, good as any. Solito jotted this on the report.
Excuse me? Detective Rhyme?
It was the patrol woman who'd spoken. Rhyme turned to her.
I was supposed to be at the big building at noon.
Cop talk for One Police Plaza.
Officer Sachs.
He'd forgotten about her momentarily.
You were first officer this morning at that homicide by the railroad tracks?
That's right. I took the call.
When she spoke to Tom.
I'm here, officer,
Rhyme reminded, sternly, barely controlling his temper.
Over here.
It infuriated him when people talked to him through others, through healthy people. Her head swiveled quickly, and he saw the lesson had been learned.
Yes, sir,
she said, a soft tone in her voice, but ice in her eyes.
I'm decommissioned. Just call me Lincoln.
Would you just get it over with, please?
How's that? He asked.
The reason why you brought me here. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. If you want a written apology, I'll do it. Only I'm late for my new assignment, and I haven't had a chance to call my commander.
Apology? Rhyme asked.
The thing is, I didn't have any real crime scene experience. I was sort of flying by the seat of my pants.
What are you talking about?
Stopping the trains and closing 11th Avenue. It was my fault the senator missed his speech in New Jersey, and that some of the senior UN people didn't make it in from Newark Airport in time for their meetings.
Rhyme was chuckling.
Do you know who I am?
Well, I've heard of you, of course. I thought you...
We're dead?
Rhyme asked.
No, I didn't mean that.
Though she had. She continued quickly.
We all used your book in the academy, but we don't hear about you. Personally, I mean.
She looked up at the wall and said stiffly,
In my judgment, as first officer, I thought it was best to stop the train and close the street to protect the scene, and that's what I did, sir.
Call me Lincoln. And you're... Your first name?
Amelia.
Amelia. After the aviatrix?
No, sir. A family name.
Amelia, I don't want an apology. You were right and Vince Peretti was wrong.
Solito stirred at this indiscretion, but Lincoln Rhyme didn't care. He was, after all, one of the few people in the world who could stay flat on his ass when the President of the United States himself walked into the room. He continued, Peretti worked the scene like the mayor was looking over his shoulder, and that's the #1 way to screw it up. He had too many people, he was dead wrong to let the trains and traffic move, and he should never have released the scene as early as he did. If we'd kept the tracks secure, who knows, he might have just found a credit card receipt with a name on it, or a big, beautiful thumbprint. That may be, Solito said delicately, but let's just keep it to ourselves, huh? Giving silent orders, his eyes swiveling toward Sachs and Cooper and young Jerry Banks. Rhyme snorted an irreverent laugh, then turned back to Sachs, whom he caught, like Banks that morning, staring at his legs and body under the apricot-covered blanket. He said to her, I asked you here to work the next crime scene for us. What? No speaking through interpreters this time. Work for us, he said shortly. The next crime scene. But, she laughed, I'm not IRD, I'm patrol. I've never done CS work. This is an unusual case, as Detective Solito himself will tell you. It's real weird, right, Lon? True, if it was a classic scene, I wouldn't want you, but we need a fresh pair of eyes on this one. She glanced at Solito, who said nothing. I'd be no good at it, I'm sure. All right, Rhyme said patiently. The truth? She nodded. I need somebody who's got the balls to stop a train in its tracks to protect a scene and to put up with the heat afterwards. Well, thank you for the opportunity, sir, Lincoln, but... Rhyme said shortly, Lon? Officer, the detective grunted to Sachs, you're not being given any options here. You've been assigned to this case to assist at the crime scene. Sir, I have to protest. I'm transferring out of patrol. Today. I've got a medical transfer, effective an hour ago. Medical? Rhyme inquired. She hesitated, glancing unwillingly at his legs again. I have arthritis. Do you? Rhyme asked. Chronic arthritis. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. She continued quickly. I only took that call this morning because someone was homesick. I didn't plan on it. Yes, well, I had other plans too, Lincoln Rhyme said. Now let's look at some evidence. Chapter 6. The Bolt. Remembering the classic crime scene rule, analyze the most unusual evidence first. Tom turned the plastic bag over and over in his hands as Rhyme studied the metal rod, half rusted, half not. Dull. Worn. You sure about the prints? You tried small particle reagent? That's the best for PE exposed to the elements. Yep, Mel Cooper confirmed. Tom, Rhyme ordered, get this hair out of my eyes. Comb it back. I told you to comb it back this morning. The aide sighed and brushed at the tangled black strands. Watch it, he whispered ominously to his boss, and Rhyme jerked his head dismissively, mussing his hair further. Amelia Sachs sat sullenly in the corner. Her legs rested under the chair in a sprinter's starting position, and sure enough, she looked like she was just waiting for the gun. Rhyme turned back to the Bolt. When he headed IRD, Rhyme had started assembling databases, like the Federal Auto Paint Chip Index or the BATF's tobacco files. He'd set up a bullet standards file, fibers, cloth, tires, shoes, tools, motor oil, transmission fluid. He'd spent hundreds of hours compiling lists, indexed and cross-referenced. Even during Rhyme's obsessive tenure, though, IRD had never gotten around to cataloging hardware. He wondered why not, and he was angry at himself for not taking the time to do it, and angrier still at Vince Peretti for not thinking of it either. We need to call every bolt manufacturer and jobber in the Northeast. No, in the country. Ask if they make a model like this and who they sell it to. Fax a description and picture of the bolt to our dispatchers at Communications. Well, hell, there could be 1 million of them, Banks said. Every Ace Hardware and Sears in the country. I don't think so, Rhyme responded. It's got to be a viable clue. He wouldn't have left it if it was useless. There's a limited source of these bolts, I betcha. Solito made a call and looked up a few minutes later. I got your dispatches, Lincoln. 4 of them. Where do we get a list of manufacturers?
Get a patrolman down to 42nd Street, Rhyme replied. Public library. They have corporate directories there. Until we get one, have the dispatcher start working through the business-to-business yellow pages.
Solito repeated this into the phone. Rhyme glanced at the clock. It was 1:30.
Now the asbestos.
For an instant, the word glowed in his mind. He felt a jolt, in places where no jolts could be felt. What was familiar about asbestos? Something he'd read or heard about, recently it seemed, though Lincoln Rhyme no longer trusted his sense of time. When you lie on your back, frozen in place month after month after month, time slows to near death. He might be thinking of something he'd read 2 years ago.
What do we know about asbestos? He mused.
No one answered, but that didn't matter. He answered himself, as he preferred to do anyway. Asbestos was a complex molecule, silicate polymer. It doesn't burn because, like glass, it's already oxidized. When he'd run crime scenes of old murders, working with forensic anthropologists and odontologists, Rhyme often found himself in asbestos-insulated buildings. He remembered the peculiar taste of the face masks they'd had to wear during the excavation. In fact, he now recalled, it had been during an asbestos removal cleanup at the City Hall's subway stop 3.5 years ago that crews found the body of one of the policemen murdered by Dan Shepard dumped in a generator room. As Rhyme had bent down over it slowly to lift the fiber from the officer's light blue blouse, he'd heard the crack and groan of the oak beam. The mask had probably saved him from choking to death on the dust and dirt that caved in around him.
Maybe he's got her at a cleanup site, Solito said. Could be, Rhyme agreed.
Solito ordered his young assistant,
call EPA and City Environmental. Find out if there are any sites with cleanups going on right now.
The detective made the call.
Bo, Rhyme asked Howman, you have teams to deploy? Ready to roll, the ESU commander confirmed. Though I gotta tell you, we got over half the force tied up with this UN thing. They're on loan to the Secret Service and UN security.
Got some EPA info here. Banks gestured to Howman, and they retired to a corner of the room. They moved aside several stacks of books. As Howman unfurled one of ESU's tactical maps of New York, something clattered to the floor. Banks jumped. Jesus! From the angle where he lay, Rhyme couldn't see what had fallen. Howman hesitated, then bent down and retrieved the bleached piece of spinal column and replaced it on the table. Rhyme felt several pairs of eyes on him, but he said nothing about the bone. Howman leaned over the map as Banks on the phone fed him information about asbestos cleanup sites. The commander marked them in grease pencil. There appeared to be a lot of them, scattered all over the 5 boroughs of the city. It was discouraging.
We have to narrow it down more. Let's see. The sand, Rhyme said to Cooper. Scope it. Tell me what you think.
Solito handed the evidence envelope to the tech, who poured the contents out onto an enamel examination tray. The glistening powder left a small cloud of dust. There was also a stone, worn smooth, which slid into the center of the pile. Lincoln Rhyme's throat caught. Not at what he saw. He didn't yet know what he was looking at, but at the flawed nerve impulse that shot from his brain and died halfway to his useless right arm, urging it to grab a pencil and to probe. The first time in a year or so he'd felt that urge. It nearly brought tears into his eyes, and his only solace was the memory of the tiny bottle of Seconal and the plastic bag that Dr. Berger carried with him, images that hovered like a saving angel over the room. He cleared his throat.
Print it.
What? Cooper asked.
The stone.
Solito looked at him inquiringly.
The rock doesn't belong there, Rhyme said. Apples and oranges. I want to know why. Print it.
Using porcelain-tipped forceps, Cooper picked up the stone and examined it. He slipped on goggles and hit the rock with a beam from a polylight, a power pack the size of a car battery with a light wand attached.
Nothing, Cooper said. VMD.
Vacuum metal deposition is the Cadillac of techniques for raising latent prints on non-porous surfaces. It evaporates gold or zinc in a vacuum chamber containing the object to be tested. The metal coats the latent print, making the whorls and peaks very visible. But Cooper didn't have a VMD with him. "What do you have?" asked Rhyme, not pleased. "Sedan black, stabilized physical developer, iodine, amido black, DFO, and gentian violet, magna brush." He'd also brought an anhydrine for raising prints on porous surfaces and a superglue frame for smooth surfaces. Rhyme recalled the stunning news that had swept the forensic community some years ago. A technician working in a U.S. Army forensic lab in Japan had used superglue to fix a broken camera and found to his amazement that the fumes from the adhesive raised latent fingerprints better than most chemicals made for that purpose. This was the method Cooper now used. With forceps, he set the rock in a small glass box and put a dab of glue on the hot plate inside. A few minutes later, he lifted the rock out. "We got something," he said. He dusted it with long-wavelength UV powder and hit it with the beam from the polylight wand. A print was clearly visible. Dead center. Cooper photographed it with Polaroid CU5, a 1:1 camera. He showed the picture to Rhyme. "Hold it closer." Rhyme squinted as he examined it. "Yes, he rolled it." Rolling prints, rocking a finger onto a surface, produced an impression different from one made by picking up an object. It was a subtle difference, in the width of the friction ridges at various points on the pattern, but one that Rhyme now recognized clearly. "And look, what's that?" he mused. "That line." There was a faint crescent mark above the print itself. "Yeah, it looks almost like—" "Yep," Rhyme said. "Her fingernail. You wouldn't normally get that, but I'll bet he tipped the stone just to make sure it got picked up. It left an oil impression like a friction ridge."
"Why would he do that?"
Sachs asked. Once more, miffed that nobody seemed to be picking up these points as fast as he was, Rhyme explained tersely, "He's telling us two things. First, he's making sure we know the victim's a woman, in case we didn't make the connection between her and the body this morning."
"Why do that?"
Banks asked. "To up the ante," Rhyme said. "Make us sweat more. He's let us know there's a woman at risk. He's evaluated the victims, just like we all do, even though we claim we don't." Rhyme happened to glance at Sachs's hands. He was surprised to see that for such a beautiful woman, her fingers were a mess. 4 ended in fleshy band-aids, and several others were chewed to the quick. The cuticle of one was caked with brown blood. He noticed, too, the red inflammation of the skin beneath her eyebrows, from plucking them, he assumed, and a scratch mark beside her ear. All self-destructive habits. There are a million ways to do yourself in besides pills and Armagnac. Rhyme announced, "The other thing he's telling us I already warned you about. He knows evidence. He's saying don't bother with regular forensic PE, I won't be leaving any. That's what he thinks, of course. But we'll find something. You bet we will." Suddenly Rhyme frowned. "The map! We need the map! Tom!" The aide blurted,
"What map?"
"You know what map I mean."
Tom sighed. "Not a clue, Lincoln."
Glancing out the window and speaking half to himself, Rhyme mused, "The railroad underpass, the bootleg tunnels and access doors, the asbestos, those are all old. He likes historical New York. I want the Randall map."
"Which is where?"
"The research files for my book. Where else?" Tom dug through folders and pulled out a photocopy of a long horizontal map of Manhattan.
"This?"
"That, yes!" It was the Randall Survey, drawn in 1811 for the commissioners of the city to plan out the grid of streets in Manhattan. The map had been printed horizontally, with Battery Park south to the left and Harlem north to the right. Laid out this way, the island resembled the body of a dog leaping, its narrow head lifted for an attack. "Pin it up there. Good." As the aide did, Rhyme blurted, "Tom, we're going to deputize you. Give him a shiny badge or something, Lon."
"Lincoln,"
he muttered. "We need you. Come on. Haven't you always wanted to be Sam Spade or Kojak?"
"Only Judy Garland,"
the aide replied. "Jessica Fletcher, then. You'll be writing the profile. Come on now, get out that Mont Blanc you're always letting stick vainly out of your shirt pocket." The young man rolled his eyes as he lifted his Parker pen and took a dusty yellow pad from a stack under one of the tables. "No, I've got a better idea," Rhyme announced. "Put up one of those posters, those art posters. Tape it up backwards and write on the back in marker. Write big now so I can see it." Tom selected a Monet lily pads and mounted it to the wall. On the top, the criminalist ordered, write unsub 823, then 4 columns, appearance, residence, vehicle, other. Beautiful. Now let's start. What do we know about him? Solito said, vehicle, he's got a yellow cab. Right, and under other, add that he knows CS, crime scene procedures. Which, Solito added, maybe means he's had his turn in a barrel.
How's that?
Tom asked. He might have a record, the detective explained. Banks said, should we add that he's armed with a .32 Colt? Fuck yes, his boss confirmed. Rhyme contributed, and he knows FRs.
What?
Tom asked. Friction ridges, fingerprints. That's what they are, you know, ridges on our hands and feet to give us traction. And put down that he's probably working out of a safe house. Yeah, good job, Tom. Look at him, he's a born law enforcer. Tom glowered and stepped away from the wall, brushing at his shirt, which had picked up a stringy cobweb from the wall. There we go, folks, Solito said. Our first look at Mr. 823. Rhyme turned to Mel Cooper. Now the sand. What can we tell about it? Cooper lifted the goggles onto his pale forehead. He poured a sample onto a slide and slipped it under the polarized light scope. He adjusted dials.
This is curious. No birefringence.
Polarizing microscopes show birefringence, the double refraction of crystals and fibers and some other materials. Seashore sand birefringes dramatically. So it isn't sand, Rhyme muttered. It's something ground up. Can you individuate it? Individuation, the goal of the criminalist. Most physical evidence can be identified, but even if you know what it is, there are usually hundreds or thousands of sources it might have come from. Individuated evidence is something that could have come from only one source, or a very limited number of sources. A fingerprint, a DNA profile, a paint chip that fits into a missing spot on the perp's car like a jigsaw puzzle piece.
Maybe, the tech responded, if I can figure out what it is.
Ground glass, Rhyme suggested. Glass is essentially melted sand, but the glass-making process alters the crystalline structure. You don't get birefringence with ground glass. Cooper examined the sample closely.
Nah, I don't think it's glass. I don't know what it is. I wish I had an EDX here.
A popular crime lab tool was a scanning electron microscope married into an energy-dispersive X-ray unit. It determined what elements were in trace samples found at crime scenes. Get him one, Rhyme ordered Solito, then looked around the room. We need more equipment. I want a vacuum metal fingerprint unit, too, and a GCMS. A gas chromatograph broke down substances into their component elements, and mass photospectrometry used light to identify each one of them. These instruments let criminalists test an unknown sample as small as 1/1,000,000th of a gram and compare it against a database of 100,000 known substances, cataloged by identity and name brand. Solito phoned the wish list into the CSU lab. But we can't wait for the fancy toys, Mel. You'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Tell me more about our phony sand.
It's mixed with a little dirt. There's loam, flecks of quartz, feldspar, and mica, but minimal leaf and decomposed plant fragments. Flecks here of what could be bentonite.
Bentonite. Rhyme was pleased. That's a volcanic ash that builders use in slurry when they're digging foundations in watery areas of the city where the bedrock's deep. It prevents cave-ins. So we're looking for a developed area that's on or near the water, probably south of 34th Street. North of that, the bedrock's much closer to the surface. They don't need slurry. Cooper moved the slide.
If I had a guess, I'd say this is mostly calcium. Oh, wait, something fibrous here.
The knob turned, and Rhyme would have paid anything to be looking through that eyepiece. Flashed back to all the evenings he'd spent with his face pressed against the gray sponge rubber, watching fibers or flecks of humus or blood cells or metal shavings swim into and out of focus.
Yeah, here's something else. A larger granule. 3 layers. One similar to horn, then 2 layers of calcium. Slightly different colors. The other one's translucent.
3 layers? Rhyme spat out angrily. Hell, it's a seashell. He felt furious with himself. He should have thought of that. "Yep, that's it." Cooper was nodding. "Oyster, I think." The oyster beds around the city were mostly off the coasts of Long Island and New Jersey. Rhyme had hoped that the unsub would limit the geographic area of the search to Manhattan, where the victim that morning was found. He muttered, "If he's opening up the whole metro area, the search will be hopeless." Cooper said, "I'm looking at something else. I think it's lime, but very old, granular." "Concrete, maybe?" Rhyme suggested. Possibly. I don't get the shells, then," Cooper added reflectively. "Around New York, the oyster beds are full of vegetation and mud. This is mixed with concrete, and there's virtually no vegetable matter at all." Rhyme barked suddenly. "Edges! What are the edges of the shell like, Mel?" The tech gazed into the eyepiece. "Fractured, not worn. This has been pulverized by dry pressure, not eroded by water." Rhyme's eyes slipped over the Randall map, scanning right and left, focusing on the leaping dog's rump. "Got it!" he cried. In 1913, F.W. Woolworth built the 60-story structure that still bears his name, terracotta-clad, covered with gargoyles and Gothic sculpture. For 16 years, it was the world's tallest building. Because the bedrock in that part of Manhattan was more than 100 feet below Broadway, workmen had to dig deep shafts to anchor the building. It wasn't long after the groundbreaking that workmen discovered the remains of Manhattan industrialist Talbot Soames, who'd been kidnapped in 1906. The man's body was found buried in a thick bed of what looked like white sand but was really ground oyster shells, a fact the tabloids had a heyday with, noting the obese tycoon's obsession with rich food. The shells were so common along the lower eastern tip of Manhattan they'd been used for landfill. They were what had given Pearl Street its name. "She's downtown somewhere," Rhyme announced. "Probably the east side, maybe near Pearl. She'll be underground about 5 to 15 feet down. Maybe a construction site, maybe a basement, an old building or tunnel." "Cross-check the EPA diagram, Jerry," Solito instructed. "Where they're doing asbestos cleanup." "Along Pearl? Nothing." The young officer held up the map he and Howman were working from. "There are 3 dozen cleanup sites in Midtown, Harlem, and the Bronx, but nothing downtown." Asbestos, Rhyme mused again. What was so familiar about it? It was 2:05 p.m. "Bo, we've got to move. Get your people down there and start a search. All the buildings along Pearl Street, Water Street too." "Man," the cop sighed. "That's beaucoup buildings." He started for the door. Rhyme said to Solito, "Lon, you'd better go too. This is going to be a photo finish. They'll need all the searches they can get. Amelia, I want you down there too."
"Look, I've been thinking."
"Officer," Solito snapped, "you got your orders." A faint glower crossed her beautiful face. Rhyme said to Cooper, "Mel, you drive over here in a bus?"
"An RIV,"
he answered. The city's big crime scene buses were large vans filled with instruments and evidence collection supplies, better equipped than the entire labs of many small towns. But when Rhyme was running IRD, he'd ordered smaller crime scene vehicles, station wagons basically, containing the essential collection and analysis equipment. The rapid response vehicles looked placid, but Rhyme had bullied transportation into getting them fitted with turbocharged police interceptor engines. They often beat patrol squad cars to the scene. On more than one occasion, the first officer was a seasoned crime scene tech, which is every prosecutor's dream. "Give Amelia the keys." Cooper handed them to Sachs, who stared briefly at Rhyme, then wheeled and hurried down the stairs. Even her footsteps sounded angry. "All right, Lon, what's on your mind?" Solito glanced at the empty hallway and walked up close to Rhyme. "You really want PD for this?" "PD?"
"I mean her. Sachs. PD's a nickname."
"For what?"
Don't say it around her. Ticks her off. Her dad was a beat cop for 40 years, so they call her the Portable's daughter."
"You don't think I should have picked her?"
"No, I don't. Why'd you want her?"
"Because she climbed down a 30-foot embankment so she wouldn't contaminate the scene. She closed a major avenue and an Amtrak line. That's initiative." Oh, come on, Link. I know a dozen CS cops that do something like that. Well, she's the one I wanted. And Rhyme gave Solito a grave look, reminding him subtly, but without debate, what the terms of this bargain had been. All I'll say is, the detective muttered, I just talked the polling. Peretti's fucking out of joint about being flanked, and if... No, I'll say, when the brass finds out somebody from patrol's walking the grid at the scene, there'll be fucking trouble. Probably, Rhyme said softly, gazing at the profile poster. But I have a feeling that's going to be the least of our trouble today. And he let his weary head ease back into the thick down pillow.
End of CD 2. CD 3.
Chapter 7. The station wagon raced toward the dark, sooty canyons of Wall Street, downtown New York. Amelia Sachs's fingers danced lightly on the steering wheel as she tried to imagine where T.J. Colfax might be held captive. Finding her seemed hopeless. The approaching financial district had never looked so enormous, so full of alleys, so filled with manholes and doorways and buildings peppered with black windows. So many places to hide a hostage. In her mind, she saw the hands sticking out of the grave beside the railroad tracks, the diamond rings sitting on the bloody bone of a finger. Sachs recognized the type of jewelry. She called them consolation rings. The sort lonely rich girls bought themselves. The sort she'd be wearing if she were rich. Speeding south, dodging bicycle messengers and cabs. Even on this glaring afternoon under a choked sun, this was a spooky part of town. The buildings cast grim shadows and were coated with grime dark as dried blood. Sachs took a turn at 40, skidding on the spongy asphalt, and punched the pedal to bring the station wagon back up to 60. Excellent engine, she thought, and decided to see how well the wagon handled at 70. Years before, while her old man slept, he worked the 3 to 11 watch usually. Teenage Amy Sachs would palm the keys to his Camaro and tell her mother Rose she was going shopping. Did she want anything from the Fort Hamilton pork store? And before her mother could say, "No, but you take the train, you're not driving," the girl would disappear out the door, fire up the car, and race west. Coming home 3 hours later, porkless, Amy would sneak up the stairs to be confronted by a mother frantic and angry who, to her daughter's amusement, would lecture her about the risks of getting pregnant and how that would ruin her chances to use her beautiful face to make $1 million at modeling. And when finally the woman learned that her daughter wasn't sleeping around but was merely driving 100 miles per hour on Long Island highways, she grew frantic and angry and would lecture the girl about smashing up her beautiful face and ruining her chances to make $1 million at modeling. Things grew even worse when she got her driver's license. Sachs now sliced between 2 double-parked trucks, hoping that neither a passenger nor a driver would open his door. In a Doppler whisper, she was past them. When you move, they can't get ya. Lon Solito kneaded his rotund face with blunt fingertips and paid no attention to the Indy 500 driving. He talked with his partner about the case like an accountant discussing a balance sheet. As for Banks, though, he was no longer stealing infatuated glances at Sachs's eyes and lips and had taken to checking the speedometer every minute or so. They skidded in a frantic turn past the Brooklyn Bridge. She thought again of the woman captive, picturing TJ's long, elegant nails while she tapped her own picked fingers on the wheel. She saw again in her mind the image that refused to go away. The white birch branch of a hand sticking up out of the moist grave. The single bloody bone. "He's kind of loony," she blurted suddenly to change the direction of her thoughts. "Oh," Solito asked. "Rhyme." Banks added, "Ask me. He looks like Howard Hughes's kid brother." "Yeah, well, that surprised me," the older detective admitted. "Wasn't looking too good. Used to be a handsome guy, but, well, you know, after what he's been through. How come if you drive like this, Sachs, you're reportable?" "Where I got assigned. They didn't ask, they told me." "Just like you did," she reflected.
Was he really as good as that?
Rhyme? Better. Most CSU guys in New York handle 200 bodies a year, tops. Rhyme did double that, even when he was running IRD. Take Peretti. Yeah, he's a good man, but he gets out once every 2 weeks or so and only on media cases. You're not hearing this from me, officer.
No, sir.
But Rhyme would run the scenes himself, and when he wasn't running scenes, he'd be out walking around.
Doing what?
Just walking around, looking at stuff. He'd walk miles, all over the city, buying things, picking up things, collecting things.
What kinds of things?
Evidence standards, dirt, food, magazines, hubcaps, shoes, medical books, drugs, plants, you name it, he'd find it and catalog it. You know, so when some PE came in, he'd have a better idea where the perp might have been or what he'd been doing. You'd page him, he'd be in Harlem or the Lower East Side or Hell's Kitchen.
Police in his blood?
Nah, father was some kind of scientist at a national laboratory or something.
Is that what Rhyme studied? Science?
Yeah, went to school at Champaign-Urbana, got a couple of fancy degrees, chemistry and history. Which I have no idea why, his folks are gone since I knew him. That'd be, hell, coming on 15 years now. And he doesn't have any brothers or sisters. He grew up in Illinois, that's why the name, Lincoln.
She wanted to ask if he was or had been married, but didn't. She settled for,
Is he really that much of a...
You can say it, officer.
a shit?
Banks laughed.
Solito said, My ma had this expression. She said somebody was of a mind. Well, that describes Rhyme. He's of a mind. One time this dumbass tech sprayed luminol, that's a blood reagent, on a fingerprint instead of an anhydrant. Ruined the print. Rhyme fired him on the spot. Another time a cop took a leak at the scene and flushed the toilet. Man, Rhyme went ballistic, told him to get his ass down to the basement and bring back whatever was in the sewer trap.
Solito laughed.
The cop, he had rank. He said, I'm not doing that, I'm a lieutenant. And Rhyme said, got news, you're a plumber now. I could go on and on. Fuck, officer, you doing 80?
They streaked past the big building, and she thought achingly,
That's where I ought to be right now. Meeting fellow information officers, sitting through the training session, soaking up the air conditioning.
She steered expertly around a taxi that was oozing through a red light. Jesus, this is hot. Dust hot, stink hot, gas hot. The ugly hours of the city. Tempers spurted like gray water shooting from hydrants up in Harlem. 2 Christmases ago, she and her boyfriend had an abbreviated holiday celebration from 11 p.m. to midnight, the only mutual free time their watches allowed, in the 4-degree night. She and Nick, sitting at Rockefeller Center, outside near the skating rink, drinking coffee and brandy. They'd agreed they'd rather have a week of cold than a single hot August day. Finally, streaking down Pearl, she spotted Howman's command post. Leaving 8-foot skid marks, Sachs put the RRV into a slot between his car and an EMS bus.
Damn, you drive good.
Solito climbed out. For some reason, Sachs was delighted to notice Jerry Banks's sweaty fingerprints remained prominently on the window when he pushed the rear door open. EMS officers in patrol uniforms were everywhere, 50 or 60 of them, and more were on their way. It seemed as if the entire attention of Police Plaza was focused on downtown New York. Sachs found herself thinking idly that if anybody wanted to try an assassination or to take over Gracie Mansion or a consulate, this would be the time to do it. Howman trotted up to the station wagon. He said to Solito,
We're doing door-to-door, seeing about construction along Pearl. Nobody knows anything about asbestos work. Nobody's heard any calls for help.
Sachs started to climb out, but Howman said,
No, officer. Your orders is to stay here with the CS vehicle.
She got out anyway.
Yes, sir? Who exactly said that?
Detective Rhyme. I just talked to him. You're supposed to call into Central when you're at the CP.
Howman was walking away. Solito and Banks hurried toward the command post.
Detective Solito?
Sachs called. He turned.
She said, Excuse me, Detective. The thing is, who's my watch commander? Who am I reporting to?
He said shortly,
You're reporting to Rhyme.
She laughed.
But I can't be reporting to him.
Solito gazed at her blankly.
I mean, aren't there liability issues or something? Jurisdiction? He's a civilian. I need somebody, a shield, to report to.
Solito said evenly, "Officer, listen up. We're all reporting to Lincoln Rhyme. I don't care whether he's a civilian or he's the chief or he's the fucking Cape Crusader. Got that?
But
you want to complain, do it in writing and do it tomorrow." And he was gone. Sachs stared after him for a moment, then returned to the front seat of the wagon and called in to Central that she was 1084 at the scene, awaiting instructions. She laughed grimly as the woman reported,
10-4, portable 5885. Be advised, Detective Rhyme will be in touch shortly, K.
Detective Rhyme. 10-4, K, Sachs responded and looked in the back of the wagon, wondering idly what was in the black suitcases. 2:40 p.m. The phone rang in Rhyme's townhouse. Tom answered.
It's a dispatcher from headquarters.
Put him through. The speakerphone burst to life.
Detective Rhyme, you don't remember me, but I worked at IRD when you were there. Civilian. Did phone detail and Emma Rollins.
Of course. How are the youngsters, Emma? Rhyme had a memory of a large, cheerful black woman supporting 5 children with 2 jobs. He recalled her blunt fingers stabbing buttons so hard she actually once broke one of the government-issued phones.
Jeremy's starting college in a couple weeks, and Dora's still acting. I think she is. Little one's doing just fine.
Lon Solito recruited you, did he?
No, sir. I heard you were working on a case, and I booted some child back to 911. Emma's taking this job, I told her.
What do you got for us?
We're working out of a directory of companies making bolts, and a book that lists places wholesaling them. Here's what we found. It was the letters that did it. The one stamped on a bolt, the CE. They're made special for Con Ed.
Hell, of course.
They're marked that way because they're different size than most bolts that this company sells. 15/16 of an inch, and a lot more threads than most other bolts. That'd be Michigan Tool and Die in Detroit. They use them in old pipes only in New York. One's made 60, 70 years ago. The way the parts of pipe fit together, they have to be real close seals. Fit closer than a bride and groom on their wedding night's what the man told me, trying to make me blush.
Emma, I love you. You stay on call, will you?
You bet I will.
Tom! Rhyme shouted. This phone isn't gonna work. I need to make calls myself. That voice activation thing in the computer. Can I use it?
You never ordered it.
I didn't?
No.
Well, I need it.
Well, we don't have it.
Do something. I want to be able to make calls.
I think there's a manual ECU somewhere.
Tom dug through a box against the wall. He found a small electronic console and plugged one end into the phone and the other into a stock control that mounted next to Rhyme's cheek. That's too awkward.
Well, it's all we've got. If we'd hooked up the infrared above your eyebrow like I suggested, you could have been making phone sex calls for the past 2 years.
Too many fucking wires, Rhyme spat out. His neck spasmed suddenly and knocked the controller out of reach. Fuck! Suddenly, this minute task, not to mention their mission, seemed impossible to Lincoln Rhyme. He was exhausted, his neck hurt, his head, his eyes particularly. They stung, and this was more painful to him. He felt a chip of urge to rub the backs of his fingers across his closed lids. A tiny gesture of relief, something the rest of the world did every day. Tom replaced the joystick. Rhyme summoned patience from somewhere and asked his aide, "How does it work?"
There's the screen. See it on the controller? Just move the stick till it's on a number, wait 1 second, and it's programmed in. Then do the next number the same way. When you've got all 7, push the stick here to dial.
He snapped. It's not working.
Just practice.
We don't have time.
Tom snarled. I've been answering the phone for you way too long.
All right, Rhyme said, lowering his voice, his way of apology. I'll practice later. Could you please get me Con Ed? And I need to speak to a supervisor. The rope hurt, and the cuffs hurt, but it was the noise that scared her the most. Tammy Jean Colfax felt all the sweat in her body run down her face and chest and arms as she struggled to saw the handcuff links back and forth on the rusty bolt. Her wrists were numb, but it seemed to her that she was wearing through some of the chain. She paused, exhausted, and twitched her arms this way and that to keep a cramp at bay. She listened again. It was, she thought, the sound of workmen tightening bolts and hammering parts into place. Final taps of hammers. She imagined they were just finishing up their job on the pipe and thinking of going home.
"Don't go," she cried to herself. "Don't leave me."
As long as the men were there working, she was safe. A final bang, then ringing silence.
"Get out of there, girl. Go on." "Mama."
TJ cried for several minutes, thinking of her family back in eastern Tennessee. Her nostrils clogged, but as she began to choke, she blew her nose violently, felt an explosion of tears and mucus. Then she was breathing again. It gave her confidence, strength. She began to saw once more.
"I appreciate the urgency, Detective, but I don't know how I can help you. We use bolts all over the city. Oil lines, gas lines."
"All right," Rhyme said tersely, and asked the Con Ed supervisor at the company's headquarters on 14th Street, "Do you insulate wiring with asbestos?" A hesitation.
"We've cleaned up 90% of that," the woman said defensively. 95.
People could be so irritating. "I understand that. I just need to know if there's still any asbestos used for insulation."
"No," she said adamantly. "Well, never for electricity. Just the steam, and that's the smallest percentage of our service."
Steam. It was the least known and the scariest of the city's utilities. Con Ed heated water to 1,000 degrees, then shot it through a 100-mile network of pipes running under Manhattan. The blistering steam itself was superheated, about 380 degrees, and rocketed through the city at 75 miles an hour. Rhyme now recalled an article in the paper. "Didn't you have a break in the line last week?"
"Yes, sir, but there was no asbestos leak. That site had been cleaned years ago."
"But there is asbestos around some of your pipes in the system downtown." She hesitated.
"Well..."
"Where was the break?" Rhyme continued quickly.
"Broadway, a block north of Chambers."
"Wasn't there an article in the Times about it?"
"I don't know. Maybe, yes."
"And did the article mention asbestos?"
"Well, it did," she admitted, "but it just said that in the past asbestos contamination had been a problem."
"The pipe that broke, was it... Does it cross Pearl Street, farther south?"
"Well, let me see. Yes, it does, at Hanover Street on the north side."
He pictured T.J. Colfax, the woman with the thin fingers and long nails, about to die. "And the steam's going back on at 3?
"That's right. Any minute now."
"It can't!" Rhyme shouted. "Somebody's tampered with the line. You can't turn that steam back on." Cooper looked up uneasily from his microscope. The supervisor said,
"Well, I don't know."
Rhyme barked at Tom. "Call Lon. Tell him she's in a basement at Hanover and Pearl, the north side." He told him about the steam. "Get the fire department there, too. Heat protective outfits." Rhyme shouted into the speakerphone, "Call the work crews, now! They can't turn that steam back on! They can't!" He repeated the words absently, detesting his exquisite imagination, which showed, in an endless loop, the woman's flesh growing pink, then red, then splitting apart under the fierce clouds of sputtering white steam. In the station wagon, the radio crackled. It was 3 minutes to 3 by Sax's watch. She answered the call.
"Portable 5885K.
"Forget the officialese, Amelia," Rhyme said. "We don't have time. We think we know where she is, Hanover and Pearl." She glanced over her shoulder and saw dozens of ESU officers running flat out toward an old building.
"Do you want me to..."
"They'll look for her. You have to get ready to work the scene."
"But I can help."
"No. I want you to go to the back of the station wagon. There's a suitcase in it labeled 02. Take it with you. And in a small black case there's a polylight. You saw one in my room. Mel was using it. Take that, too. In the suitcase marked 03, you'll find a headset and stock mic. Plug it into your Motorola and get over to the building where the officers are. Call me back when you're rigged. Channel 37. I'll be on a landline, but you'll be patched through to me." Channel 37. The Special Ops citywide frequency. The priority frequency.
"What?"
she asked, but the dead radio did not respond. She had a long black halogen flashlight on her utility belt, so she left the bulky 12-volter in the back of the wagon and grabbed the polylight and the heavy suitcase. They must have weighed 50 pounds.
"Just what my damn joints need."
She adjusted her grip and, teeth clamped together against the pane, hurried toward the intersection. Solito, breathless, ran to the building. Banks joined them. "Yeah?" the older detective asked. Sachs nodded.
This is it?
She asked. Solito nodded toward the alley. "Yeah, you had to take her in this way. The lobby's got a guard station." They now trotted down the shadowy cobblestoned canyon, steaming hot, smelling of piss and garbage. Battered blue dumpsters sat nearby. "There!" Solito shouted. "Those doors!" The cops fanned out, running. 3 of the 4 doors were locked tight from the inside. The 4th had been jimmied open and was now chained shut. The chain and lock were new. "That's it!" Solito reached for the door, hesitated, thinking probably about fingerprints. Then he grabbed the handle and yanked. It opened a few inches, but the chain held tight. He sent 3 of the uniforms around to the front to get into the basement from the inside. 1 cop worked a cobblestone loose from the alley floor and began pounding on the door handle. A half-dozen blows, a dozen. He winced as his hand struck the door. Blood gushed from a torn finger. A fireman ran up with a Halligan tool, a combination pickaxe and crowbar. He rammed the end into the chain and ripped the padlock open. Solito looked at Sachs expectantly. She gazed back. "Well, go, officer!" he barked.
What?
"Didn't he tell you?"
Who?
"Rhyme!"
Hell, she'd forgotten to plug in the headset. She fumbled it, finally got it plugged in. Heard,
"Amelia, where—"
I'm here.
"Are you at the building?"
Yes.
"Go inside. They shut the steam off, but I don't know if it was in time. Take a medic and 1 ESU trooper. Go to the boiler room. You'll probably see her right away, the Colfax woman. Walk to her, but not directly, not in a straight line from the door to her. I don't want you to disturb any footprints he might have left, understand?"
Yes.
She nodded emphatically, not thinking that he couldn't see her. Gesturing the medic and an emergency services trooper after her, Sachs stepped forward into the murky corridor. Shadows everywhere, the groan of machinery, dripping water.
"Amelia," Rhyme said.
Yes.
"We were talking about ambush before, but from what I know about him now, I don't think that's the case. He's not there, Amelia. That'd be illogical. But keep your shooting hand free."
Illogical.
Okay.
"Now go! Fast!"
Chapter 8. A murky cavern. Hot, black, damp. The 3 of them moved quickly down the filthy hallway toward the only doorway Sachs could see. A sign said boiler room. She was behind the ESU officer, who wore full body armor and helmet. The medic was in the rear. Her right knuckles and shoulder throbbed from the weight of the suitcase. She shifted it to her left hand, nearly dropped it, and readjusted her grip. They continued to the door. There, the SWAT officer pushed inside and swung his machine gun around the dimly lit room. A flashlight was attached to the barrel, and it cast a line of pale light in the shreds of steam. Sachs smelled moisture, mold, and another scent. Loathsome. Click.
"Amelia?"
The staticky burst of Rhyme's voice scared the absolute hell out of her.
"Where are you, Amelia?"
With a shaking hand, she turned down the volume.
Inside,
She gasped.
"Is she alive?"
Sachs rocked on her feet, staring at the sight. She squinted, not sure at first what she was seeing. Then she understood.
Oh no.
Whispering, feeling the nausea. The sickening boiled meat smell wafted around her. But that wasn't the worst of it. Neither was the sight of the woman's skin, bright red, almost orange, peeling off in huge scales. The face, completely stripped of skin. No, what brought the dread home was the angle of T.J. Colfax's body, the impossible twisting of her limbs and torso as she'd tried to get away from the spray of ravaging heat.
"He hoped the Vic was dead, for his sake." "Is she alive?" Rhyme repeated.
No.
Sachs whispered.
I don't see how... No.
"Is the room secure?"
Sachs glanced at the officer who'd heard the transmission and nodded.
Scene secure.
Rhyme told her,
"I want the ESU trooper out. Then you and the medic go check on her." Sachs gagged once on the smell and forced herself to control the reflex. She and the medic walked in an oblique path to the pipe. He bent unemotionally forward and felt the woman's neck. He shook his head. "Amelia?" Rhyme asked. Her second body in the line of duty, both in one day. The medic said, "DCDS." Sachs nodded, said formally into the mic, "We have a deceased, confirmed dead at the scene." "Scalded to death?" Rhyme asked. "Looks like it." "Tied to the wall?" "A pipe. Handcuffed. Hands behind. Feet tied with clothesline, duct tape, gag. He opened the steam pipe. She was only a couple of feet from it." God. Rhyme continued, "Back the medic out the way you came, to the door. Watch where you put your feet." She did this, staring at the body. How could the skin be so red? Like a boiled crab shell. "All right, Amelia, you're going to work the scene. Open the suitcase." She said nothing, kept staring. "Amelia, are you at the door? Amelia?" "What?" she shouted. "Are you at the door?" His voice was so fucking calm. So different from the snide, demanding voice of the man she remembered in the bedroom. Calm and something else. She didn't know what. "Yes, I'm at the door. You know, this is crazy." "Utterly insane," Rhyme agreed, almost cheerfully. "Is the suitcase open?" She flipped up the lid and glanced inside. Pliers and forceps, a flex mirror on a handle, cotton balls, eyedroppers, pinking shears, pipettes, spatulas, scalpels. What is all this? A dustbuster, cheesecloth, envelopes, sifting screens, brushes, scissors, plastic and paper bags, metal cans, bottles, 5% nitric acid, ninhydrin, silicone, iodide, friction ridge printing supplies. Impossible. Into the mic she said, I don't think you believed me, Detective. I really don't know anything about CS work." Eyes on the woman's ruined body. Water dripped off her peeled nose. A bit of white bone showed through the cheek, and her face was drawn into an anguished grin, just like the Vic that morning. "I believed you, Amelia," he said dismissively. "Now the case is open." He was calm, and he sounded... what? Yes, that was the tone. Seductive. He sounded like a lover. I hate him, she thought. It's wrong to hate a cripple, but I fucking hate him. "You're in the basement, right?" "Yes, sir." "Listen, you've got to call me Lincoln. We're going to know each other very well by the time this is over." Which is going to be about 60 minutes, tops. "You'll find some rubber bands in the suitcase, if I'm not mistaken." "I see some." "Put them around your shoes, where the ball of your foot is. If there's any confusion as to footprints, you'll know which ones are yours." "Okay, done." "Take some evidence bags and envelopes. Put a dozen of each in your pocket. Can you use chopsticks?" "What did you say?" "You live in the city, right? You ever go to Mott Street for General Tso's chicken, cold noodles with sesame paste?" Her gorge rose at the talk of food. She refused to glance at the woman dangling in front of her. "I can use chopsticks," she said icily. "Look in the suitcase. I'm not sure you'll find them. They kept them there when I was running scenes." "I don't see any." "Well, you find some pencils. Put those in your pocket. Now you're going to walk a grid. Cover every inch. Are you ready?" "Yes." "First tell me what you see." "One big room, maybe 20 by 30, full of rusted pipes, cracked concrete floor. Walls are brick. Mold." "Any boxes? Anything on the floor?" "No, it's empty. Except for the pipes, oil tanks, the boiler. There's the sand, the shells, a pile of it spilling out of a crack in the wall. And there's some gray stuff, too." "Stuff?" He jumped. "I don't recognize that word. What's stuff?" A burst of anger tore through her. She calmed and said, "It's the asbestos, but not wadded up like this morning. It's in crumbling sheets." "Good. Now the first sweep. You're looking for footprints and any staged clues that he's left for us." "You think he left more?" "Oh, I'll betcha," Rhyme said. "Put on the goggles and use the polylight. Keep it low. Grid the room, every inch. Get going. You know how to walk a grid?" "Yes." "How?" She bristled. "I don't need to be tested." "Ah, humor me. How?"
Back and forth in one direction, then back and forth in the perpendicular direction.
Each step no more than 1 foot in length. She hadn't known that.
I know,
she said. Go ahead.
The polylight flashed on with an eerie, otherworldly glow. She knew it was something called an ALS, alternative light source, and that it made fingerprints and semen and blood and some shoe prints fluoresce. The brilliant bile-green light made shadows dance and jump, and more than once she nearly drew down on a dark form that turned out to be a mere phantom of darkness. "Amelia?" Rhyme's voice was sharp. She jumped again.
Yes? What?
"Do you see any footprints?" She continued to stare at the floor.
No. I see streaks in the dust, or something."
She cringed at the careless word, but Rhyme, unlike Peretti that morning, paid no attention. He said, "So, he swept up afterwards." She was surprised.
"Yeah, that's it. Broom marks. How'd you know?"
Rhyme laughed, a jarring sound to Sachs in this rank tomb, and he said, "He was smart enough to cover his tracks this morning. No reason to stop now. Oh, he's good, this boy is. But we're good, too. Keep going." Sachs bent over, her joints on fire, and began the search. She covered every square foot of the floor.
"Nothing here. Nothing at all."
He picked up on the note of finality in her voice.
"You've only just started, Amelia. Crime scenes are three-dimensional. Remember that. What you mean is there's nothing on the floor. Now search the walls. Start with the spot farthest away from the steam and cover every inch."
She slowly circled the horrible marionette in the center of the room. She thought of a maypole game she'd played at some Brooklyn street fest when she was 6 or 7, as her father proudly took home movies. Circling slowly. It was an empty room, and yet there were 1,000 different places to search. Hopeless. Impossible. But it wasn't. On a ledge, about 6 feet above the floor, she found the next set of clues. She barked a fast laugh.
"Got something here."
"In a cluster?"
"Yes, a big splinter of dark wood."
"Chopsticks," he said.
"What?"
she asked.
"The pencils. Use them to pick it up. Is it wet?"
"Everything in here's wet."
Sure, it would be. The steam. Put it in a paper evidence bag. Plastic keeps the moisture in, and in this heat, bacteria will destroy the trace evidence. What else is there?" he asked eagerly.
I don't know. Hairs, I think. Short, trimmed, a little pile of them."
"Loose or attached to skin?"
"Loose."
"There's a roll of 2-inch tape in the suitcase. 3M. Pick 'em up with that."
Sachs lifted most of the hairs, placed them in a paper envelope. She studied the ledge around the hairs.
"I see some stains. Looks like rust or blood."
She thought to hit the spot with polylight.
"They're fluorescing."
"Can you do a presumptive blood test?"
"No."
Let's just assume it's blood. Could it be the victim's?"
"Doesn't seem to be. It's too far away and there's no trail to her body."
"Does it lead anywhere?"
"Looks like it. To a brick in the wall. It's loose. No prints on it. I'm going to move it aside. Oh, Jesus."
Sachs gasped and stumbled back a foot or two, nearly fell.
"What?"
Rhyme asked. She eased forward, staring in disbelief.
"Amelia, talk to me."
"It's a bone. A bloody bone."
"Human?"
"I don't know," she answered. "How would I don't know."
"Recent kill?"
"Looks like it. About 2 inches long and 2 in diameter. There's blood and flesh on it. It's been sawn off." Jesus, who the fuck could do something?
"Don't get rattled."
"What if he got it from another victim?"
"Then we'd better find him pretty damn soon, Amelia. Bag it. Plastic for the bone."
As she did this, he asked, "Any other stage clues?" He sounded concerned.
"No."
"That's all? Hairs, a bone, and a splinter of wood? You're not making it very easy, is he?"
"Should I bring it back to your office?"
Rhyme was laughing.
"Yeah, he'd like us to call it quits. But no, we're not through yet. Let's find out a little more about Unsub 823.
"But there's nothing here."
"Oh, yes there is, Amelia. There's his address and his phone number and his description and his hopes and aspirations. They're all around you."
She was furious at his professor's tone and remained silent.
"You have the flashlight?"
I've got my issue halogen.
No, he grumbled. Issue lights are too narrow. You need the 12-volt broad beam.
Well, I didn't bring it, she snapped. Should I go back and get it?
No time. Check out the pipes. She searched for 10 minutes, climbing up to the ceiling, and with the powerful light she illuminated spots that perhaps hadn't been lit in 50 years.
No, I don't see a thing.
Go back to the door. Hurry. She hesitated and returned.
Okay, I'm here.
Now, close your eyes. What do you smell?
Smell? Did you say smell?
Was he crazy? Always smell the air at a crime scene. It can tell you 100 things. She kept her eyes wide and breathed in. She said,
Well, I don't know what I smell.
That's not an acceptable answer. She exhaled in exasperation and hoped the hiss was coming through his telephone loud and clear. She jammed her lids closed, inhaled, fought the nausea again.
Mold, mustiness, the smell of hot water from the steam.
You don't know where it's from. Just describe it.
Hot water. The woman's perfume.
Are you sure it's hers?
Well, no.
Are you wearing any?
No.
How about aftershave, the medic, the ESU officer?
I don't think so, no.
Describe it.
Dry, like gin.
Take a guess. Man's aftershave or woman's perfume? What had Nick worn? Arid extra dry.
I don't know, she said. Man's.
Walk to the body. She glanced once at the pipe, then down to the floor. Do it, Lincoln Rhymes said. She did. The peeling skin was like black and red birch. Smell her neck.
It's all... I mean, there isn't much skin left.
I'm sorry, Amelia, but you have to do it. We have to see if it's her perfume. She did. Inhaled. Gagged. Nearly vomited.
I'm gonna puke, she thought. Just like Nick and me that night at Poncho's. Done in by those damn frozen daiquiris. 2 hard-ass cops, swinging down sissy drinks with blue plastic swordfish swimming in them.
Do you smell the perfume? Here it comes. Gagging again. No. No. She closed her eyes, concentrated on her aching joints. The most painful one, her knee. And miraculously, the wave of nausea passed.
It's not her perfume.
Good. So, maybe our boy's vain enough to wear a lot of aftershave. That could be a social class indicator. Or maybe he wants to cover up some of the smell he might have left. Garlic, cigars, fish, whiskey, we'll have to see. Now, Amelia, listen carefully.
What?
I want you to be him.
Oh, psycho shit. Just what I need. I really don't think we have time for this.
There's never enough time in crime scene work, Rhyme continued soothingly. But that doesn't stop us. Just get into his head. You've been thinking the way we think. I want you to think the way he does.
Well, how do I do that?
Use your imagination. That's why God gave us one. Now, you're him. You've got her cuffed and gagged. You take her into the room there. You cuff her to the pipe. You scare her. You're enjoying this.
How do you know he's enjoying it?
You're enjoying it, not him. How do I know? Because nobody goes to this much trouble to do something they don't enjoy. Now, you know your way around. You've been here before.
Why do you think that?
You had to check it out earlier, to find a deserted place with a feeder pipe from the steam system, and to get the clues he left by the train tracks. Sachs was mesmerized by his fluid, low voice. She forgot completely that his body was destroyed.
Oh, right.
You take the steam pipe cover off. What are you thinking?
I don't know. That I want to get it over with. Get out.
But the words were hardly out of her mouth before she thought, wrong. And she wasn't surprised when she heard Rhyme's tongue click in her headset. Do you really? He asked.
No. I want to make it last.
Yes. I think that's exactly what you want. You're thinking about what the steam will do to her. What else do you feel? A thought formed in her mind. Vague. She saw the woman screaming, crying, calling for help.
saw something else, someone else. Him, she thought. Unsub 823. But what about him? She was close to understanding. What? What? But suddenly the thought vanished, gone. "I don't know," she whispered. "Do you feel any urgency, or are you pretty cool about what you're doing?" "I'm in a hurry. I have to leave. The cops could be here at any minute, but I still—" "What?" "Shh," she ordered, and scanned the room again, looking for whatever had put the seed of the vanished thought in her mind. The room was swimming, a black, starry night, swirls of darkness and distant, jaundiced lights. "Oh, Lord, don't let me faint." Maybe he... There. That's it. Sax's eyes were following the steam pipe. She was looking at another access plate in a shadowy alcove of the room. It would have been a better hiding place for the girl. You couldn't see it from the doorway if you were walking past, and the second plate only had 4 bolts on it, not 8 like the one he chose. Why not that pipe? Then she understood. He doesn't want... I don't want to leave just yet because I want to keep an eye on her. Why do you think that? He inquired, echoing her own words just moments before. There's another pipe I could have chained her to, but I picked the one that was in the open. So you could see her? I think so. Why? Maybe to make sure she can't get away. Maybe to make sure the gag's tight. I don't know. Good, Amelia. But what does it mean? How can we use that fact? Sax looked around the room for the place where he'd have the best view of the girl without being seen. It turned out to be a shadowy spot between 2 large heating oil tanks. Yes, she said excitedly, looking at the floor. He was here. Forgetting the role playing, he swept up. She scanned the area with the bile glow of the polylite wand. No footprints, she said, disappointed. But as she lifted the light to shut it off, a smudge glowed on one of the tanks. I've got a print, she announced. A print? You get a better view of the girl if you lean forward and support yourself on a tank. That's what he did, I'm sure. Only, it's weird, Lincoln. It's deformed. His hand. She shivered at the monstrous palm. In the suitcase, there's an aerosol bottle labeled DFO. It's a fluorescent stain. Spray that on the print, hit the polylite, and shoot the image with the 1-to-1 Polaroid. She told him when she'd finished this, and he said, Now dust-bust the floor between the tanks. If we're lucky, he scratched off a hair or chewed a fingernail. My habits, Sax thought. It was one of the things that had finally ruined her modeling career. The bloody nail, the worried eyebrow. She'd tried and tried and tried to stop. Finally gave up, discouraged, bewildered that a tiny habit could change the direction of your life so dramatically. Bag the vacuum filter. In paper? Yes, paper. Now the body, Amelia. What? Well, you've got to process the body. Her heart sank. Oh, somebody else, please. Have somebody else do it. She said, Not until the ME's finished. That's the rule. No rules today, Amelia. We're making up our own. The medical examiner will get her after us. Sax approached the woman. You know the routine? Yes. She stepped close to the destroyed body. Then froze, hands inches from the victim's skin. I can't do it. She shuddered, told herself to keep going, but she couldn't. The muscles weren't responding. Sax, you there? She couldn't answer. I can't do this. It was as simple as that. Impossible. I can't. Sax. And then she looked into herself and somehow saw her father, in uniform, stooping low on the hot-pitted sidewalk of West 42nd Street, sliding his arm around a scabby drunk to help him home. Then was seeing her Nick as he laughed and drank beer in a Bronx tavern with a hijacker who'd kill him in a second if he knew the young cop was working undercover. The 2 men in her life doing what they had to do. Amelia? These 2 images bobbed in her thoughts, and why they calmed her, or where that calm came from, she couldn't begin to guess. I'm here, she said to Lincoln Rhyme, and went about her business as she'd been taught. taking the nail scrapings, combing the hair, pubic and head, telling Rhyme what she did as she did it, ignoring the dull orbs of eyes, ignoring the crimson flesh, trying to ignore the smell. "Get her clothing," Rhyme said. "Cut off everything. Put a sheet of newsprint under them first to pick up any trace that falls off."
Should I check the pockets?
"No, we'll do that here. Wrap them up in the paper." Sachs cut the blouse and skirt off, the panties. She reached out for what she thought was the woman's bra, dangling from her chest. It felt curious, disintegrating in her fingers. Then, like a slap, she realized what she held, and she gave a short scream. It wasn't cloth, it was skin. "Amelia, you all right?"
Yes.
She gasped.
I'm fine.
"Describe the restraints."
Duct tape for the gag, 2 inches wide, standard issue cuffs for hands, clothesline for the feet.
"Polly light her body. He might have touched her with his bare hands. Look for prints." She did.
Nothing.
"Okay, now, cut the clothesline, but not through the knot. Bag it, in plastic." Sachs did, then Ryan said, "We need the cuffs."
Okay, I've got a cuff key.
"No, Amelia, don't open them."
What?
"The cuff lock mechanism is one of the best ways to pick up trace from the perp."
Well, how am I supposed to get them off without a key?
She laughed. "There's a razor saw in the suitcase."
You want me to cut off the cuffs?
There was a pause. Rhyme said, "No, not the cuffs, Amelia."
Well, what do you want me to... Oh, you can't be serious. Her hands?
"You have to." He was irritated at her reluctance.
Okay, that's it. Solito and Pauling have picked a nutcase for a partner. Maybe their careers are tanking, but I'm not going down with them. Forget it.
"Amelia, it's just another way to collect evidence."
Why did he sound so reasonable? She thought desperately for excuses. They'll get blood all over them if I cut...
"Her heart's not beating. Besides," he added like a TV chef, "the blood will be cooked into a solid." The gorge rising again. "Go on, Amelia. Go to the suitcase. Get the saw. In the lid." He added a frosty, "Please."
Why'd you have me scrape under her nails? I could have just brought you back her hands.
"Amelia, we need the cuffs. We have to open them here, and we can't wait for the ME. It has to be done." She walked back to the doorway, unsnapped the thongs, lifted the wicked-looking saw from the case. She stared at the woman, frozen in her tortured pose in the center of the vile room. "Amelia? Amelia?" Outside, the sky was still clogged with stagnant yellow air, and the buildings nearby were covered with soot like charred bones. But Sachs had never been so glad to be out in the city air as now. The CU suitcase in one hand, the razor saw in the other, the headset dangling dead around her neck. Sachs ignored the huge crowd of cops and spectators staring at her and walked straight toward the station wagon. As she passed Solito, she handed him the saw without pausing, practically tossed it to him.
If he wants it done that badly, tell him he can damn well walk down here and do it himself.
Part 2. Locard's Principle. In real life, you only get one shot at the homicide crime scene. Vernon J. Geberth, Lieutenant Commander, retired, New York Police Department. Saturday, 4 p.m. to Saturday, 10:15 p.m. Chapter 9.
I've got myself into a situation here, sir.
The man across the desk looked like a TV show's idea of a big city deputy police commissioner, which happened to be his rank. White hair, a temperate jowl, gold-rimmed glasses, posture to die for. "What's the problem, officer?" Depcom Randolph C. Eckert looked down his long nose with a gaze that Sachs recognized immediately. His nod to equality was to be as stern with the female officers as with the male ones.
I've got a complaint, sir, she said stiffly. You heard about that taxi kidnapping case?
He nodded. "Aha, has that got the city in double Dutch?" She believed that was a schoolchild's game of jump rope, but wouldn't presume to correct a deputy commissioner.
That damn UN conference, he continued, and the whole world's watching. It's unfair. People don't talk about crime in Washington or Detroit. Well, Detroit they do. Say, Chicago. Never. No, it's New York that people thump on. Richmond, Virginia had more murders per capita than we did last year. I looked it up, and I'd rather parachute unarmed into central Harlem than drive windows up through southeast D.C. any day.
Yes, sir.
Understand they found that girl dead. It was on all the news, those reporters.
Downtown, just now.
Now that's a pity.
Yes, sir.
They just killed her, like that? No ransom demand or anything?
I didn't hear about any ransom.
What's his complaint?
I was first officer in a related homicide this morning.
Your patrol? Eckert asked.
I was patrol. I was supposed to be transferring to public affairs today at noon for a training session.
She lifted her hands, tipped with flesh-colored Band-Aids, and dropped them in her lap.
But they shanghaied me.
Who?
Detective Lonsolito, sir, and Captain Howman and Lincoln Rhyme.
Rhyme?
Yes, sir.
Not the fellow who was in charge of IRD a few years ago.
Yes, sir, that's him.
I thought he was dead.
Egos like that will never die.
Very much alive, sir.
The DEPCOM was looking out his window.
He's not on the force anymore. What's he doing involved in this?
A consultant, I guess. It's Lonsolito's case. Captain Polling's overseeing it. I've been waiting for this reassignment for 8 months. But they've got me working crime scene. I've never done crime scene. It doesn't make any sense, and frankly, I resent being assigned to a job I've had no training for.
Crime scene?
Rhyme ordered me to run the whole scene, by myself.
Eckert didn't understand this. The words weren't registering.
Why is a civilian ordering uniformed officers to do anything?
My point, sir.
She set the hook.
I mean, I'll help up to a point, but I'm just not prepared to dismember victims.
What?
She blinked as if surprised he hadn't heard. She explained about the handcuffs.
Lord in heaven, what the hell are they thinking of? Pardon my French. Don't they know the whole country's watching? It's been on CNN all day, this kidnapping. Cutting off her hands. Say, you're Herman Sack's daughter.
That's right.
Good officer. Excellent officer. I gave him one of his commendations. Man was what a beat cop ought to be. Midtown South, right?
Hell's Kitchen. My beat. My former beat.
Herman Sack's probably prevented more crime than the entire detective division solves in a year. Just calming everything down, you know?
Yeah, that was Pop. Sure.
Her hands, Eckert snorted. That girl's family'll sue us. As soon as they find out about it, they sue us for everything. There's a rapist suing us now because he got shot in the leg coming at an officer with a knife. His lawyer's got this theory he's calling the least deadly alternative. Instead of shooting, we're supposed to tase them or use mace. Or ask them politely, I don't know. I better give the chief and the mayor a heads up on this one. I'll make some calls, officer.
He looked at a wall clock. It was a little after 4.
Your watch over for the day?
I have to report back to Lincoln Rhyme's house. That's where we're working out of.
She thought of the hacksaw. She said coolly,
His bedroom, really. That's our CP.
A civilian's bedroom is your command post?
I'd appreciate anything you can do, sir. I've waited a long time for that transfer.
Cut her hands off, my good Lord.
She stood and walked to the door and out into one of the corridors that would soon be her new assignment. The feeling of relief took only a little longer to arrive than she'd expected. He stood at the bottle-glass window, watching a pack of wild dogs prowl through the lot across the street. He was on the first floor of this old building, a marble-clad federal dating to the early 1800s, surrounded by vacant lots and tenements, some abandoned, some occupied by paying tenants, though most by squatters. This old mansion had been empty for years. The bone collector took the piece of emery paper in his hand once more and continued to rub. He looked down at his handiwork, then out the window again. His hands, in their circular motion, precise, The tiny scrap of sandpaper whispering, shh, shh, like a mother hushing her child. A decade ago, the days of promise in New York, some crazy artist had moved in here. He'd filled the dank two-story place with broken and rusting antiques. Wrought iron grills, hunks of crown molding, and framed squares of spidered stained glass. Scabby columns. Some of the artist's work remained on the walls. Frescoes on the old plaster, murals never completed of workers, children, angst-ridden lovers. Round, emotionless faces, the man's motif, stared blankly, as if the souls had been nipped out of their smooth bodies. The painter was never very successful, even after the most ironclad of marketing ideas, his own suicide, and the bank foreclosed on the building several years ago. Shh. The bone collector had stumbled across the place last year, and he'd known immediately that this was home. The desolation of the neighborhood was certainly important to him. It was obviously practical. But there was another appeal, more personal. The lot across the street. During some excavation several years ago, a backhoe had unearthed a load of human bones. It turned out this had been one of the city's old cemeteries. Newspaper articles about it suggested the graves might contain the remains not only of federal and colonial New Yorkers, but Manatee and Lenape Indians as well. He now set aside what he'd been smoothing with the emery paper, a carpal, the delicate palm bone, and picked up the wrist, which he'd carefully detached from the radius and ulna last night just before leaving for Kennedy Airport to collect the first victims. It had been drying for over a week, and most of the flesh was gone, but it still took some effort to separate the elaborate cluster of bones. They snapped apart with faint plops, like fish breaking the surface of a lake. Oh, the constables, they were a lot better than he'd anticipated. He'd been watching them search along Pearl Street, wondering if they'd ever figure out where he'd left the woman from the airport. Astonished when they suddenly ran toward the right building. He'd guessed it would take 2 or 3 victims until they got a feel for the clues. They hadn't saved her, of course, but they might have. A minute or 2 earlier would have made all the difference. As with so much in life. The navicular, the lunate, the hamate, the capitate. The bones, intertwined like a Greek puzzle ring, came apart under his strong fingers. He picked bits of flesh and tendon off them. He selected the greater multangulum, at the base of where the thumb had once been, and began to sand once more. Shh, shh. The bone collector squinted as he looked outside and imagined he saw a man standing beside one of the old graves. It must have been his imagination, because the man wore a bowler hat and was dressed in a mustard-colored gabardine. He rested some dark roses beside the tombstone and then turned away from it, dodging the horses and carriages on his way to the elegantly arched bridge over the Collect Pond outlet at Canal Street. Who'd he been visiting? Parents? A brother? Family who'd died of consumption or in one of the terrible influenza epidemics that had been ravaging the city recently? Recently? No, not recently, of course. 100 years ago. That's what he meant. He squinted and looked again. No sign of the carriages or the horses, or the man with the bowler hat, though they'd seemed as real as flesh and blood. However real they are. Shh, shh. He was intruding again. The past. He was seeing things that had happened before, that had happened then, as if they were now. He could control it. He knew he could. But as he gazed out the window, he realized that, of course, there was no before or after. Not for him. He drifted back and forth through time. A day, 5 years, 100 years, or 2. Like a dried leaf on a windy day. He looked at his watch. It was time to leave. Setting the bone on the mantel, he washed his hands carefully, like a surgeon. Then, for 5 minutes, he ran a pet hair roller over his clothes to pick up any bone dust or dirt or body hairs that might lead the constables to him. He walked into the carriage house, past the half-finished painting of a moon-faced butcher in a bloody white apron. The bone collector started to get into the taxi, but then changed his mind. Unpredictability is the best defense. This time, he'd take the carriage, the sedan, the Ford. He started it. He drove into the street, closed and locked the garage door behind him. No before or after. As he passed the cemetery, the pack of dogs glanced up at the Ford, then returned to scuffling through the brush, looking for rats and nosing madly for water in the unbearable heat. No then or now. He took the ski mask and gloves from his pocket, set them on the seat beside him as he sped out of the old neighborhood. The bone collector was going hunting. Chapter 10. Something had changed about the room, but she couldn't quite decide what. Lincoln Rhyme saw it in her eyes. "We missed you, Amelia," he said coyly. "Errands?" She looked away from him.
Apparently nobody told my new commander I wouldn't be showing up for work today. I thought somebody ought to.
Ah, yes. She was gazing at the wall, slowly figuring it out. In addition to the basic instruments that Mel Cooper had brought with him, there was now a scanning electron microscope fitted with the X-ray unit, flotation and hot stage scope setups for testing glass, a comparison microscope, a density gradient tube for soil testing, and 100 beakers, jars, and bottles of chemicals. And in the middle of the room, Cooper's pride, the computerized gas chromatograph and mass spectrometer. Along with another computer, online with Cooper's own terminal at the IRD lab. Sachs stepped over the thick cables snaking downstairs. House current worked, yes, but the amperage was too taxed for the bedroom outlets alone. And in that slight sidestep, an elegant, practiced maneuver, Rhyme observed how truly beautiful she was. Certainly the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen in the police department ranks. For a brief instant, he found her immeasurably appealing. People said that sex was all in the mind, and Rhyme knew that this was true. Cutting the cord didn't stop the urge. He remembered, still with a faint crunch of horror, a night 6 months after the accident. He and Blaine had tried. Just to see what happened, they'd disclaimed, trying to be casual. No big deal. But it had been a big deal. Sex is a messy business to start with, and when you add catheters and bags to the equation, you need a lot of stamina and humor and a better foundation than they'd had. Mostly, though, what killed the moment, and killed it fast, was her face. He saw, in Blaine Chapman Rhyme's tough game smile, that she was doing it from pity, and that stabbed him in the heart. He filed for divorce 2 weeks later. Blaine had protested, but she signed the papers on the first go-round. Solito and Banks had returned and were organizing the evidence Sachs had collected. She looked on, mildly interested. Rhyme said to her, "The latents unit only found 8 other recent partials, and they belong to the 2 maintenance men in the building."
Oh.
He nodded broadly. "Only 8."
"He's complimenting you," Tom explained. "Enjoy it. That's the most you'll ever get out of him."
"No translations needed, please, and thank you, Tom." She responded,
"I'm happy I could help."
Pleasant as could be. Well, what was this? Rhyme had fully expected her to storm into his room and fling the evidence bags onto his bed, maybe even the saw itself, or even the plastic bag containing the Vic's severed hands. He'd been looking forward to a real knockdown drag-out. People rarely take the gloves off when they fight with a Crip. He'd been thinking of that look in her eyes when she'd met him, perhaps evidence of some ambiguous kinship between them. But no, he saw now he was wrong. Amelia Sachs was like everybody else, patting him on the head and looking for the nearest exit. With a snap, his heart turned to ice. When he spoke, it was to a cobweb high on the far wall. "We've been talking about the deadline for the next victim, officer. There doesn't seem to be specific time." "Yeah, well, we think," Solito continued, "whatever this prick's got planned for the next one is something ongoing. And he doesn't know exactly when the time of death will be. Lincoln thought maybe he's buried some poor SOB someplace when there's not much air." Sax's eye narrowed slightly at this. Rhyme noticed it. Burial alive. If you gotta have a phobia, that's as good as any. They were interrupted by two men in gray suits who climbed the stairs and walked into the bedroom as if they lived here. "We knocked," one of them said. "We rang the bell," said the other. "No answer." They were in their 40s, one taller than the other, but both with the same sandy-colored hair. They bore identical smiles, and before the Brooklyn drawl destroyed the image, Rhyme had thought hayseed farm boys. One had an honest-to-God dusting of freckles along the bridge of his pale nose. "Gentlemen." Solito introduced the Hardy Boys, Detectives Betting and Saul, the spadework team. Their skill was canvassing, interviewing people who lived near a crime scene for wits and leads. It was a fine art, but one that Rhyme had never learned, had no desire to. He was content to unearth hard facts and hand them off to officers like these, who, armed with the data, became living lie detectors who could shred Perp's best cover stories. Neither of them seemed to think it was the least bit weird to be reporting to a bedridden civilian. Saul, the taller of them, the freckle-y, said, "Oh, we found 36. 8 if you count a couple of crackheads, which he does and I do. Subjects, interviewed all of them, haven't had much luck. Most of them blind, deaf, amnesiacs, you know, the usual. No sign of the taxi, combed the west side, 0, zip." Betting, "But tell him the good news." "We found a wit." "A witness?" Banks asked eagerly. "Fantastic." Rhyme, considerably less enthusiastic, said, "Go on." "Yeah, around the TOD this morning at the train tracks. He saw a man walk down 11th Avenue, turn. Suddenly, he said," added No Freckle Betting, "and go through an alley that led to the train underpass. He just stood there for a while, looking down." Rhyme was troubled by this. "That doesn't sound like our boy. He's too smart to risk being seen like that." "But," Saul continued, raising a finger and glancing at his partner, "there was only one window in the whole hood you could see the place from." "Which is where our wit happened to be standing." "Up early, bless his heart." Before he remembered he was angry with her, Rhyme asked, "Well, Amelia, how's it feel?" "I'm sorry?" Her attention returned from the window. "To be right," Rhyme said. "You pegged 11th Avenue, not 37th. She didn't know how to respond, but Rhyme turned immediately back to the twins. "Description?" "Our wit couldn't say much." "That was on the sauce already." "He said it was a smallish guy, no hair color, race, probably white." "Wearing?" Rhyme asked. Something dark, best he could say." "And doing what?" Solito asked. "I quote, he just stood there looking down. I thought he gonna jump, you know, in front of a train. Looked at his watch a couple times." "And then finally left. Said he kept looking around, like he didn't want to be seen." What had he been doing, Rhyme wondered? Watching the victim die? Or was this before he planted the body, checking to see if the roadbed was deserted? Solito asked, "Walked or drove?" "Walked. We checked every parking lot." "And garage?" "In the neighborhood. But that's near the convention center, so you got parking coming out your ears. There's so many lots the attendants stand in the street with orange flags and wave cars in." "And 'cause of the expo, half of them were full by 7. We got a list of about 900 tags." Solito shook his head. "Follow up on it." "It's delegated," said Betting. "But I bet you this is one unsub who ain't putting cars in lots," the detective continued. "Or getting parking tickets." Rhyme nodded his agreement and asked, "The building at Pearl Street?" One or both of the twins said, "That's next on our list. We're on our way." Rhyme caught Sax checking her watch, which sat on her white wrist near her ruddy fingers. He instructed Tom to add these new characteristics of the unsub to the profile chart. "You want to interview that guy?" Banks asked. "The one by the railroad?"
No, I don't trust witnesses, Rhyme said bombastically. I want to get back to work. He glanced at Mel Cooper. Hairs, blood, bone, and a sliver of wood. The bone first, Rhyme instructed.
End of CD 3. CD 4.
Morgan?
Young Monelle Gerger opened her eyes and slowly sat up in the sagging bed. In her 2 years in East Greenwich Village, she'd never gotten used to mourning. Her round 21-year-old body eased forward, and she got a blast of unrelenting August sunlight in her bleary eyes.
Oh, mein Gott.
She'd left the club at 5, home at 6, made love with Brian until 7. What time was it now? Early morning, she was sure. She squinted at the clock. Oh, 4:30 in the afternoon. Not so früh morgens after all. Coffee or laundry? It was around this time of day that she'd wander over to Dojo's for a veggie burger breakfast and 3 cups of their tough coffee. There she'd meet people she knew, clubbies like herself, downtown people. But she'd let a lot of things go lately, the domestic things. And so now she pulled on 2 baggy T-shirts to hide her chubby figure and jeans, hung 5 or 6 chains around her neck, and grabbed the laundry basket, tossed the whisk into it. Monelle undid the 3 deadbolts barring the door. She hefted the laundry basket and walked down the dark staircase of the residence hall. At the basement level, she paused.
Irgendwas stimmt hier nicht.
Feeling uneasy, Monelle looked around the deserted stairway, the murky corridors. What's different?
The light. That's it. The bulbs in the hall are burned out. No.
She looked closely.
They were missing. Fucking kids will steal anything.
She'd moved in here, the Deutsche House, because it was supposedly a haven for German artists and musicians. It turned out to be just another filthy, way overpriced East Village walk-up, like all the other tenements around here. The only difference was that she could bitch to the manager in her native tongue. She continued through the basement door into the incinerator room, which was so dark she had to grope her way along the wall to make sure she didn't trip over the junk on the floor. Pushing open the door, she stepped into the corridor that led to the laundry room. A shuffling. A skitter. She turned quickly and saw nothing but motionless shadows. All she heard was the sound of traffic, the groans of an old building. Through the dimness, past stacks of boxes and discarded chairs and tables, under wires caked with greasy dust, Monelle continued toward the laundry room. No bulbs here, either. She was uneasy, recalling something that hadn't occurred to her for years. Walking with her father down a narrow alley off Langestrasse near the Obermannbrück, on their way to the zoo. She must have been 5 or 6. Her father had suddenly gripped her by the shoulder and pointed to the bridge and told her matter-of-factly that a hungry troll lived underneath it. When they crossed it on their way home, he warned, they'd have to walk quickly. She now felt a ripple of panic rise up her spine to her crew-cut blonde hair. Stupid trolls. She continued down the dank corridor, listening to the humming of some electrical equipment. Far off, she heard a song by the feuding brothers in Oasis. The laundry room was dark. Well, if those bulbs were gone, that was it. She'd go upstairs and pound on Herr Nischen's door until he came running. She'd given him hell for the broken latches on the front and back doors and for the beer-guzzling kids he never kicked off the front stoop. She'd give him hell for the missing bulbs, too. She reached inside and flicked the switch. Brilliant white light. 3 large bulbs glowed like suns, revealing a room that was filthy but empty. Monelle strode up to the bank of 4 machines and dumped the whites in one, the colors in the next. She counted out quarters, dropped them into slots, and shoved the levers forward. Nothing. Monelle jiggled the lever, then hit the machine itself,
No response.
Shit! This godverdammte building!
Then she saw the power cord. Some idiot had unplugged the machines. She knew who. Nishan had a 12-year-old son who was responsible for most of the carnage around the building. When she complained about something last year, the little shit had tried to kick her. She picked up the cord and crouched, reaching behind the machine to find the outlet. She plugged it in and felt the man's breath on her neck.
9.
He was sandwiched between the wall and the back of the washer. Barking a fast scream, she caught a glimpse of ski mask and dark clothes, then his hands clamped down on her arm like an animal's jaw. She was off balance, and he easily jerked her forward. She tumbled to the floor, hitting her face on the rough concrete, and swallowed the scream forming in her throat. He was on her in an instant, pinning her arms to the concrete, slapping a piece of thick gray tape over her mouth.
Hilfe! Nein, bitte nicht! Bitte nicht!
He wasn't large, but he was strong. He easily rolled her over onto her stomach, and she heard the ratcheting of the handcuffs closing on her wrists. Then he stood up. For a long moment, no sound but the drip of water, the rasp of Monell's breath, the click of a small motor somewhere in the basement. Waiting for the hands to touch her body, to tear off her clothes. She heard him walk to the doorway to make sure they were alone. Oh, he had complete privacy, she knew, furious with herself. She was one of the few residents who used the laundry room. Most of them avoided it because it was so deserted, so close to the back doors and windows, so far away from help. He returned and rolled her over onto her back, whispered something she couldn't make out. Then,
Hannah. Hannah? It's a mistake. He thinks I'm somebody else.
She shook her head broadly, trying to make him understand this. But then, looking at his eyes, she stopped. Even though he wore a ski mask, it was clear that something was wrong. He was upset. He scanned her body, shaking his head. He closed his gloved fingers around her big arms, squeezed her thick shoulders, grabbed a pinch of fat. She shivered in pain. That's what she saw. Disappointment. He'd caught her, and now he wasn't sure he wanted her after all. He reached into his pocket and slowly withdrew his hand. The click of the knife opening was like an electric shock. It started a jag of sobbing.
9, 9, 9!
A hiss of breath escaped from his teeth like wind through winter trees. He crouched over her, debating.
Hannah, he whispered. What am I going to do?
Then, suddenly, he made a decision. He put the knife away and yanked her to her feet, then led her out to the corridor and through the rear door. The one with the broken lock she'd been hounding Herr Nishan for weeks to fix. Chapter 11. A criminalist is a Renaissance man. He's got to know botany, geology, ballistics, medicine, chemistry, literature, engineering. If he knows facts, that ash with a high strontium content probably came from a highway flare, that faca is Portuguese for knife, that Ethiopian diners use no utensils and eat with their right hands exclusively, that a slug with 5 Landon Groove rifling marks, right twist, could not have been fired by a Colt pistol, if he knows these things, he may just make the connection that places an unsub at the crime scene. One subject all criminalists know is anatomy. And this was certainly a specialty of Lincoln Rhymes, for he'd spent the past 3.5 years enmeshed in the quirky logic of bone and nerve. He now glanced at the evidence bag from the steam room, dangling in Jerry Banks's hand, and announced, "Leg bone, not human, so it's not from the next Vic." It was a ring of bone about 2 inches around, sawn through evenly. There was blood in the tracks left by the saw blade. "A medium-sized animal," Rhyme continued. "Large dog, sheep, goat. It'd support, I'd guess, 100 to 150 pounds of weight. Let's make sure the blood's from an animal, though. Still could be the Vic's." Perps had been known to beat or stab people to death with bones. Rhyme himself had had 3 such cases. The weapons had been a beef knuckle bone, a deer's leg bone, and in one disturbing case, the victim's own ulna. Mel Cooper ran a gel diffusion test for blood origin.
"We'll have to wait a bit for the results,"
Cooper explained apologetically. "Amelia," Rhyme said, "maybe you could help us here. Use the eye loop and look the bone over carefully. Tell us what you see."
Not the microscope?
She asked. He thought she'd protest, but she stepped forward to the bone, peered at it with curiosity. "Too much magnification," Rhyme explained. She put on the goggles and bent over the white enamel tray. Cooper turned on a gooseneck lamp. "The cutting marks," Rhyme said. "Is it hacked up or are they even?"
They're pretty even.
A power saw. Rhyme wondered if the animal had been alive when he'd done this. "See anything unusual?" She pored over the bone for a moment, muttered,
I don't know. I don't think so. Just looks like a hunk of bone.
It was then that Tom walked past and glanced at the tray.
That's your clue? Oh, that's funny.
"Funny?" Rhyme said. "Funny?" Solito asked, "You got a theory?"
No theory.
He bent down and smelled it.
It's also buco.
"What?"
Veal shank. I made it for you once, Lincoln. Also buco. Braised veal shank.
He looked at Sachs and grimaced.
He said it needed more salt.
"God damn," Solito cried. "He bought it at a grocery store." "Yeah, if we're lucky," Rhyme said. "He bought it at his grocery store." Cooper confirmed that the precipitin test showed negative for human blood on the samples Sachs had collected.
"Probably bovine," he said.
"But what's he trying to tell us?" Banks asked. Rhyme had no idea. "Let's keep going. Oh, anything on the chain and padlock?" Cooper glanced at the hardware in a crisp plastic bag.
Nobody name stamps chain anymore, so we're out of luck there. The lock's a Secure Pro middle-of-the-line model, and it isn't very secure and definitely not professional. How long did it take to break it?"
3 whole seconds, Solito said.
See? No serial numbers, and it's sold in every hardware and variety store in the country.
"Key or combination?" Rhyme asked.
"Combination."
"Call the manufacturer. Ask them if we take it apart and reconstruct the combination from the tumblers, will that tell us which shipment it was in and where it went to?" Banks whistled.
Man, that's a long shot.
Rhyme's glare sent a ferocious blush across his face. "And the enthusiasm in your voice, Detective, tells me you're just the one to handle the job."
Yes, sir.
The young man held up his cellular phone defensively.
"I'm on it."
Rhyme asked, "Is that blood on the chain?" Solito said, "One of our boys cut himself pretty bad trying to break the lock off." "So it's contaminated," Rhyme scowled.
He was trying to save her, Sachs said to him.
"I understand. That was good of him. Still contaminated." Rhyme glanced back at the table beside Cooper. "Prints?" Cooper said he'd checked it and found only Solitos on the links. "All right, the splinter of wood Amelia found. Check for prints."
I did, Sachs said quickly, at the scene.
PD, Rhyme reflected. She didn't seem to be the nickname sort. Beautiful people rarely were. "Let's try the heavy guns, just to be sure," Rhyme said, and instructed Cooper. "Use DFO or Nin Hydra, and then hit it with the Nit Yag."
The what?
Banks asked. "A neodymium yttrium aluminum garnet laser." The tech spritzed the splinter with liquid from a plastic spray bottle and trained the laser beam on the wood. He slipped on tinted goggles and examined it carefully.
"Nothing."
He shut off the light and examined the splinter closely. It was about 6 inches long, dark wood. There were black smears on it like tar, and it was impregnated with dirt. He held it with forceps.
"I know Lincoln likes the chopstick approach," Cooper said, "but I always ask for a fork when I go to Minghua's."
"You could be crushing the cells," the criminalist grumbled.
"I could be, but I'm not,"
Cooper responded. "What kind of wood?" Rhyme wondered. "Want to run a spotogram?"
"Nah, it's oak, no question."
"Saw or plane marks?" Rhyme leaned forward. Suddenly his neck spasmed, and the cramp that bolted through the muscles was unbearable. He gasped, closed his eyes, and twisted his neck, stretching. He felt Tom's strong hands massaging the muscles. The pain finally faded. "Lincoln?" Solito asked. "You okay?" Rhyme breathed deeply. "Fine. It's nothing." "Here." Cooper brought the piece of wood over to the bed, lowered the magnifying goggles over Rhyme's eyes. Rhyme examined the specimen. "Yeah, cut in the direction of the grain with a frame saw. There are big variations in the cuts. So I'd guess it was a post or beam milled over 100 years ago. Steam saw, probably. Hold it closer, Mel. I want to smell it." He held the splinter under Rhyme's nose. Creosote, coal tar distillation. Used for weatherproofing wood before lumber companies started pressure treating. Piers, docks, railroad ties. "Yeah, maybe we got a train buff here," Solito said. "Remember the tracks this morning?" "Yeah, could be." Rhyme ordered, "Check for cellular compression, Mel." The tech examined the splinter under the compound microscope. "Yeah, it's compressed all right, but with the grain, not against it. Not a railroad tie. This is from a poster column, weight-bearing." A bone. An old wooden post. "I see dirt embedded in the wood. That tell us anything?" Cooper set a large pad of newsprint on the table and tore the cover off. He held the splinter over the pad and brushed some dirt from the cracks in the wood. He examined the speckles lying on the white paper. A reverse constellation. "You have enough for a density gradient test?" Rhyme asked. In a DG test, dirt is poured into a tube containing liquids of different specific gravities. The soil separates, and each particle hangs suspended according to its own gravity. Rhyme had established a very extensive library of density gradient profiles for dirt from all over the 5 boroughs. Unfortunately, the test only worked with a fair amount of soil. Cooper didn't think they had enough. "Yeah, we could try it, but we'd have to use the entire sample, and if it didn't work, we wouldn't have anything left for other tests." Rhyme instructed him to do a visual, then analyze it in the GCMS, the chromatograph spectrometer. The technician brushed some dirt onto a slide. He gazed at it for a few minutes under the compound microscope. "This is strange, Lincoln. It's topsoil, with an unusually high level of vegetation in it. But it's in a curious form. Very deteriorated, very decomposed." He looked up, and Rhyme noticed the dark lines under his eyes from the eyepieces. He remembered that after hours of lab work, the marks were quite pronounced, and that occasionally a forensic tech would emerge from the IRD lab only to be greeted by a chorus of Rocky Raccoon. "Burn it," Rhyme ordered. Cooper mounted a sample in the GCMS unit. The machine rumbled to life, and there was a hiss. "Yeah, a minute or two." "While we're waiting," Rhyme said, "the bone. I keep wondering about the bone. Scope it, Mel." Cooper carefully set the bone onto the examination stage of the compound microscope. He went over it carefully. "Whoa, got something here." "What?" "Very small, transparent. Hand me the hemostat," Cooper said to Sachs, nodding at a pair of gripper tweezers. She handed them to him, and he carefully probed in the marrow of the bone. He lifted something out. "A tiny piece of regenerated cellulose," Cooper announced. "Cellophane," Rhyme said. "Tell me more." Stretch and pinch marks. I'd say he didn't leave it intentionally. There are no cut edges. It's not inconsistent with heavy-duty cello," Cooper said. "Not inconsistent," Rhyme scowled. "I don't like his hedges." "We have to hedge, Lincoln," Cooper said cheerfully. "Associate with, suggest. I particularly hate not inconsistent." "Very versatile," Cooper said. "The boldest I'll be is that it's probably commercial butcher or grocery store cellophane. Not saran wrap, definitely not generic brand wrap." Jerry Banks walked inside from the hallway. "Bad news. The Secure Pro company doesn't keep any records on combinations. A machine sets them at random." "Ah."
"But interesting. They said they get calls from the police all the time about their products, and you're the first one who's ever thought of tracing a lock through the combination."
"How interesting can it be if it's a dead end?" Rhyme grumbled and turned to Mel Cooper, who was shaking his head as he stared at the GCMS computer. "What?" "Got that soil sample result, but I'm afraid the machine might be on a fritz. The nitrogen's off the charts. We should run it again. Use more sample this time." Rhyme instructed him to go ahead. His eyes turned back to the bone. "Mel, how recent was the kill?" He examined some scrapings under the electron microscope.
"Minimal bacteria clusters. Bambi here was recently deceased, looks like. Oh, just out of the fridge about 8 hours."
"So our perp just bought it," Rhyme said. "Or a month ago and froze it," Solito suggested.
"Nah," Cooper said. "It hasn't been frozen, and there's no evidence of tissue damage from ice crystals. And it hasn't been refrigerated that long. It's not desiccated. Modern refrigerators dehydrate food."
"It's a good lead," Rhyme said. "Let's get to work on it."
"Get to work?" Sachs laughed. "Are you saying we call up all the grocery stores in the city and find out who sold veal bones yesterday?"
"No," Rhyme countered. "In the past 2 days. You want the Audi boys?" Let them keep doing what they're doing. Call Emma downtown if she's still working, and if she isn't, get her back to the office with the other dispatchers and put them on overtime. Give her a list of every grocery chain in town. I'll bet our boy isn't buying groceries for a family of 4, so have Emma limit the list of customers buying 5 items or less.
"Warrants?"
Banks asked. "Anybody balks will get a warrant," Solito said, "but let's try without. Who knows? Some citizens might actually cooperate. I'm told it happens."
"But how are the stores going to know who bought veal shanks?" Sachs asked. She was no longer as aloof as she had been. There was an edge in her voice. Rhyme wondered if her frustration might be a symptom of what he himself had often felt, the burdensome weight of the evidence. The essential problem for the criminalist is not that there's too little evidence, but that there's too much. "Checkout scanners," Rhyme said. "They record purchases on computer for inventory and restocking. Go ahead, Banks. I see something just crossed your mind. Speak up. I won't send you to Siberia this time." "Well, only the chains have scanners, sir," the young detective offered. "There are hundreds of independents and butcher shops that don't."
"Good point. But I think he wouldn't go to a small shop. Anonymity's important to him. He'll be doing his buying at big stores, impersonal." Solito called communications and explained to Emma what they needed. "Let's get a polarized shot of the cellophane," Rhyme said to Cooper. The technician put the minuscule fragment in a polarizing scope, then fitted the Polaroid camera to the eyepiece and took a shot. It was a colorful picture, a rainbow with gray streaks through it. Rhyme examined it. This pattern told him nothing by itself, but it could be compared with other cello samples to see if they came from a common source. Rhyme had a thought. "Lon, get a dozen emergency service officers over here, on the double." "Yeah?" Solito asked. "We're going to put an operation together." "You sure about that?" the detective asked. "Yes, I want them now." "All right." He nodded to Banks, who made the call to Howman. "Now, what about that other planted clue, those hairs Amelia found?" Cooper poked through them with a probe, then mounted several in the phase contrast microscope. This instrument shot 2 light sources at a single subject, the second beam delayed slightly, out of phase, so that the sample was both illuminated and set off by shadow. "It's not human," Cooper said. "Tell you that right now. And they're guard hairs, not down." Hairs from the animal's coat, he meant. "What kind? Dog?" "Veal calf?" Banks suggested, once again youthfully enthusiastic. "Check the scales," Rhyme ordered, meaning the microscopic flakes that make up the outer sheath of a strand of hair. Cooper typed on his computer keyboard, and a few seconds later, thumbnail images of scaly rods popped onto the screen. "Yeah, this is thanks to you, Lincoln. Remember the database?" At IRD, Rhyme had compiled a huge collection of micrographs of different types of hair. "I do, yes, Mel. But they were in 3-ring binders when I saw 'em last. How'd you get 'em on the computer?" "Scan Master, of course, JPEG compressed." JPEG? What was that? In a few years, technology had soared beyond Rhyme. Amazing. And as Cooper examined the images, Lincoln Rhyme wondered again what he'd been wondering all day. The question that kept floating to the surface. Why the clues? The human creature is so astonishing, but count on it before anything else to be just that. A creature. A laughing animal, a dangerous one, a clever one, a scared one, but always acting for a reason, a motive that will move the beast toward its desires. Scientist Lincoln Rhyme didn't believe in chance or randomness or frivolity. Even psychopaths had their own logic, twisted though it may have been, and he knew there was a reason Unsub 823 spoke to them only in this cryptic way. Cooper called. "Got it! Rodent. Probably a rat. And the hairs were shaved off." "That's a hell of a clue," Banks said. "There's 1,000,000 rats in the city. That doesn't pin down any place. What's the point of telling us that?" Solito closed his eyes momentarily and muttered something under his breath. Sachs didn't notice the look. She glanced at Rhyme curiously. He was surprised that she hadn't figured out what the kidnapper's message was, but he said nothing. He saw no reason to share this horrifying bit of knowledge with anyone else for the time being.
James Schneider's 7th victim, or 8th, should you choose to number poor angelic little Maggie O'Connor among them, was the wife of a hard-working immigrant who had established the family's modest habitation near Hester Street on the Lower East Side of the city. It was thanks to the courage of this unfortunate woman that the constables and the police discovered the identity of the criminal. Hannah Goldschmidt was of German-Jewish extraction and was held in high esteem by the close-knit community on which she, her husband, and their 6 children, one had died at birth, lived.
The bone collector drove through the streets slowly, careful to remain under the speed limit, though he knew perfectly well that the traffic cops in New York wouldn't stop you for something as minor as speeding. He paused at a light and glanced up at another UN billboard. His eyes took in the bland, smiling faces, like the eerie faces painted on the walls of the mansion, and then looked beyond it, at the city around him. He was occasionally surprised to look up and find the building so massive, the stone cornices so high aloft, the glass so smooth, the cars so sleek, the people so scrubbed. The city he knew was dark, low, smoky, smelling of sweat and mud. Horses would trample you, roving gangs of hoodlums, some as young as 10 or 11, would knock you on the head with a shillelagh or sap and make off with your pocket watch and billfold. This was the bone collector's city. Sometimes, though, he found himself just like this, driving a spiffy silver Taurus XL along a smooth asphalt road, listening to WNYC and irritated, like all New Yorkers, when he missed a green light, wondering why the hell didn't the city let you make right turns on red. He cocked his head, heard several thumps from the trunk of the car. But there was so much ambient noise that no one would hear Hannah's protests. The light changed.
It is, of course, exceptional, even in these enlightened times, for a woman to venture forth into the city streets in the evening unaccompanied by a gentleman, and in those days it was more exceptional still. Yet on this unfortunate night Hannah had no choice but to quit her abode for a brief time. Her youngest had a fever, and with her husband praying devoutly at a nearby synagogue, she issued forth into the night to secure a poultice for the child's fiery forehead. As she closed the door, she said to her eldest daughter, "Lock tight the bolt behind me, I shall return soon." But alas, she would not be true to those words, for only moments later she chanced to encounter James Schneider.
The bone collector looked around at the shabby streets here. This area, near where he'd buried the first victim, was Hell's Kitchen, on the west side of the city, once the bastion of Irish gangs, now populated more and more with young professionals, ad agencies, photo studios, and stylish restaurants. He smelled manure, and wasn't the least surprised when suddenly a horse reared in front of him. Then he noticed that the animal wasn't an apparition from the 1800s, but was being hitched to one of the hansom cabs that cruised Central Park, charging very 20th century fees. Their stables were located here. He laughed to himself, though it was a hollow sound.
One can only speculate as to what occurred, for there were no witnesses. But we can picture the horror all too clearly. The villain drew the struggling woman into an alley and stabbed her with a dagger, his cruel intent not to kill, but to subdue, as was his wont. But such was the strength in good Mrs. Goldschmidt's soul, thinking as she surely was of her fledglings back in the nest, that she surprised the monster by assaulting him ferociously. She struck him repeatedly about the face and ripped hair from his head. She freed herself momentarily, and from her mouth issued an horrendous scream. The cowardly Schneider struck her several times more and fled. The brave woman staggered to the sidewalk and collapsed, where she died in the arms of a constable who had responded to the alarm neighbors had raised.
This story appeared in a book, which was with the bone collector now, resting in his hip pocket. Crime in Old New York. He couldn't explain his overwhelming attraction to the slim volume. If he had to describe his relation to this book, he would have to say he was addicted to it. 75 years old and still in remarkable shape, a bookbinding jewel. It was his good luck charm and his talisman. He'd found it at a small branch of the public library, and committed one of the few larcenies of his life by slipping it into his raincoat one day and strolling out of the building. He'd read the chapter on Schneider 100 times and virtually had it memorized. Driving slowly, they were almost there.
When Hannah's poor weeping husband huddled over her lifeless body, he looked upon her face, one last time before she was taken to the funeral home, for in the Jewish faith it is dictated that the dead must be interred as quickly as possible. And he noticed upon her porcelain cheek a bruise in the shape of a curious emblem. It was a round symbol, and appeared to be a crescent moon, and a cluster of what might be taken to be stars hovering over the same. The constable exclaimed that this must have been an imprint made by the ring of the heinous butcher himself when he struck the poor victim. Detectives enlisted the aid of an artist, and he sketched a picture of the impression. The good reader is referred to Plate 22. Rounds were made of jewelers in the city, and several names and addresses were secured of men who had bought such rings in the recent past. Two of the gentlemen purchasing these rings were beyond suspicion, being as they were a deacon of a church and another a learned professor at a fine university. Yet the third was a man of whom the constables had long harbored suspicion of nefarious activity, to wit, one James Schneider. This gentleman had at one time been influential in several benevolent organizations in the city of Manhattan, the Consumptives' Assistance League and the Pensioners' Welfare Society most notably. He had come under the eye of the constabulary when several elderly charges from said groups vanished not long after Schneider paid them calls. He was never charged with any offense, but soon after the investigations he dropped from sight. In the aftermath of Hannah Goldschmidt's heinous murder, a still search of the dubious haunts of the city revealed no abode where Schneider might be found. The constables posted broadsides throughout the downtown and riverfront areas, setting forth a description of the villain, but he could not be apprehended. A true tragedy, to be sure, in light of the carnage that was soon to befall the city at his vile hands.
The streets were clear. The bone collector drove into an alley. He opened the warehouse door and drove down a wooden ramp into a long tunnel. After making sure the place was deserted, he walked to the back of the car. He opened the trunk and pulled Hannah out. She was fleshy, fat, like a bag of limp mulch. He grew angry again, and he carried her roughly down another wide tunnel. Traffic from the West Side Highway sped over them. He listened to her wheezing, and was just reaching out to loosen the gag when he felt her shudder and go completely limp. Gasping for breath with the effort of carrying her, he rested her on the floor of the tunnel and eased the tape off her mouth. Air dribbled in weakly. Had she just fainted? He listened to her heart. It seemed to be beating fine. He cut the clothesline binding her ankles, leaned forward and whispered,
"Hannah, kommen Sie mit mir mit, Hannah Goldschmidt."
"Nein,"
she muttered, her voice trailing to silence. He leaned closer, lightly slapped her face.
"Hannah, you must come with me."
And she screamed,
"Mein Name ist nicht Hannah!"
then kicked him square in the jaw. A burst of yellow light flashed through his head, and he leapt sideways 2 or 3 feet, trying to keep his balance. Hannah sprang up, raced blindly down a dark corridor, but he was after her fast. He tackled her before she'd gotten 10 yards away. She fell hard. He did too, grunting as he lost his breath. He lay on his side for a minute, consumed with pain, struggling to breathe, gripping her t-shirts as she thrashed. Lying on her back, hands still cuffed, the girl used the only weapon she had, one of her feet, which she lifted in the air and brought down hard onto his hand. A spike of pain shot through him and his glove flew off. She lifted her strong leg again, and only her bad aim saved him from her heel, which slammed so hard into the ground it would have broken bones if she'd connected.
So nicht!
He growled madly and grabbed her by the throat with his bare hand and squeezed until she squirmed and whined and then stopped squirming and whining. She trembled several times and went still. When he listened to her heart, the beating was very faint. No tricks this time. He picked up his glove, pulled it on, and dragged her back through the tunnel to the post, bound her feet once more, and put a new piece of tape on her mouth. As she came to, his hand was straying over her body. She gasped at first and shrank away as he caressed the flesh behind her ear, her elbow, her jaw. There weren't many other places he wanted to touch her. She was so padded, it disgusted him. Yet beneath the skin. He gripped her leg firmly. Her wide eyes stared as he fumbled in his pocket, and the knife appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he cut through her skin down to the yellow-white bone. She screamed through the tape, a manic wail, and kicked hard, but he held her tight. "Enjoying this, Hannah?" The girl sobbed and groaned loudly. So he had to lower his ear to her leg to hear the delicious sound of the tip of the blade scraping back and forth on the bone. Scriss. Then he took her arm. They locked eyes for a moment, and as she shook her head pathetically, begging in silence, his gaze dropped to her pudgy forearm, and again the cut was deep. Her whole body went rigid with the pain. Another wild, muted scream. Again he lowered his head like a musician, listening to the sound of the blade scraping the ulna, back and forth. Scriss, scriss. It was some moments later that he realized she'd fainted. Finally, he pried himself away and returned to the car. He planted the next clues, then took the broom from the trunk and carefully swept over their footsteps. He drove up the ramp, parked, left the engine running, and climbed out once more, carefully sweeping away the tire tracks. He paused and looked back down the tunnel, staring at her, just staring. Suddenly, a rare smile crossed the bone collector's lips. He was surprised that the first of the guests had already shown up. 12 pairs of tiny red eyes, 24, then 3. It seemed they were gazing at Hannah's bloody flesh with curiosity, and what might have been hunger. Though that could have been his imagination, Lord knew it was vivid enough. Chapter 12. "Mel, go through the Colfax woman's clothes. Amelia, would you help him?" She offered him another pleasant nod, the sort meant for polite society. Rhyme realized he was really quite angry with her. At the tech's direction, she pulled on latex gloves, gently opened the clothing, and ran a horsehair brush through the garments, above large sheets of clean newsprint. Tiny flecks fell out. Cooper picked them up on tape and examined them through the compound scope. "Not much," he reported. "The steam took care of most of the trace. I see a little soil, not enough to DG. Wait. Excellent. Got a couple of fibers. Look at these." "Well, I can't," Rhyme thought angrily. "Yeah, navy blue, acrylic and wool blend, I'd guess. It isn't coarse enough to be carpet, and it's not lobed, so it's clothing." "In this heat, he's not going to be wearing thick socks or a sweater. Ski mask?" "Yeah, it'd be my bet," Cooper said. Rhyme reflected. So he's serious about giving us a chance to save them. If he was bent on killing, it wouldn't matter if they saw him or not. Soletto added, "Also means the asshole thinks he can get away. Doesn't have suicide on his mind. Might just give us some bargaining power if he's got hostages when we nail him." "I like that optimism of yours, Lon," Rhyme said. Tom answered the buzzer, and a moment later Jim Poling climbed the stairs, looking disheveled and harried. Well, shuttling between press conferences, the mayor's office, and the federal building would do that to you.
Hey, too bad about the trout, Solito called to him, then explained to Rhyme. Jimmy here's one of those real fishermen, ties his own flies and everything. Me, I go out on a party boat with a six-pack and I'm happy. We'll nail this fucker, then worry about the fish, Poling said, helping himself to the coffee Tom had left by the window. He looked outside and blinked in surprise to find two large birds staring at him. He turned back to Rhyme and explained that because of the kidnapping he'd had to postpone a fishing trip to Vermont. Rhyme had never fished, never had the time or inclination for any hobbies, but he found he envied Poling. The serenity of fishing appealed to him. It was a sport you could practice in solitude. Crip sports tended to be in-your-face athletics, competitive, proving things to the world and to yourself. Wheelchair basketball, tennis, marathons. Rhyme decided if he had to have a sport, it'd be fishing, though casting a line with a single finger was probably beyond modern technology. Poling said, the press is calling him a serial kidnapper. If the booty fits, Rhyme reflected. And the mayor's going nuts, wants to call in the feds. I talked the chief into sitting tight on that one, but we can't lose another Vic. We'll do our best, Rhyme said caustically. Poling sipped the black coffee and stepped close to the bed. You okay, Lincoln? Rhyme said, fine. Poling appraised him for a moment longer, then nodded to Solito. Brief me. We got another press conference in half an hour. You see the last one? Hear what that reporter asked? What did we think the Vic's family felt about her being scalded to death? Banks shook his head. Man. I nearly decked the fucker, Poling said. 3.5 years ago, Rhyme recalled, during the cop killer investigation, the captain had smashed a news crew's video cam when the reporter wondered if Poling was being too aggressive in his investigations just because the suspect, Dan Shepard, was a member of the force. Poling and Solito retired to a corner of Rhyme's room, and the detective filled him in. When the captain descended the stairs this time, Rhyme noticed he wasn't half as buoyant as he had been. Okay, Cooper announced. We got a hair. It was in her pocket. The whole shaft? Rhyme asked without much hope, and was not surprised when Cooper sighed. Sorry, no bulb. Without a bulb attached, hair isn't individuated evidence. It's merely class evidence. You can't run a DNA test and link it to a specific person. Still, it has good probative value. The famous Canadian Mounties study a few years ago concluded that if a hair found at the scene matches a suspect's hair, the odds are around 4,500 to 1 that he's the one who left it. The problem with hair, though, is that you can't deduce much about the person it belonged to. Sex is almost impossible to determine, and race can't be reliably established. Age can be estimated only with infant hair. Color is deceptive because of wide pigmentation variations and cosmetic dyes, and since everybody loses dozens of hairs every day, you can't even tell if the suspect is going bald. Check it against the Vicks. Do a scale count and medulla pigmentation comparison, Rhyme ordered. A moment later, Cooper looked up from the scope. It's not hers, the Colfax woman's. Description? Asked Rhyme. Light brown, no kink, so I'd say not negroid. Pigmentation suggests it's not mongoloid. So Caucasian, Rhyme said, nodding at the chart on the wall. Confirms what the wit said. Head or body hair? There's little diameter variation and a uniform pigment distribution. It's head hair. Length? 3 centimeters. Tom asked if he should add to the profile that the kidnapper had brown hair. Rhyme said no. We'll wait for some corroboration. Just write down that we know he wears a ski mask, navy blue, fingernail scrapings, Mel. Cooper examined the trace but found nothing useful. The print you found, the one on the wall. Let's take a look at it. Could you show it to me, Amelia? Sachs hesitated, then carried the Polaroid over to him. You're a monster, Rhyme said. It was a large, deformed palm, indeed grotesque. Not with the elegant swirls and bifurcations or friction ridges, but a mottled pattern of tiny lines. It's a wonderful picture. You're a virtual Edward Weston, Amelia, but unfortunately it's not a hand. Those aren't ridges. It's a glove, leather, old, right, Mel? The technician nodded. Tom, write down that he has an old pair of gloves.
Rhyme said to the others. "We're starting to get some ideas about him. He's not leaving his FR prints at the scene, but he is leaving glove prints. If we find the glove in his possession, we can still place him at the scene. He's smart, but not brilliant." Sachs asked,
"And what do brilliant criminals wear?"
"Cotton-lined suede," Rim said, then asked, "Where's the filter from the vacuum?" The technician emptied the cone filter, like one from a coffee maker, onto a sheet of white paper. Trace evidence. DAs and reporters and juries loved obvious clues. Bloody gloves, knives, recently fired guns, love letters, semen, and fingerprints. But Lincoln Rhyme's favorite evidence was trace, the dust and effluence at crime scenes, so easily overlooked by perps. But the vacuum had captured nothing helpful. "All right," Rhyme said, "let's move on. Let's look at the handcuffs." Sachs stiffened as Cooper opened the plastic bag and slid the cuffs out onto a sheet of newsprint. There was, as Rhyme had predicted, minimal blood. The tour doctor from the medical examiner's office had done the honors with the razor saw after an NYPD lawyer had faxed a release to the ME. Cooper examined the cuffs carefully. "Boyd and Keller, bottom of the line, no serial number." He sprayed the chrome with DFO and hit the polylight. "No prints, just a smudge from the glove." "Let's open them up." Cooper used a generic cuff key to click them open. With a lens-cleaning air puffer, he blew into the mechanism. "You're still mad at me, Amelia," Rhyme said, "about the hands." The question caught her off guard.
"I wasn't mad," she said after a moment. "I thought it was unprofessional, what you were suggesting."
"Do you know who Edmond Locard was?" She shook her head. "A Frenchman, born in 1877, founded the University of Lyon's Institute of Criminalistics. He came up with the one rule I lived by when I ran IRD, Locard's exchange principle. He thought that whenever two human beings come into contact, something from one is exchanged to the other and vice versa. Maybe dust, blood, skin cells, dirt, fibers, metallic residue. Might be tough to find exactly what's been exchanged and even harder to figure out what it means, but an exchange does occur, and because of that, we can catch our unsubs." This bit of history didn't interest her in the least. "You're lucky," Mel Cooper said to Sachs, not looking up. "He was going to have you and the medic do a spot autopsy and examine the contents of his stomach." "It would have been helpful," Rhyme said, avoiding her eyes. "I talked him out of it," Cooper said.
"Autopsy," Sachs said, sighing, as if nothing about Rhyme could surprise her. Why, she isn't even here, he thought angrily. Her mind's 1,000 miles away.
"Ah," Cooper said, "found something. I think it's a bit of the glove."
Cooper mounted a fleck on the compound microscope, examined it.
"Leather, reddish-colored, polished on one side."
"Red, that's good," Solito said. To Sachs, he explained, "Yeah, the wilder the clothes, the easier it is to find the perp. They don't teach you that at the academy, bet. Sometime I'll tell you about the time we collared Jimmy Plaid from the Gambino crew. You remember that, Jerry?"
"You could spot those pants a mile away,"
the young detective said. Cooper continued.
"The leather's desiccated, not much oil in the grain. You were right, too, about 'em being old."
"What kind of animal?"
"I'd say kid skin, high quality."
If they were new, it might mean he was rich, Rhyme grumbled. But since they're old, he might have found them on the street or bought them second-hand. No snappy deductions from 823's accessorizing, looks like. Okay, Tom, just add to the profile that the gloves are reddish kid skin. What else do we have?
"He wears aftershave," Sachs reminded him.
"Forgot that. Good. Maybe to cover up another scent. Unsubs do that sometimes. Write it down, Tom. What did it smell like again, Amelia? You described it."
"Dry, like gin."
"What about the clothesline?" Rhyme asked. Cooper examined it.
"I've seen this before. Plastic. Several dozen interior filaments composed of 6 to 10 different plastic types and 2 metallic filaments."
"I want a manufacturer and source."
Cooper shook his head. "Impossible. Too generic."
"Damn," Rhyme muttered. "And the knot?"
"Now that's unusual. Very efficient. See how it loops around twice? PVC is the hardest cord to tie, and this knot ain't going anywhere."
"They have a knot file downtown?"
"No."
Inexcusable, he thought.
Sir? Rhyme turned to Banks. I do some sailing. Out of Westport? Rhyme said. Well, as a matter of fact, yeah. How do you know? If there were a forensic test for location of origin, Jerry Banks would turn up positive for Connecticut. Lucky guess. It isn't nautical. I don't recognize it. That's good to know. Hang it up there. Rhyme nodded toward the wall next to the Polaroid of the cellophane and the Monet poster. We'll get to it later. The doorbell rang, and Tom disappeared to answer it. Rhyme had a bad moment, thinking that perhaps it was Dr. Berger returning to tell him he was no longer interested in helping him with their project. But the heavy thud of boots told Rhyme who had come a-calling. The emergency services officers, all large, all somber, dressed in combat gear, entered the room politely and nodded to Solito and Banks. They were men of action, and Rhyme bet that behind the 20 still eyes there were 10 very bad reactions to the sight of a man laid up forever on his back. "Gentlemen, you've heard about the kidnapping last night and the death of the victim this afternoon," he continued, through the affirmative muttering. "Our unsub has another victim. We have a lead in the case, and I need you to hit locations around the city and secure evidence. Immediately and simultaneously. One man, one location." "Who, you mean?" one mustachioed officer asked uncertainly. "No backup?" "You won't need it." "All due respect, sir, I'm not inclined to go in any tactical situation without backup, a partner at least." "I don't think there'll be any firefights. The targets are the major chain grocery stores in town." "Grocery stores?" "Not every store. Just one of every chain. J&G's, ShopRite, Food Warehouse." "Well, what exactly are we going to do?" "Buy veal shanks." "What?" "One package at each store. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to pay from your own pocket, gentlemen, but the city will reimburse you. Oh, and we need 'em ASAP." She lay on her side, immobile. Her eyes had grown accustomed to the dimness of the old tunnel, and she could see the little fuckers moving closer. One in particular she kept her eyes on. Monell's leg stung like a bitch, but most of the pain was in her arm, from where he'd cut deep into her skin. Because it was cuffed behind her, she couldn't see the wound, didn't know how much she'd bled. But it must have been a lot. She was very faint and could feel the sticky ooze all over her arms and side. The sound of scratching, needlish claws on concrete. The gray-brown lumps rustling in the shadows. The rats continued to twitch their way toward her. There must have been 100 of them. She forced herself to stay completely still and kept her eyes on the big black one. Schwartzy, she called him. He was in the front, moving back and forth, studying her. Monel Gerger had been around the world twice by the time she was 19. She'd hitched through Sri Lanka and Cambodia and Pakistan. Through Nebraska, where women stared at her eyebrow rings and braless boobs with contempt. Through Iran, where men stared at her bare arms like dogs in heat. She'd slept in city parks in Guatemala City and spent 3 days with rebel forces in Nicaragua after getting lost on the way to a wildlife refuge. But she'd never been so scared as now. Mein Gott. And what scared her the most was what she was about to do to herself. One rat ran close, a small one, its brown body zipping forward, backing up, moving forward again a few inches. Rats were scary, she decided, because they were more like reptiles than rodents. A snaky nose and snaky tail. And those fucking red eyes. Behind him was Schwartzy, the size of a small cat. He rose up on his haunches and stared at what fascinated him. Watching. Waiting. Then the little one attacked. Scurrying on his 4 needlish feet, ignoring her muffled scream, he darted fast and straight. Quick as a roach, he tore a bite from her cut leg. The wound stung like fire. Monell squealed. In pain, yes, but from anger, too. "I don't fucking want you!" She slammed her heel into his back with a dull crunch. He quivered once and lay still. Another one raced up to her neck, ripped away a bite, then leapt back, staring at her, twitching his nose as if he were running his tongue around his little rat mouth, savoring her flavor. "Dieser Schmerz!" She shivered as the searing burn radiated from the bite. "Dieser Schmerz! The pain!" Monell forced herself to lie still again. The tiny attacker poised for another run, but suddenly twitched and turned away. Monell saw why. Schwartzy was finally easing to the front of the pack. He was coming after what he wanted. Good. Good. He was the one she'd been waiting for. Because he hadn't seemed interested in the blood or her flesh. He'd padded up close 20 minutes before, fascinated by the silver tape across her mouth. The smaller rat scurried back into the swarming bodies as Schwartzy eased forward on his obscenely tiny feet. Paused, then advanced again, 6 feet, 5, then 3. She remained completely still, breathing as shallowly as she dared, afraid the inhalation would scare him off. Schwartzy paused, padded forward again, then stopped, 2 feet away from her head. Don't move a muscle. His back was humped high, and his lips kept retracting over his brown and yellow teeth. He moved another foot closer and stopped, eyes darting. Sat up, rubbed his clawed paws together, eased forward again. Monell Gerger played dead. Another 6 inches. Forwards. Come on. Then he was at her face. She smelled garbage and oil on his body, feces, rotten meat. He sniffed, and she felt the unbearable tickle of whiskers on her nose as his tiny teeth emerged from his mouth and began to chew the tape. For 5 minutes he gnawed around her mouth. Once another rat scooted in, sank his teeth into her ankle. She closed her eyes to the pain and tried to ignore it. Schwartzy chased him away, then stood in the shadows, studying her. Forwards, Schwartzy, come on. Slowly he padded back to her, tears running down her cheek. Monell reluctantly lowered her mouth to him. Chewing. Chewing. Come on. She felt his vile, hot breath in her mouth as he broke through the tape and began to rip off larger chunks of the shiny plastic. He pulled the pieces from his mouth and squeezed them greedily in his front claws. Big enough now, she wondered. It would have to be. She couldn't take any more. Slowly she lifted her head up 1 millimeter at a time. Schwartzy blinked and leaned forward, curiously. Monell spread her jaws and heard the wonderful sound of the ripping tape. She sucked air deep into her lungs. She could breathe again. And she could shout for help. Bitte, helfen Sie mir! Please, help me! Schwartzy backed away, startled by her ragged howl, dropping his precious silver tape. But he didn't go very far. He stopped and turned back, rose on his pudgy haunches. Ignoring his black-humped body, she kicked the post she was tied to. Dust and dirt floated down like gray snow, but the wood didn't give a bit. She screamed until her throat burned. Bitte, help me! The sticky rush of traffic swallowed the sound. Stillness for a moment. Then Schwartzy started toward her again. He wasn't alone this time. The slimy pack followed his lead, twitching, nervous, but drawn steadily by the tempting smell of her blood. Bone and wood, wood and bone. Mel, what do you have there? Ryan was nodding toward the computer attached to the chromatograph spectrometer. Cooper had once more retested the dirt they'd found in the splinter of wood. It's still nitrogen-rich, off the charts. 3 separate tests, the results all the same. A diagnostic check of the unit showed it was working fine. Cooper reflected and said, That much nitrogen, maybe a firearms or ammunition manufacturer? It'd be Connecticut, not Manhattan. Rhyme looked at the clock, 6:30. How fast time had raced past today. How slowly it had moved for the past 3.5 years. He felt as if he'd been awake for days and days. The young detective pored over the map of Manhattan, moving aside the pale vertebra that had fallen to the floor earlier. The disc had been left there by Rhyme's SCI specialist, Peter Taylor. An early appointment with the man. The doctor had examined him expertly, then sat back in the rustling rattan chair and pulled something out of his pocket.
"Show and tell time," the doctor had said.
Rhyme had glanced at Taylor's open hand.
"This is a fourth cervical vertebra, just like the one in your neck, the one that broke. See little tails on the end?"
The doctor turned it over and over for a moment, and then asked,
"What do you think when you see it?"
Rhyme respected Taylor, who didn't treat him like a child or a moron or a major inconvenience, but that day he hadn't been in the mood to play the inspiration game. He hadn't answered. Taylor continued anyway.
"Some of my patients think it looks like a stingray. Some say it's a spaceship or an airplane or a truck. Whenever I ask that question, people usually compare it to something big. Nobody ever says, a hunk of calcium and magnesium. See, they don't like the idea that something so insignificant has made their lives pure hell."
Rhyme had glanced back at the doctor skeptically, but the placid, gray-haired medico was an old hand at SCI patients, and he said kindly,
"Don't tune me out, Lincoln."
Taylor had held the disc up close to Rhyme's face.
"You're thinking it's unfair, this little thing causing you so much grief. But forget that. Forget it. I want you to remember what it was like before the accident. The good and bad in your life. Happiness, sadness. You can feel that again."
The doctor's face had grown still.
"But frankly, all I see now is somebody who's given up."
Taylor had left the vertebra on the bedside table. Accidentally, it seemed. But then Rhyme realized the act was calculated. Over the past months, while Rhyme was trying to decide whether or not to kill himself, he'd stared at the tiny disc. It became an emblem for Taylor's argument, the pro-living argument. But in the end, that side lost. The doctor's words, as valid as they might be, couldn't overcome the burden of pain and heartache and exhaustion Lincoln Rhyme felt day after day after day. Now he looked away from the disc to Amelia Sachs and said, "I want you to think about the scene again."
"I told you everything I saw."
"Not saw. I want to know what you felt."
Rhyme remembered the thousands of times he'd run crime scenes. Sometimes a miracle would happen.
He'd be looking around, and somehow ideas about the unsub would come to him. He couldn't explain how. The behaviorists talked about profiling as if they'd invented it. But criminalists have been profiling for hundreds of years. Walk the grid, walk where he's walked, find what he's left behind, figure out what he's taken with him. And you come away from the scene with a profile as clear as a portrait. "Tell me," he prodded, "what did you feel?"
"Uneasy, tense, hot."
She shrugged.
"I don't know. I really don't. Sorry."
If he'd been mobile, Rhyme would have leapt from the bed, grabbed her shoulders, and shaken her. Shouted, "But you know what I'm talking about. I know you do. Why won't you work with me? Why are you ignoring me?"
Then he understood something. That she was there, in the steamy basement, hovering over TJ's ruined body, smelling the vile smell. He saw it in the way her thumb flicked a bloody cuticle, saw it in the way she maintained the no-man's land of politeness between the two of them. She detested being in that vile basement, and she hated him for reminding her that part of her was still there. "You're walking through the room," he said.
"I really don't think I can be any more help."
"Play along," he said, forcing his temper down. He smiled. "Tell me what you thought."
Her face went still, and she said,
"It's just thoughts, impressions everybody'd have."
"But you were there. Everybody wasn't. Tell us."
"It was scary or something."
She seemed to regret the clumsy word.
"Unprofessional."
"I felt—"
"Somebody watching you?" he asked. This surprised her.
"Yes, that's exactly it."
Rhyme had felt it himself, many times. He'd felt it 3.5 years ago, bending down over the decomposing body of the young policeman, picking a fiber off the uniform. He'd been positive that someone was nearby. But there was no one. Just a large oak beam that chose that moment to groan and splinter and come crashing down on the fulcrum of Lincoln Rhymes' fourth cervical vertebra with the weight of the earth.
What else did you think, Amelia?
She wasn't resisting anymore. Her lips were relaxed, her eyes drifting over the curled Nighthawks poster. The diners, lonely or contentedly alone. She said,
Well, I remember saying to myself, man, this place is old. It was like those pictures you see of turn-of-the-century factories and things, and I...
Wait, Ryan barked. Let's think about that. Old. His eyes strayed to the Randall survey map. He'd commented before on the unsub's interest in historical New York. The building where T.J. Colfax had died was old, too, and so was the tunnel for the railroad where they'd found the first body. The New York Central trains used to run above ground. There'd been so many crossing fatalities that 11th Avenue had earned the name Death Avenue, and the railroad had finally been forced to move the tracks below ground. And Pearl Street, he mused to himself, was a major byway in early New York. Why is he so interested in old things? He asked Solito, Is Terry Dobbins still with us?
Oh, the shrink? Yeah, he worked the case last year. Come to think of it, he asked about you. Said he called you a couple times. You never... Right, Rhymes said. Get him over here. I want his thoughts on 823's patterns. Now, Amelia, what else did you think?
She shrugged, but far too nonchalantly.
Nothing.
No?
And where did she keep her feelings, he wondered, recalling something Blaine had said once, seeing a gorgeous woman walking down Fifth Avenue. The more beautiful the package, the harder it is to unwrap.
I don't know. All right, I remember one thing I thought, but it doesn't mean anything. It's not like a professional observation.
Professional. It's a bitch when you set your own standards, ain't it, Amelia?
Let's hear it, he said to her.
When you were having me pretend to be him, and I found where he stood to look back at her?
Keep going.
Well, I thought...
For a moment, it seemed that tears threatened to fill her beautiful eyes. They were iridescent blue, he noticed. Instantly, she controlled herself.
I wondered, did she have a dog? The Colfax woman.
A dog? Why'd you wonder that? She hesitated a moment, then said,
This friend of mine, a few years ago, we were talking about getting a dog when, well, if we moved in together. I always wanted one, a collie. It was funny. That was the kind my friend wanted, too, even before we knew each other.
A dog? Rhymes' heart popped like beetles on a summer screen door. And?
I thought that woman...
TJ, Rhymes said.
TJ,
Sachs continued.
I just thought how sad it was. If she had any pets, she wouldn't be coming home to them and playing with them anymore. I didn't think about her boyfriends or husbands. I thought about pets.
But why that thought? Dogs, pets, why?
I don't know why.
Silence. Finally, she said,
I suppose seeing her tied up there, and I was thinking how he stood to the side to watch her, just standing between the oil tanks. It was like he was watching an animal in a pen.
Rhyme glanced at the sine waves on the GCMS computer screen. Animals. Nitrogen.
Shit,
Rhyme blurted. Heads turned toward him.
It's shit.
Staring at the screen.
Ah, yes, of course,
Cooper said, replastering his strands of hair.
All the nitrogen, it's manure, and it's old manure at that.
Suddenly, Lincoln Rhyme had one of those moments he'd reflected on earlier. The thought just burst into his mind. The image was of lambs. Solito asked, Lincoln, you okay? A lamb, sauntering down the street.
It was like he was watching an animal.
Tom, Solito was saying, is he all right?
In a pen.
Rhyme could picture the carefree animal, a bell around its neck, a dozen others behind.
"Lincoln?" Tom said urgently. "You're sweating. Are you all right?"
"Shh," the criminalist ordered. He felt the trickle running down his face. Inspiration and heart failure. The symptoms are oddly similar. Think. Bones, wooden posts, and manure.
"Yes,"
he whispered. A Judas lamb, leading the flock to slaughter. "Stockyards," Rhyme announced to the room. "She's being held in a stockyard."
End of CD 4. CD 5.
Chapter 13. There are no stockyards in Manhattan. The past, Lon, Rhyme reminded him. Old things turn him on, get his juices flowing. We should think of old stockyards, the older the better. In researching his book, Rhyme had read about a murder that gentleman mobster Oni Madden was accused of committing, gunning down a rival bootlegger outside his Hell's Kitchen townhouse. Madden was never convicted, not for this particular murder at any rate. He took the stand and, in his melodious British-accented voice, lectured the courtroom about betrayal. "This entire case has been trumped up by my rivals, who are speaking lies about me. Your Honor, do you know what they remind me of? In my neighborhood, in Hell's Kitchen, the flocks of lambs were led through the streets from the stockyards to the slaughterhouses on 42nd Street. And you know who led them? Not a dog, not a man, but one of theirs. A Judas lamb with a bell around its neck. He'd lead the flock up that ramp. But then he'd stop, and the rest of them would go inside. I'm an innocent lamb, and those witnesses against me, they're the Judases." Rhyme continued. "Call the library, Banks. They must have a historian." The young detective flipped open his cellular phone and called. His voice dropped a tone or two as he spoke. After he explained what they needed, he stopped speaking and gazed at the map of the city. "Well?" Rhyme asked.
"They're finding someone. They've got—"
He lowered his head as someone answered, and the young man repeated his request. He started nodding and announced to the room,
"Yeah, I got 2 locations. No, 3.
"Who is it?" Rhyme barked. "Who are you talking to?"
The curator of city archives. He says there have been 3 major stockyard areas in Manhattan. One on the west side around 60th Street, one in Harlem in the 1930s or 40s, and on the Lower East Side during the Revolution."
"We need addresses, Banks, addresses." Listening.
"He's not sure."
"Why can't he look it up? Tell him to look it up."
Banks responded. "He heard you, sir. He says in what? Look him up in what? They didn't have yellow pages back then. He's looking at old
demographic maps of commercial neighborhoods without street names," Rhyme groused. "Obviously. Have him guess."
"That's what he's doing. He's guessing."
Rhyme called. "Well, we need him to guess fast." Banks listened, nodding. What?
Around 60th Street and 10th, the young officer said. A moment later, Lexington near the Harlem River, and then, where the Delancey farm was. Is that near Delancey Street?
Of course it is, from Little Italy all the way to the East River. Lots of territory, miles. Can he narrow it down?
Around Catherine Street, Lafayette, Walker, he's not sure.
"Near the courthouses," Solito said, and told Banks, "Get Howman's teams moving, divide them up, hit all 3 neighborhoods." The young detective made the call, then looked up.
"What now?"
"We wait," Rhyme said. Solito muttered, "I fucking hate waiting." Sachs asked Rhyme,
"Can I use your phone?"
Rhyme nodded toward the one on his bedside table. She hesitated.
"You have one in there?"
She pointed to the hallway. Rhyme nodded. With perfect posture, she walked out of the bedroom. In the hallway mirror, he could see her, solemn, making the precious phone call. Who, he wondered. Boyfriend? Husband? Daycare center? Why had she hesitated before mentioning her friend when she told him about the collie? Yeah, there was a story behind that, Rhyme bet. Whomever she was calling wasn't there. He noticed her eyes turn to dark blue pebbles when there was no answer. She looked up and caught Rhyme gazing at her in the dusty glass. She turned her back. The phone slipped to the cradle, and she returned to his room. There was silence for a full 5 minutes. Rhyme lacked the mechanism most people have for bleeding off tension. He'd been a manic pacer when he was mobile, drove the officers in IRD crazy. Now his eyes energetically scanned the Randall map of the city as Sachs dug beneath her patrol cap and scratched at her scalp. Invisible Mel Cooper catalogued evidence, calm as a surgeon. All but one of the people in the room jumped inordinately when Solito's phone brayed. He listened. His face broke into a grin. "Got it! One of Howman's squads is at 11th and 60th. They can hear a woman's screams coming from somewhere around there. They don't know where for sure. They're doing a door-to-door." "Get your running shoes on," Rhyme ordered Sachs. He saw her face sag. She glanced at Rhyme's phone as if it might be ringing with a reprieve call from the governor at any minute. Then a look at Solito, who was poring over the ESU tactical map of the west side. "Amelia," Rhyme said, "we lost one. That's too bad, but we don't have to lose any more."
"If you saw her," she whispered. "If you only saw what he did to her."
"Oh, but I have, Amelia," he said evenly, his eyes relentless and challenging. "I've seen what happened to TJ. I've seen what happens to bodies left in hot trunks for a month. I've seen what a pound of C4 does to arms and legs and faces. I worked a Happy Land Social Club fire. Over 80 people burned to death. We took Polaroids of the Vic's faces, or what was left of them, for their families to identify, because there's no way in hell a human being could walk past those rows of bodies and stay sane. Except us. We don't have any choice." He inhaled against the excruciating pain that swept through his neck. "See, if you're going to get by in this business, Amelia, if you're going to get by in life, you're going to have to learn to give up the dead." One by one, the others in the room had stopped what they were doing and were looking at the two of them. No pleasantries now from Amelia Sachs, no polite smiles. She tried for a moment to make her gaze cryptic, but it was transparent as glass. Her fury at him, out of proportion to his comment, roiled through her, her long face folded under the dark energy. She swept aside a lock of lazy red hair and snatched the headset from the table. At the top of the stairs, she paused and looked at him with a withering glance, reminding Rhyme that there was nothing colder than a beautiful woman's cold smile. And for some reason, he found himself thinking, "Welcome back, Amelia." "What you got? You got goodies? You got a story? You got pictures?" The Scruff sat in a bar on the east side of Manhattan, 3rd Avenue, which is to the city what strip malls are to the burbs. This was a dingy tavern, soon to be rocking with yuppies on the make. But now it was the refuge of badly dressed locals, eating suppers of questionable fish and limp salads. The lean man, skin like knotty ebony, wore a very white shirt and a very green suit. He leaned closer to the Scruff. "You got news, you got secret codes, you got letters, you got shit."
Man, ha!
"You're not laughing when you say ha," said Fred Delray. Really Del Rat, but that had been generations ago. He was 6'4", rarely smiled despite the Jabberwocky banter, and was a star special agent in the Manhattan office of the FBI.
No, man, I'm not laughing.
"So what you got?" Delray squeezed the end of a cigarette which perched over his left ear.
It takes time, man."
The Scruff, a short man, scratched his greasy hair.
"I bet you ain't got time. Time is precious, time is fleeting, and time is one thing you ain't got."
Delray put his huge hand under the table, on which sat 2 coffees, and squeezed the Scruff's thigh until he whined. 6 months ago, the skinny little guy had been caught trying to sell automatic M16s to a couple of right-wing crazies who, whether they actually were or not, also happened to be undercover BATF agents. The feds hadn't wanted the Scruff himself, of course, the greasy little wild-eyed thing. They wanted whoever was supplying the guns. ATF swam upstream a ways, but no great busts were forthcoming, and so they gave him to Delray, the Bureau's numero uno snitch handler, to see if he might be some use. So far, though, he'd proved to be just an irritating, mousy little skell who didn't apparently have news, secret codes, or even shit for the feds.
The only way we're dropping down a charge, any charge, is you give us something beautiful and sticky. Are we all together on that?
I don't have nothing for you guys right now, is what I'm saying, just now.
Not true, not true. You got yourself something, I can see it in your face. You're knowing something, man.
A bus pulled up outside with a hiss of brake air. A crowd of Pakistanis climbed from the open door.
Yeah, man, that fucking UN conference.
The scruff muttered.
What the fuck are they coming here for? The city's too crowded already, all them foreigners.
Fucking conference, you little skell, you little turd.
Delray snapped.
What you got against world peace?
Nothing.
Now tell me something good.
I don't know nothing good.
Who you talking to here?
Delray grinning devilishly.
I'm a chameleon. I can smile and be happy, or I can frown and play squeezy.
No, man, no!
The scruff squealed.
Shit, that hurts. Cut it out!
The bartender looked over at them. A short glance from Delray sent him back to polishing polished glasses.
All right, maybe I know one thing, but I need help. I need...
Squeezy time again.
Fuck you, man! Just fuck you!
Ooh, that's mighty smart dialogue. Delray shot back. You sound like in those bad movies, you know? Bad guy and the good guy finally meet like Stallone and somebody, and all they can say to each other is, fuck you, man, no, fuck you, no, fuck you. Now you're gonna tell me something useful. Are we all together on that?
And just stared at the scruff until he gave up.
Okay, here's what it is. I'm trusting you, man.
Yeah, what you got?
I was talking to Jackie. You know Jackie?
I know Jackie.
And he was telling me.
What was he telling you?
He was telling me he heard anything anybody got coming in or going out this week. Don't do it at the airports.
So what was coming in and going out? More 16s?
I told you, man, there wasn't nothing I had. I'm telling you what Jackie
told you.
Right, man. Just in general, you know.
The scruff turned big brown eyes on Delray.
Would I lie to you?
Don't ever lose your dignity,
the agent warned solemnly, pointing a stern finger at the scruff's chest.
Now what's this about airports? Which one? Kennedy? LaGuardia?
I don't know. All I know is word's up that somebody was gonna be at an airport here. Somebody who was pretty bad.
Give me a name.
Don't got a name.
Where's Jackie?
Dunno. South Africa, I think. Maybe Liberia.
What's all this mean?
Delray squeezed his cigarette again.
Well, I guess there was a chance something was going down, you know, so nobody should be having shipments coming in then.
You guess.
The scruff cringed, but Delray wasn't thinking about tormenting the little man any longer. He was hearing alarm bells. Jackie, an arms broker both bureaus had known about for a year, might have heard something from one of his clients, soldiers in Africa and Central Europe and militia cells in America, about some terrorist hit at the airports. Delray normally wouldn't have thought anything about this, except for that kidnapping at JFK last night. Hadn't paid much attention to it. It was NYPD's case. But now he was also thinking about that botched fragging at the UNESCO meeting in London the other day.
Your boy didn't tell you anything more?
No, man, nothing more. Hey, I'm hungry. Can we eat something?
Remember what I told you about dignity. Quit moaning.
Delray stood up.
I gotta make a call.
The RRV skidded to a stop on 60th Street. Sachs snagged the crime scene suitcase, the poly light, and a big 12-volt flashlight.
Did you get her in time?
Sachs called to an ESU trooper.
Is she all right?
No one answered at first. Then she heard the screams.
What's going on?
She muttered, running breathless up to the large door, which had been battered in by emergency services. It opened onto a wide driveway that descended underneath an abandoned brick building.
She's still there?
Yeah, that's right.
Why?
Demanded a shocked Amelia Sachs. They told us not to go in.
Not to go in? She's screaming, can't you hear her?
An ESU cop said, "They told us to wait for you."
They. No, not they at all. Lincoln Rhyme, that son of a bitch.
"We were supposed to find her," the officer said. "You're supposed to go in."
She clicked the headset on. "Rhyme!" she barked. "Are you there?" No answer. "You goddamn coward. Give up the dead, son of a bitch." As furious as she'd been storming down the stairs in his townhouse a few minutes ago, she was twice as angry now. Sachs glanced behind her and noticed a medic standing beside an EMS bus. "You! Come with me!" He took a step forward and saw her draw her weapon. He stopped. "Oh, whoa! Time out!" the medic said. "I don't have to go in until the area's secure." "Now! Move!" She spun around, and he must have seemed more muzzled than he wanted. He grimaced and hurried after her. From underground, they heard, "Ay, Hilfe!" then sobbing. Jesus. Sachs started to run toward the looming doorway, 12 feet high, smoky blackness inside. She heard in her head, "You're him, Amelia. What are you thinking?" "Go away," she said silently. But Lincoln Rhyme didn't go away. "You're a killer and a kidnapper, Amelia. Where would you walk? What would you touch?" "Forget it. I'm going to save her. Hell with the crime scene." "Mein God, please, someone, please, help!" "Go," Sachs shouted to herself. "Sprint. He's not in here. You're safe. Get her. Go." She picked up the pace, her utility belt clanking as she ran. Then, 20 feet down the tunnel, she pulled up, debating. She didn't like which side won. "Oh, fuck," she spat out. She set down the suitcase and opened it up. She blurted to the medic, "You, what's your name?" The uneasy young man answered, "Tad Walsh. What's going on?" He glanced down into the murk. "Bitte helfen Sie mir!" "Cover me," Sachs whispered. "Cover you? Wait a minute, I don't do that. Take the gun, all right?" "Oh, what am I supposed to cover you from?" Thrusting the automatic into his hand, she dropped to her knees. "Safety's off, be careful." She grabbed 2 rubber bands and slipped them over her shoes. Taking the pistol back, she ordered him to do the same. With unsteady hands, he slipped the bands on. "I'm just thinking, quiet. He could still be here." "Oh, wait a minute now, ma'am," the medic whispered. "This ain't in my job description." "It's not in mine either. Hold the light." She handed him the flashlight. Yeah, but if he's here, he's probably going to shoot at the light. That's what I'd shoot at." "Then hold it up high, over my shoulder. I'll go in front. If anybody gets shot, it'll be me." "Then what do I do?" Tad sounded like a teenager. "I myself would run like hell," Sachs muttered. "Now follow me, and keep that beam steady." Lugging the black CS suitcase in her left hand, holding her weapon in front of her, she gazed at the floor as they moved into the darkness. She saw the familiar broom marks again, just like at the other scene. "Bitte nicht! Bitte nicht! Bitte ha!" There was a brief scream, then silence. "What the hell's going on down there?" Tad whispered. "Shh!" Sachs hissed. They walked slowly. Sachs blew on her fingers, gripping the Glock, to dry the slick sweat, and carefully eyed the random targets of wooden pillars, shadows, and discarded machinery picked out by the flashlight held unsteadily in Tad's hand. She found no footprints. Of course not. He's smart. "But we're smart, too," she heard Lincoln Rhyme say in her thoughts. And she told him to shut up. Slower now. 5 more feet. A pause. Then moving slowly forward, trying to ignore the girl's moans. She felt it again, that sensation of being watched, the slippery crawl of the iron sights tracking you. The body armor, she reflected, wouldn't stop a full metal jacket. Half the bad guys used black talons anyway, so a leg or arm shot would kill you just as efficiently as a chest hit, and a lot more painfully. Nick had told her how one of those bullets would open up a human body. One of his partners, hit by 2 of the vicious slugs, had died in his arms. Above and behind.
Thinking of him, she remembered one night lying against Nick's solid chest, gazing at the silhouette of his handsome Italian face on her pillow as he told her about hostage rescue entry. Somebody inside wants to nail you when you go in. They'll do it from above and behind. Shit. She dropped to a crouch, spinning around and aiming the Glock toward the ceiling, ready to empty the entire clip.
What?
Tad whispered, cowering.
What?
The emptiness gaped at her.
Nothing.
And breathed deeply, stood up.
Don't do that.
There was a gurgling noise ahead of them.
Jesus,
came Tad's high voice again.
I hate this.
This guy's a pussy, she thought. I know that, 'cause he's saying everything I want to.
She stopped.
Shine the light up there, ahead. Oh, my ever-lovin'...
Sachs finally understood the hairs she'd found at the last scene. She remembered the look that had passed between Solito and Rhyme. He'd known then what the unsub had planned. He'd known this was what was happening to her, and still he'd told ESU to wait. She hated him that much more. In front of them, a pudgy girl lolled on the floor in a pool of blood. She glanced toward the light with glazed eyes and passed out, just as a huge black rat, big as a house cat, crawled up onto her belly and moved toward the girl's fleshy throat. He bared its dingy teeth to take a bite from the girl's chin. Sachs smoothly lifted the chunky black Glock, her left palm circling under the butt for support. She aimed carefully. Shooting is breathing. Inhale, out, squeeze. Sachs fired her weapon for the first time in the line of duty. 4 shots. The huge black rat standing on the girl's chest exploded. She hit one more on the floor behind, and another one that, panicking, raced toward Sachs and the medic. The others vanished silently, fast as water on sand.
Jesus, the medic said. You could have hit the girl.
From 30 feet? Sachs snorted. Not hardly. The radio burst to life, and Howman asked if they were under fire.
Negative, Sachs replied. Just shooing a few rats.
Roger, K. She took the flashlight from the medic and, shining it low, started forward.
It's all right, miss, Sachs called. You'll be all right.
The girl's eyes opened, head flipping from side to side.
Bitte, bitte.
She was very pale. Her blue eyes clung to Sachs, as if she was afraid to look away.
Bitte, bitte, please.
Her voice rose to a wild keening, and she began to sob and thrash in terror as the medic pressed bandages on her wounds. Sachs cradled her bloody blonde head, whispering,
You'll be all right, honey. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Chapter 14. The office, high above downtown Manhattan, looked out over Jersey. The crap in the air made the sunset absolutely beautiful. We gotta.
We can't.
Gotta, Fred Delray repeated, and sipped his coffee, even worse than in the restaurant where the scruffin' he'd been sitting not long before. Take it away from 'em. They'll live with it.
It's a local case,
responded the FBI's assistant special agent in charge of the Manhattan office. The ASAC was a meticulous man who could never work undercover, because when you saw him, you thought, oh, look, an FBI agent. It's not local. They're treating it local, but it's a big case.
We're down 18 men because of the UN thing.
And this is related to it, Delray said. I'm positive.
Then we'll tell UN security. Let everybody... oh, don't give me that look.
UN security? UN security? Say, you ever hear the words oxymoron? Billy, you see that picture of the scene this morning? The hand coming out of the dirt and all the skin cut off that finger? That's a sick fuck out there.
NYPD's keeping us informed, the ASAC said smartly. We've got behavioral on call if they want.
Oh, Jesus Christ on the Merry Cross. Behavioral on call. We gotta catch this ripper, Billy. Catch him, not figure out his ticky-tacky wuckins.
Tell me what your snitch said again.
Delray knew a crack in a rock when he saw one. Wasn't gonna let it seal up again.
Rapid fire now, about the scruff and Jackie in Johannesburg or Monrovia, and the hushed word throughout the illicit arms trade that something was going down at a New York airport this week, so stay clear. "It's him," Delray said. "Gotta be."
NYPD's got a task force together.
"Not anti-terror. I made calls. Nobody at AT there knows Zippo about it. To NYPD, it's dead tourists equal bad public relations. I want this case, Billy."
And Fred Delray said the one word he'd never uttered in his 8 years of undercover work.
"Please."
"What grounds are you talking?"
"Uh-oh, bullshit question," Delray said, stroking his index finger like a scolding teacher. "Let's see. We got ourselves that spiffy new anti-terrorism bill, but that's not enough for you. You want jurisdiction. I'll give you jurisdiction. A Port Authority felony, kidnapping. I can fucking argue this prick's driving a taxi so he's affecting interstate commerce. We don't want to play those games, do we, Billy?"
"You're not listening, Delray. I can recite the U.S. Code in my sleep, thank you. I want to know if we're going to take over what we tell people and make everybody happy. Because remember, after this unsub's bagged and tagged, we're going to have to keep working with NYPD. I'm not going to send my big brother to beat up their big brother, even though I can, anytime I want. Lon Solito's running the case, and he's a good man."
"A lieutenant?"
Delray snorted. He tugged the cigarette out from behind his ear and held it under his nostrils for a moment.
"Jim Polling's in charge."
Delray reared back with mock horror.
"Poling? Little Adolf? What, do you have the right to remain silent because I'm gonna hit you upside the motherfucking head, Poling? Him?"
The ASAC had no response for that. He said, "Solito's good, a real workhorse. I've been with him on 2 OC task forces."
"That unsub's grabbing bodies right and left, and this here boy's betting he's gonna work his way up."
"Meaning?"
"We got senators in town, we got congressmen, we got heads of state. I think these folk he's grabbing now just for practice."
"You've been talking of behavioral and not telling me?"
"It's what I smell."
Delray couldn't resist touching his lean nose. The ASAC blew air from his clean-shaven federal agent cheeks.
"Who's the CI?"
Delray had trouble thinking of the scruff as a confidential informant, which sounded like something out of a Dashiell Hammett novel. Most CIs were skells, short for skeletons, meaning scrawny, disgusting little hustlers, which fit the scruff to a T.
"He's a tick," Delray admitted, "but Jackie, this guy he heard it from is solid."
"I know you want it, Fred, I understand." The ASAC said this with some sympathy, because he knew exactly what was behind Delray's request. Even as a boy in Brooklyn, Delray had wanted to be a cop. It hadn't mattered much to him what kind of cop, as long as he could spend 24 hours a day doing it. But soon after joining the Bureau, he found his calling: undercover work. Teamed with his straight man and guardian angel Toby Doolittle, Delray was responsible for sending a large number of perps away for a very long time. The sentences totaled close to 1,000 years.
"They can call us a Millennium Team, Tobio," he declared to his partner once.
The clue to Delray's success was his nickname, the Chameleon. Bestowed after, in the space of 24 hours, he played a brain-dead cluckhead in a Harlem crack house and a Haitian dignitary at a dinner in the Panamanian consulate, complete with diagonal red ribbon on his chest and impenetrable accent. The two of them were regularly loaned out to ATF or DEA, and occasionally city police departments. Drugs and guns were their specialty, though they had a minor in jacked merchandise. The irony of undercover work is that the better you are, the earlier the retirement. Word gets around, and the big boys, the perps worth going after, become harder to fox. Doolittle and Delray found themselves working less in the field and more as handlers of informants and other undercover agents. And while it wasn't Delray's first choice, nothing excited him like the street. It still got him out of the office more often than most essays in the Bureau. It had never occurred to him to request a transfer. Until 2 years ago. A warm April morning in New York. Delray was just about to leave the office to catch a plane at LaGuardia when he got a phone call from the assistant director of the Bureau in Washington. The FBI is a nest of hierarchy, and Delray couldn't imagine why the big man himself was calling. until he heard the AD's somber voice break the news that Toby Doolittle, along with an assistant U.S. attorney from Manhattan, had been on the ground floor of the Oklahoma City Federal Building that morning, preparing for the deposition session that Delray himself was just about to depart for. Their bodies were being flown back to New York the next day, which was the same day that Delray put in the first of his RFT 2230 forms, requesting a transfer to the Bureau's Anti-Terror Division. The bombing had been the crime of crimes to Fred Delray, who, when no one was looking, devoured books on politics and philosophy. He believed there was nothing essentially un-American about greed or lust. Hey, those qualities are what encouraged everyone from Wall Street to Capitol Hill. And if people stepped over the border of legality, Delray was pleased to track them down. But he never did so with personal animosity. But to murder people for their beliefs, hell, to murder children before they even knew what they believed, my God, that was a stab at the heart of the country. Sitting in his two-room, sparsely furnished Brooklyn apartment after Toby's funeral, Delray decided that this was the kind of crime he wanted to crack at. But unfortunately, the chameleon's reputation preceded him. The Bureau's best undercover agent was now their best handler, running agents and CIs throughout the East Coast. His bosses simply couldn't afford to let him go to one of the more quiescent departments of the FBI. Delray was a minor legend, personally responsible for some of the Bureau's greatest recent successes. So it was with considerable regret that his persistent requests were turned down. The ASAC was well aware of this history, and he now added a sincere, "I wish I could help out, Fred. I'm sorry." But all Delray heard in those words was the rock cracking a little further. And so the chameleon pulled a persona off the rack and stared down his boss. He wished he still had his fake gold tooth. Streetman Delray was a tough hombre with one motherfucker of a mean stare, and in that look was the unmistakable message anybody on the street would know instinctively. I done for you, now you do for me. Finally, the smarmy ASAC said lamely, "It's just that we need something." "Something?" "A hook," the ASAC said. "We don't have a hook." A reason to take the case away from NYPD, he meant. Politics, fucking-ticks. Delray lowered his head, but the eyes, brown as polish, didn't wave a millimeter from the ASAC. "He cut the skin off that Vic's finger this morning, Billy. Clean down to the bone. Then buried him alive." Two scrubbed federal agent hands met beneath a crisp jaw. The ASAC said slowly, "Here's a thought. There's a deputy commissioner at NYPD. Name's Eckert. You know him? He's a friend of mine." The girl lay on her back on a stretcher, eyes closed, conscious but groggy, still pale. An IV of glucose ran into her arm. Now that she'd been rehydrated, she was coherent and surprisingly calm, all things considered. Sachs walked back to the gates of hell and stood looking down into the black doorway. She clicked on the radio and called Lincoln Rhyme. This time he answered. "How's the scene look?" Rhyme asked casually. Her answer was a curt, "We got her out, if you're interested." "Ah, good. How is she?" "Not good." "But alive, right?" "Barely." "You're upset because of the rats, aren't you, Amelia?" She didn't answer. "Because I didn't let Beau's men get her right away. Are you there, Amelia?" "I'm here." There were 5 contaminants of crime scenes, Rhyme explained. She noticed he'd gone into his low seductive tone again. The weather, the victim's family, the suspect, souvenir hunters. The last is the worst. Guess what it is? "You tell me." "Other cops. If I'd let ESU in, they could have destroyed all the trace. You know how to handle a scene now, and I'll bet you preserved everything just fine." Sachs needed to say, "I don't think she'll ever be the same after this. The rats were all over her." "Yes, I imagine they were. That's their nature." Their nature.
But 5 minutes or 10 wasn't going to make any difference. Click. She shut off the radio and walked to Walsh, the medic. I want to interview her. Is she too groggy?
No, not yet. We gave her locals to stitch the lacerations and the bites. She'll want some Demerol in a half hour or so.
Sachs smiled and crouched down beside her. Hi. How you doing? The girl, fat but very pretty, nodded. Can I ask you some questions?
Yes, please. I want you to get him.
Solito arrived and ambled up to them. He smiled down at the girl, who gazed at him blankly. He proffered a badge she had no interest in and identified himself.
You all right, miss?
The girl shrugged. Sweating fiercely in the muggy heat, Solito nodded Sachs aside.
Poling been here?
Haven't seen him. Maybe he's at Lincoln's.
Nah, I just called there. He's got to get to City Hall pronto.
What's the problem? Solito lowered his voice, his doughy face twisted up.
A fuck-up. Our transmissions are supposed to be secure, but those fucking reporters, somebody's got an unscrambler or something. They heard we didn't go in right away to get her.
He nodded toward the girl.
Well, we didn't,
Sachs said harshly.
Rhyme told ESU to wait until I got here.
The detective winced.
Oh, man, I hope they don't have that on tape. We need Poland for damage control.
He nodded to the girl.
Interviewed her yet?
No, just about to.
With some regret, Sachs clicked on the radio and heard Rhyme's urgent voice.
You there? This goddamn thing doesn't...
I'm here,
Sachs said coolly.
What happened?
Interference, I guess. I'm with the Vic.
The girl blinked at the exchange, and Sachs smiled.
I'm not talking to myself.
Gestured toward the mic.
Police headquarters. What's your name? Monel Gerger.
She looked at her bitten arm, pulled up a dressing, and examined a wound.
Interview her fast, Rhyme instructed. Then work the scene.
Hand covering the microphone stalk, Sachs whispered fiercely to Solito.
This man's a pain in the ass to work for, sir.
Humor him, officer. Amelia, Rhyme barked. Answer me.
We're interviewing her, all right?
She snapped. Solito asked,
Can you tell us what happened?
Monel began to talk, a disjointed story about being in the laundry room of a residence hall in the East Village. He'd been hiding, waiting for her.
What residence hall? Solito asked.
The Deutsche Haus. It's, mostly German expatriates and students.
What happened then? Solito continued.
Sachs noted that, although the big detective appeared gruffer, more ornery than Rhyme, he was really the more compassionate of the two.
He threw me in the trunk of a car and drove here.
Did you get a look at him?
The woman closed her eyes. Sachs repeated the question, and Monel said she hadn't. He was, as Rhyme had guessed, wearing a navy blue ski mask.
Und gloves.
Describe them.
They were dark. She didn't remember what color.
Any unusual characteristics? The kidnapper?
No. He was white. I could tell that.
Did you see the license plate of the taxi? Solito asked.
Was?
The girl asked, drifting into her native tongue.
Did you see?
Sachs jumped as Rhyme interrupted.
Das Nummernschild.
Thinking, how the hell does he know all this? She repeated the word, and the girl shook her head no, then squinted.
What you mean, taxi?
Wasn't he driving a yellow cab?
Taxi cab? Nein, no, it was regular car.
Hear that, Lincoln?
Yep, our boy's got another set of wheels, and he put her in the trunk so it's not a station wagon or hatchback.
Sachs repeated this. The girl nodded.
Like a sedan.
Any idea of the make or color?
Solito continued. Monel answered.
Light, I think. Maybe silver or gray? Or that, what is it, light brown?
Beige?
She nodded.
Maybe beige,
Sachs added for Rhyme's benefit.
Solito asked, Was there anything in the trunk? Anything at all? Tools, clothes, suitcases?
Monel said there wasn't. It was empty.
Rhyme had a question. What did it smell like, the trunk? Sachs relayed the query.
I don't know.
Oil and grease?
No, it smelled clean.
Ah, so maybe a new car, Rhyme reflected. Monell dissolved into tears for a moment, then shook her head. Sachs took her hand, and finally she continued.
We drove for a long time. Seemed like long time.
You're doing fine, honey,
Sachs said. Rhyme's voice interrupted. Tell her to strip.
What?
Take her clothes off.
I will not.
Have the medics give her a robe. We need her clothes, Amelia.
But,
Sachs whispered,
she's crying.
Please, Rhyme said urgently. It's important. Solito nodded, and Sachs, tight-lipped, explained to the girl about the clothes, and was surprised when Monell nodded. She was, it turned out, eager to get out of the bloody garments anyway. Giving her privacy, Solito walked away to confer with Beau Howman. Monell put on a gown the medic offered her, and one of the plainclothes detectives covered her with his sports coat. Sachs bagged the jeans and T-shirts.
Got them,
Sachs said into the radio. Now she's got to walk the scene with you, Rhyme said.
What?
But make sure she's behind you so she doesn't contaminate any PE. Sachs looked at the young woman, huddling on a gurney beside the 2 EMS buses.
She's in no shape to do that. He'd cut her, all the way to the bone, so she'd bleed and the rats would get her.
Is she mobile?
Probably. But you know what she's just been through?
She can give you the route they walked. She can tell you where he stood.
She's going to the ER. She lost a lot of blood.
A hesitation. He said pleasantly, Just ask her. But his joviality was fake, and Sachs heard just impatience. She could tell that Rhyme was a man who wasn't used to coddling people, who didn't have to. He was someone used to having his own way. He persisted. Just once around the grid.
You can go fuck yourself, Lincoln Rhyme.
It's
important, I know.
Nothing from the other end of the line. She was looking at Monell. Then she heard a voice. No, her voice say to the girl,
I'm going down there to look for evidence. Will you come with me?
The girl's eyes nailed Sachs deep in her heart. Tears burst.
No, I'm not doing that. Bitte nicht. Oh, bitte nicht.
Sachs nodded, squeezed the woman's arm. She began to speak into the mic, steeling herself for his reaction, but Rhyme surprised her by saying, All right, Amelia, let it go. Just ask her what happened when they arrived. The girl explained how she'd kicked him and escaped into the adjoining tunnel.
I kick him again, she said with some satisfaction. Knock off his glove. Then he get all pissed and strangle me. He...
Without the glove on? Rhyme blurted. Sachs repeated the question, and Monell said,
Yes.
Prince! Excellent! Rhyme shouted, his voice distorting in the mic. When did it happen? How long ago? Monell guessed about an hour and a half. Hell, Rhyme muttered. Prints on skin last an hour and 90 minutes tops. Can you print skin, Amelia?
I never have before.
Well, you're about to, but fast. In the CS suitcase there'll be a packet labeled Chroma Code. Pull out a card. She found a stack of glossy 5x7 cards, similar to photographic paper.
Got it. Do I dust her neck?
No. Press the card glossy side down against her skin where she thinks he touched her. Press for about 3 seconds. Sachs did this as Monell stoically gazed at the sky. Then, as Rhyme instructed, she dusted the card with metallic powder using a puffy Magnum brush. Well? Rhyme asked eagerly.
It's no good. A shape of a finger, but no visible ridges. Should I pitch it?
Never throw away anything at a crime scene, Sachs, he lectured sternly. Bring it back. I want to see it anyway.
One thing I am thinking I forget, said Monell. He touched me.
You mean he molested you?
Sachs asked gently.
Rape?
No, not in a sex way. He touched my shoulder, face, behind my ear, elbow. He squeezed me. I don't know why. You hear that, Lincoln? He touched her, but it didn't seem like he was getting off on it.
Yes.
And one thing I am forgetting,
Monell said.
He spoke German. Not good. Like he only studied it in school. And he called me Hannah.
Called her what?
Hannah, Sachs repeated into the mic. Do you know why? She asked the girl.
No, but that's all he called me. He seemed to like saying the name. Did you get that, Lincoln?
Yes, I did. Now do the scene. Time's a-wasting.
As Sachs stood, Monell suddenly reached up and gripped her wrist.
Miss Sachs, you are German?
She smiled and answered,
A long time ago. Couple generations.
Monell nodded. She pressed Sachs's palm to her cheek.
Vielen Dank. Thank you, Miss Sachs. Dankeschön.
Chapter 15. The 3 ESU halogens clicked to light, bringing an eerie tide of white glare to the grim tunnel. Alone, now at the scene, Sachs gazed at the floor for a moment. Something had changed. What? She drew her weapon again, dropped into a crouch.
He's here,
she whispered, stepping behind one of the posts. What? Rhyme asked.
He's come back. There were some dead rats here. They're gone.
She heard Rhyme's laughter.
What's so funny?
No, Amelia, their friends took the bodies away.
Their friends?
I had a case up in Harlem once. Dismembered, decomposed body. A lot of the bones were hidden in a big circle around the torso. Skull was in an oil drum. Toes underneath piles of leaves. Had the borough in an uproar. The press was talking about Satanists, serial killers. Guess who the perp turned out to be?
No idea,
she said stiffly.
The Vic himself. It was a suicide. Raccoons, rats, and squirrels made off with the remains like trophies. Nobody knows why, but they love their souvenirs. Now, where are you?
At the foot of the ramp.
What do you see?
A wide tunnel. 2 side tunnels, narrower. Flat ceiling supported by wooden posts. The posts are all battered and nicked. The floor is old concrete covered with dirt.
And manure?
Looks like it. In the center, right in front of me, is the post she was tied to.
Windows?
None. No doors either.
She looked over the wide tunnel, the floor disappearing into a black universe 1,000 miles away. She felt the crawl of hopelessness.
It's too big. There's too much space to cover.
Amelia, relax.
I'll never find anything here.
I know it seems overwhelming, but just keep in mind that there are only 3 types of PE that we're concerned about. Objects, body materials, and impressions. That's all. It's less daunting if you think of it that way.
Easy for you to say.
And the scene isn't as big as it looks. Just concentrate on the places they walked. Go to the post.
Sachs walked the path, staring down. The ESU lights were brilliant, but they also made the shadows starker, revealing a dozen places the kidnapper could hide. A chill trickled down her spine.
Stay close, Lincoln, she thought reluctantly. I'm pissed, sure, but I want to hear you. Breathe or something.
She paused, shone the polylight over the ground.
Is it all swept? He asked.
Yes, just like before.
The body armor chafed her breasts, despite the sports bra and undershirt, and as hot as it was outside, it was unbearable down here. Her skin prickled, and she felt a ravenous desire to scratch under her vest.
I'm at the post.
Vacuum the area for trace.
Sachs ran the dustbuster, hating the noise. It covered up any sound of approaching footsteps, guns cocking, knives being drawn. Involuntarily, she looked behind her once, twice. She nearly dropped the vacuum as her hand strayed to her gun. Sachs looked at the impression in the dust of where Monell's body had lain.
I'm him. I'm dragging her along. She kicks me. I stumble.
Monell could have kicked in only one direction, away from the ramp. The unsub didn't fall, she'd said, which meant he must have landed on his feet. Sachs walked a yard or 2 into the gloom.
Bingo!
Sachs shouted.
What? Tell me.
Footprints. He missed a spot sweeping up.
Not hers.
No, she was wearing running shoes. These are smooth soles like dress shoes. 2 good prints. We'll know what size feet he's got.
No, they won't tell us that. Soles can be larger or smaller than the uppers, but it may tell us something. In the CS bag, there's an electrostatic printer. It's a small box with a wand on it. There'll be some sheets of acetate next to it. Separate the paper, lay the acetate on the print, and run the wand over it. She found the device and made 2 images of the prints, carefully slipped them into a paper envelope. Sachs returned to the post.
And here's a bit of straw from the broom.
From?
Sorry,
Sachs said quickly.
we don't know where it's from. A bit of straw. I'm picking it up and bagging it. Getting good with these pencils. Hey, Lincoln, you son of a bitch. Know what I'm doing to celebrate my permanent retirement from crime scene detail? I'm going out for Chinese.
The ESU halogens didn't reach into the side tunnel where Monell had run. Sachs paused at the day-night line, then plunged forward into the shadows. The flashlight beam swept the floor in front of her. "Talk to me, Amelia."
There isn't much to see. He swept up here, too. Jesus, he thinks of everything.
"What do you see?"
Just marks in the dust. I tackle her. I bring her down. I'm mad, furious. I try to strangle her.
Sachs stared at the ground.
Here's something. Knee prints. When he was strangling her, he must have straddled her waist. He left knee prints and he's missed them when he swept.
"Electrostatic them." She did, quicker this time, getting the hang of the equipment. She was slipping the print into the envelope when something caught her eye, another mark in the dust.
What is that? Lincoln, I'm looking at the spot where... It looks like the glove fell here, when they were struggling.
She clicked on the polylight, and couldn't believe what she saw.
A print! I've got a fingerprint!
"What?" Rhyme asked, incredulous. "It's not hers?"
Nope, couldn't be. I can see the dust where she was lying. Her hands were cuffed the whole time. It's where he picked up the glove. He probably thought he'd swept here but missed it. It's a big, fat, beautiful one.
"Stain it, light it, and shoot the son of a bitch on the 1-to-1. It took her only 2 tries to get a crisp Polaroid. She felt like she'd found a $100 bill in the street. "Vacuum the area and then go back to the post. Walk the grid," he told her. She slowly walked the floor, back and forth, 1 foot at a time. "Don't forget to look up," he reminded her. "I once caught an unsub because of a single hair on the ceiling. He'd loaded a .357 round in a true .38, and the blowback pasted a hair from his hand on the crown molding."
I'm looking. It's a tile ceiling. Dirty. Nothing else. Nowhere to stash anything. No ledges or doorways.
"Where are the staged clues?" he asked.
I don't see anything.
Back and forth. 5 minutes passed. 6, 7.
Maybe he didn't leave any this time, Sachs suggested. Maybe Monell's the last.
"No," Rhyme said with certainty. Then, behind one of the wooden pillars, a flash caught her eye.
Here's something in the corner. Yep, here they are.
"Shoot it before you touch it."
She took a photograph and then picked up a wad of white cloth with the pencils.
Women's underwear. Wet.
"Semen?"
I don't know,
she said, wondering if he was going to ask her to smell it.
Rhyme ordered, "Try the polylight. Proteins will fluoresce."
She fetched the light, turned it on. It illuminated the cloth, but the liquid didn't glow.
No.
"Bag it, in plastic. What else?" he asked eagerly.
A leaf. Long, thin, pointed at one end.
It had been cut some time ago and was dry and turning brown. She heard Rhyme sigh in frustration.
There are about 8,000 varieties of deciduous vegetation in Manhattan," he explained. "Not very helpful. What's underneath the leaf?"
Why does he think there's anything there?
But there was. A scrap of newsprint, blank on one side. The other was printed with a drawing of the phases of the moon.
"The moon," Rhyme mused. "Any prints? Spray it with ninhydrin and scan it fast with a light."
A blast of the polylight revealed nothing.
That's all.
Silence for a moment.
"What are the clues sitting on?"
Oh, I don't know.
"You have to know."
Well, the ground,
she answered testily.
Dirt.
What else would they be sitting on?
"Is it like all the rest of the dirt around there?"
Yes.
Then she looked closely. Hell, It was different.
Well, not exactly. It's a different color.
Was he always right? Rhyme instructed, "Bag it, in paper." As she scooped up the grains, he said, "Amelia?"
Yeah?
"He's not there," Rhyme said reassuringly.
I guess.
"I heard something in your voice."
I'm fine,
she said shortly.
I'm smelling the air. I smell blood, mold and mildew, and the aftershave again.
"The same as before?"
Yes.
"Where's it coming from?" Sniffing the air, Sachs walked in a spiral, the maypole again, until she came to another wooden post.
Here. It's strongest right here.
"What's here, Amelia? You're my legs and my eyes, remember?"
One of these wooden columns, like the kind she was tied to, about 15 feet away.
"So he might have rested against it. Any prints?" She sprayed it with ninhydrin and shone the light on it.
No, but the smell's very strong.
"Sample a portion of the post where it's the strongest. There's a moto tool in the case. Black, a portable drill. Take a sampling bit. It's like a hollow drill bit, and mount it in the tool. There's something called a chuck. It's a—"
I own a drill press,
she said tersely. "Oh," Rhyme said. She drilled a piece of the post out, then flicked sweat from her forehead.
Bag it in plastic?
She asked. He told her yes. She felt faint, lowered her head, and caught her breath. No fucking air in here. "Anything else?" Rhyme asked.
Nothing that I can see.
"I'm proud of you, Amelia. Come on back and bring your treasures with you." Chapter 16. "Careful!" Rhyme barked.
I'm an expert at this.
"Is it new or old?"
Shh,
Tom said. "Oh, for Christ's sake, the blade, is it old or new?"
Don't breathe. Ah, there we go. Smooth as a baby's butt.
The procedure was not forensic, but cosmetic. Tom was giving Rhyme his first shave in a week. He'd also washed his hair and combed it straight back. A half hour before, waiting for Sachs and the evidence to arrive, Rhyme had sent Cooper out of the room while Tom slicked up a catheter with KY and wielded the tube. After that business had been completed, Tom had looked at him and said,
You look like shit. You realize that?
"I don't care. Why would I care?" Realizing suddenly that he did.
How about a shave?
The young man had asked. "We don't have time." Rhyme's real concern was that if Dr. Berger saw him groomed, he'd be less inclined to go ahead with the suicide. A disheveled patient is a despondent patient.
And a wash?
"No."
We've got company now, Lincoln.
Finally, Rhyme had grumbled. "All right."
And let's lose those pajamas, what do you say?
"There's nothing wrong with them." But that meant all right, too. Now, scrubbed and shaved, dressed in jeans and a white shirt, Rhyme ignored the mirror his aide held in front of him. "Take that away."
Remarkable improvement.
Lincoln Rhyme snorted derisively. "I'm going for a walk until I get back," he announced, and settled his head back into the pillow. Mel Cooper turned to him with a perplexed expression.
In his head,
Tom explained.
Your head?
"I imagine it," Rhyme continued.
Ah, it's quite a trick,
Cooper said. "Yeah, I can walk through any neighborhood I want and never get mugged. Hike in the mountains and never get tired. Climb a mountain if I want. Go window shopping on Fifth Avenue. Of course, the things I see aren't necessarily there, but so what? Neither are the stars."
How's that?
Cooper asked. "The starlight we see is thousands of millions of years old. By the time it gets to Earth, the stars themselves are moved. They're not where we see them." Rhyme sighed as the exhaustion flooded over him. "Yeah, I suppose some of them have already burned out and disappeared." He closed his eyes. "He's making it harder." "Not necessarily," Rhyme answered Lon Solito. Solito, Banks, and Sachs had just returned from the stockyard scene.
underwear, the moon, and a plant.
Cheerfully pessimistic Jerry Banks said.
That's not exactly a road map.
"Dirt, too," Rhyme reminded, ever appreciative of soil. "Have any idea what they mean?" Solito asked. "Not yet," Rhyme said.
"Where's Poling?" Solito muttered. "He still hasn't answered his page." "Haven't seen him," Rhyme said. A figure appeared in the doorway. "As I live and breathe," rumbled the stranger's smooth baritone. Rhyme nodded the lanky man inside. He was somber-looking, but his lean face suddenly cracked into a warm smile, as it tended to do at odd moments. Terry Dobbins was the sum total of the NYPD's Behavioral Science Department. He'd studied with the FBI behaviorist down at Quantico and had degrees in forensic science and psychology. The psychologist loved opera and touch football, and when Lincoln Rhyme had awakened in the hospital after the accident 3 years ago, Dobbins had been sitting beside him listening to Aida on a Walkman. He'd then spent the next 3 hours conducting what turned out to be the first of many counseling sessions about Rhyme's injury. "Now, what's this I recall the textbook saying about people who don't return phone calls?" "Analyze me later, Terry. You hear about our unsub?" "A bit," Dobbins said, looking Rhyme over. He wasn't an MD, but he knew physiology. "You all right, Lincoln? Looking a little peaked." "Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a workout today," Rhyme admitted. "And I could use a nap. You know what a lazy SOB I am." "Yeah, right. You're the man who called me at 3 in the morning with some question about a perp and couldn't understand why I was in the sack. So what's up? You fishing for a profile?" "Whatever you can tell us will help." Solito briefed Dobbins, who, as Rhyme recalled from the days they'd worked together, never took notes but managed to retain everything he heard inside a head crowned with dark red hair. The psychologist paced in front of the wall chart, glancing up at it occasionally as he listened to the detective's rumbling voice. He held up a finger, interrupting Solito. The victims. They've all been found underground, buried in a basement in the Stockyard Tunnel." "Right," Rhyme confirmed. "Go on." Solito continued, explaining about the rescue of Monel Gerger. "Fine, all right," Dobbins said absently, then braked to a halt and turned to the wall again. He spread his legs and, hands on hips, gazed at the sparse facts about Unsub 823. "Tell me more about this idea of yours, Lincoln, that he likes old things." "I don't know what to make of it. So far, his clues have something to do with historical New York. Building materials from the turn of the century, the stockyards, the steam system." Dobbins stepped forward suddenly and tapped the profile. "Hannah. Tell me about Hannah." "Amelia?" Rhyme asked. She told Dobbins how the unsub had referred to Monel Gerger as Hannah for no apparent reason.
She said he seemed to like saying the name and speaking to her in German.
And he took a bit of a chance to nap her, didn't he?" Dobbins noted. "The cab at the airport, that was safe for him, but hiding in a laundry room? He must have been real motivated to snatch somebody German." Dobbins twined some ruddy hair around a lengthy finger and flopped down in one of the squeaky rattan chairs, stretched his feet out in front of him. "Okay, try this on for size. The underground. That's the key. It tells me he's somebody who's hiding something, and when I hear that, I start thinking hysteria." "Yeah, he's not acting hysterical," Solito said. "He's pretty damn calm and calculating." No, not hysteria in that sense. It's a category of mental disorders. The condition manifests when something traumatic happens in a patient's life and the subconscious converts that trauma into something else. It's an attempt to protect the patient. With traditional conversion hysteria, you see physical symptoms, nausea, pain, paralysis. But I think here we're dealing with a related problem. Dissociation. That's what we call it when the reaction to the trauma affects the mind, not the physical body. Hysterical amnesia, fugue states, and multiple personalities. "Jekyll and Hyde?" Mel Cooper played straight man this time, beating Banks to the punch. "Well, I don't think he's got true multiple personalities," Dobbins continued. "That's a very rare diagnosis, and the classic mult purse is young and has a lower IQ than your boy. He nodded at the profile chart. He's slick and he's smart. Clearly an organized offender. Dobbins stared out the window for a moment. This is interesting, Lincoln. I think your unsub pulls on his other personality when it suits him. When he wants to kill. And that's important. Why? Well, two reasons. First, it tells us something about his main personality. He's someone who's been trained, maybe at his job, maybe his upbringing, to help people, not to hurt them. A priest, a counselor, politician, social worker. And two, I think it means he's found himself a blueprint. If you can find out what it is, maybe you can get a lead to him. What kind of blueprint? Well, he may have wanted to kill for a long time, but he didn't act until he found himself a role model. Maybe from a book or movie, or somebody he actually knows. It's someone he can identify with, someone whose own crimes, in effect, give him permission to kill. And now I'm going out on a limb here. Climb, Rhyme said, climb. Now, his obsession with history tells me that his personality is a character from the past. Real life? That I couldn't say. Maybe fictional, maybe not. Hannah, whoever she is, figures in the story somewhere. Germany, too, or German Americans. Any idea what might have set him off? Oh, Freud felt it was caused by, what else, sexual conflict at the Oedipal stage. Nowadays, the consensus is that developmental glitches are only one cause. Any trauma can trigger it. And it doesn't have to be a single event. It could be a personality flaw, a long series of personal or professional disappointments. Hard to say. His eyes glowed as they gazed at the profile. But I sure hope you bag him alive, Lincoln. I'd love the chance to get him on the couch for a few hours. Tom, are you writing this down?
Yes, Buana.
But one question, Rhyme began. Dobbins whirled around. I'd say it's the question, Lincoln. Why is he leaving the clues, right? Yeah, why the clues? Well, think about what he's done. He's talking to you, not rambling incoherently like Son of Sam or the Zodiac Killer. He's not schizophrenic. He's communicating in your language, the language of forensics. Why? More pacing, eyes flipping over the chart. All I can think of is that he wants to share the guilt. You see, it's hard for him to kill. It becomes easier if he makes us accomplices. If we don't save the Vicks in time, their deaths are partly our fault. Oh, but that's good, isn't it? Rhyme asked. It means he'll keep giving us clues that are solvable. Otherwise, if the puzzle's too hard, he's not sharing the burden. Well, that's true, Dobbins said, smiling no longer. But there's another factor at work, too. Solito supplied the answer. Serial activity escalates. Right, Dobbins confirmed.
How can he strike more often?
Banks muttered.
Every 3 hours isn't fast enough?
Oh, he'll find a way, the psychologist continued. Most likely, he'll probably start targeting multiple victims. The psychologist's eyes narrowed. Say, you all right, Lincoln? There were beads of sweat on the criminalist's forehead, and he'd been squinting his eyes hard. Just tired. A lot of excitement for an old crip. One last thing. The profile of the victim's vital in serial crimes. But here we've got different sexes, ages, and economic classes. All white, but he's been preying in a predominantly white pool, so that's not statistically significant. With what we know so far, we can't figure out why he's taken these particular people. If you can, you might just get ahead of him. Thanks, Terry, Rhyme said. Stick around for a while. Sure, Lincoln, if you'd like.
End of CD 5. CD 6.
Rhyme ordered. "Let's look at the pee from the stockyard scene. What do we got? The underwear." Mel Cooper assembled the bags that Sachs had brought back from the scene. He glanced at the one containing the underwear.
Katrina Fashion's Demore line, he announced. 100% cotton, elastic band, cloth made in the U.S. They were cut and sewn in Taiwan.
You can tell that just by looking at them?
Sachs asked, incredulous. Nah, I was reading, he answered, pointing at the label.
Oh.
The cops laughed.
He's telling us he's got another woman, then?
Sachs asked.
"Probably," Rhyme said.
Cooper opened the bag. "Don't know what the liquid is. I'll do a chromatograph."
Rhyme asked Tom to hold up the scrap of paper with the faces of the moon on it. He studied it closely. A scrap like this was wonderful individuated evidence. You could fit it to the sheet it had been torn from and link the two as closely as fingerprints. The problem here, of course, was that they had no original piece of paper. He wondered if they'd ever find it. The unsub might have destroyed it once he'd torn this bit out. Yet Lincoln Rhyme preferred to think not. He liked to picture it somewhere, just waiting to be found. The way he always pictured source evidence. The automobile the paint chip had scraped off of, the finger that had lost the nail, the gun barrel that had discharged the rifled slug found in the victim's body. These sources, always close to the unsub, took on personalities of their own in Rhyme's mind. They could be imperious or cruel. Or mysterious. Phases of the moon. Rhyme asked Dobbins if their unsub could be driven to act cyclically. "No, the moon isn't in a major phase right now. We're 4 days past new." "So the moon means something else?"
If they're even moons in the first place,
Sachs said. Pleased with herself, and rightly so, Rhyme thought. He said, "Good point, Amelia. Maybe he's talking about circles, about ink, about paper, about geometry, the planetarium." Rhyme realized that she was staring at him. Maybe just realizing now that he'd shaved and his hair was combed, his clothes changed. And what was her mood now, he wondered. Angry at him, or disengaged? He couldn't tell. At the moment, Amelia Sachs was as cryptic as Unsub 823. The beeping of the fax machine sounded in the hallway. Tom went to get it and returned a moment later with 2 sheets of paper.
"It's from Emma Rollins,"
he announced. He held the sheets up for Rhyme to see.
"Our grocery scanner survey. 11 stores in Manhattan sold veal shanks to customers buying fewer than 5 items in the last 2 days."
He started to write on the poster, then glanced at Rhyme.
"The names of the stores?"
"Of course. We'll need them for cross-referencing later." Tom wrote them down on the profile chart. Broadway and 2nd, ShopRite. Broadway and 96th, Anderson Foods. Greenwich and Bank, ShopRite. 2nd Avenue, 72nd to 73rd, Grocery World. Battery Park City, J&G's Emporium. 1709 2nd Avenue, Anderson Foods. 34th and Lex, Food Warehouse. 8th Avenue and 24th, ShopRite. Houston and Lafayette, ShopRite. 6th Avenue and Houston, J&G's Emporium. Greenwich and Franklin, Grocery World.
"That narrows it down," Sachs said, "to the entire city."
"Patience," said restless Lincoln Rhyme. Mel Cooper was examining the straw that Sachs had found.
"Nothing unique here."
He tossed it aside. "Is it new?" Rhyme asked. If it was, they might cross-reference stores that had sold brooms and veal shanks on the same day. But Cooper said,
"Thought of that. It's 6 months old or older."
He began shaking the trace evidence in the German girl's clothing out over a piece of newsprint.
"Several things here," he said, poring over the sheet. "Dirt."
"Enough for a density gradient?"
"Nah, just dust, really. Probably from the scene."
Cooper looked over the rest of the effluence he'd brushed off the blood-stained clothing.
"Brick dust. Yeah, why is there so much brick?"
"From the rats I shot. The wall was brick."
"You shot them? At the scene?" Rhyme winced. Sachs said defensively,
"Well, yes, they were all over her."
He was angry, but he let it go, adding just, "All kinds of contaminants from gunfire. Lead, arsenic, carbon, silver."
"And here, another bit of reddish leather from the glove. And, we got another fiber, a different one."
Criminalists love fibers. This was a tiny gray tuft, barely visible to the naked eye. Excellent, Rhyme announced. And what else?
And here's the photo of the scene, Sachs said, and the fingerprints. The one from her throat and from where he picked up the glove.
She held them up. Good, Rhyme said, looking them over carefully. There was a sheen of reluctant triumph on her face, the rush of winning, which is the flip side of hating yourself for being unprofessional. Rhyme was studying the Polaroids of the prints when he heard footsteps on the stairs, and Jim Poling arrived. He entered the room, did a double take at the spiffed-up Lincoln Rhyme, and strode to Solito. I was just at the scene, he said. You saved the Vic. Great job, guys. He nodded toward Sachs to show the noun included her, too. But the prick nabbed another one? Or is about to, Rhyme muttered, gazing at the prints.
We're working on the clues right now,
Banks said. Jim, I've been trying to track you down, Solito said. I tried the mayor's office. I was with the chief. Had to fucking beg for some extra searches. Got another 50 men pulled off UN security detail. Captain, there's something we got to talk about. We got a problem. Something happened at the last scene. A voice, as yet unheard from, boomed through the room. Problem? Who got a problem? We don't got no problems here, do we? None at all. Rhyme looked up at the tall, thin man in the doorway. He was jet black and wore a ridiculous green suit and shoes that shone like brown mirrors. Rhyme's heart plummeted. Delray. Lincoln Rhyme, New York's own Ironside. Hey, Lon. And Jim Poling. How's it hanging, buddy? Behind Delray were a half-dozen other men and a woman. Rhyme knew in a heartbeat why the federal agents were here. Delray scanned the officers in the room, his attention alighting momentarily on Sachs, then flying away. What do you want? Poling asked. Delray said, Haven't you guessed, Jims? You're out of business. We closing you up. Yes, sir. Just like a bookie. Chapter 17. One of Us. That's how Delray was looking at Lincoln Rhyme as he walked around the bed. Some people did this. Paralysis was a club, and they crashed the party with jokes, nods, winks. You know I love you, man, 'cause I'm making fun of you. Lincoln Rhyme had learned that this attitude got tiring very, very quickly. Look at that, Delray said, poking at the Clinitron. That's something out of Star Trek. Commander Riker, get your ass in the shuttle. Go away, Delray, Poling said. It's our case. And how's this here patient doing, Dr. Crusher? The captain was stepping forward. A rooster the lanky FBI agent towered over. Delray, you listening? Go away. Man, I'm gonna get me one of those, Rhyme. Lay my ass down and watch a game. Seriously, Lincoln, how you doing? Been a few years. Did they knock? Rhyme asked Tom.
No, they didn't knock.
You didn't knock, Rhyme said, so may I suggest that you leave? Got a warrant, Delray murmured, flicking papers in his breast pocket. Amelia Sachs's right index fingernail worried her thumb, which was on the verge of bleeding. Delray looked around the room. He was clearly impressed at their impromptu lab, but strangled the feeling fast. We'd taken over. Sorry. In 20 years of policing, Rhyme had never seen a peremptory takeover like this. Fuck this, Delray, Solito began. You passed on the case. The agent swiveled his glossy black face around until he was looking down at the detective. Passed? Passed? I never got no ring-a-ling about it. Did you call me? No. Then who dropped the dime? Well, Solito, surprised, glanced at Poling, who said, You got an advisory. That's all we gotta send you. On the defensive now, too. An advisory? Yeah. And hey, how exactly was that delivered? Would that have been by Pony Express? Book rate mail? Tell me, Jim, what's the good of an overnight advisory when there's an ongoing operation? Poling said, We didn't see the need. We? Delray said quickly.
like a surgeon spotting a microscopic tumor. "I didn't see the need," Poling snapped. "I told the mayor to keep it a local operation. We got it under control. Now fuck off, Del Rey."
And you thought you could wrap it up in time for the 11 o'clock news.
Rhyme was startled when Poling shouted, "What we thought was none of your goddamn business. It's our fucking case." He knew about the captain's legendary temper, but he'd never seen it in action.
Actually, it's our fucking case now.
Del Rey strolled past the table that held Cooper's equipment. Rhyme said, "Don't do this, Fred. We're getting a handle on this guy. Work with us, but don't take it away. This unsub isn't like anything you've ever seen." Del Rey smiled.
Let's see. What's the latest I hear about this fucking case? That you got a civvy doing the forensics?
The agent forewent a glance at the Clinitron bed.
You got a portable doing crime scene? You got soldiers out buying groceries?
"Evidence standards, Frederick," Rhyme reminded stridently. "That's SOP." Del Rey looked disappointed.
But ESU, Lincoln? All those taxpayer dollars? And then there's cutting up people like Texas Chainsaw.
How had that news got out? Everyone was sworn to secrecy on the dismemberment issue.
And what's this I hear about Howman's boys found a Vic but didn't go in and save her right away? Channel 5 had a big ear mic on it. Got us screaming for a good 5 minutes before you sent somebody in.
He glanced at Solito with a wry grin.
Lon, my man, would that have been the problem you were just talking about?
They'd come so far, Rhyme was thinking. They were getting a feel for him, starting to learn the unsub's language, starting to see him. With a burst of surprise, he understood that he was once again doing what he loved. After all these years. And now, somebody was going to take it away from him. Anger rippled inside him.
"Take the case, Fred,"
Rhyme grumbled. "But don't cut us out. Don't do it."
"You lost 2 Vics," Del Rey reminded.
"We lost 1, Solito corrected, looking uneasily at Poling, who was still fuming. "Nothing we could have done about the first. He was a calling card." Dobbins, arms crossed, merely observed the argument. But Jerry Banks leapt in.
"We've got his routine down now. We aren't going to lose any more."
"You are if ESU's going to sit around listening to Vics scream their heads off." Solito said, "It was my decision," Rhyme sang out. "Mine."
But you're civvy, Lincoln. So it couldn't have been your decision. Might have been your suggestion. It might have been your recommendation. But I don't think it was your decision.
Del Rey's attention had turned to Sachs again. His eyes on her, he said to Rhyme,
"You told Peretti not to run the scene? That's mighty curious, Lincoln. Why'd you go and do something like that?"
Rhyme said, "I'm better than he is."
"Ooh, Peretti's not a happy Boy Scout, no, sir. He and I had a chinwag with Eckert."
Eckert? The Depcom? How was he involved? And with one glance at Sachs, at the evasive blue eyes framed by strands of must-red hair, he knew how. Rhyme nailed her with a look, which she promptly avoided, and he said to Del Rey, "Let's see. Peretti. Wasn't he the one opened up traffic on the spot where the unsub had stood to watch the first Vic? Wasn't he the one released the scene before we'd had a chance to pick up any serious trace? The scene my own Sachs here had the foresight to seal off? My Sachs had it right, and Vince Peretti and everybody else had it wrong. Yeah, she did." She was gazing at her thumb, a look that bespoke seeing a familiar sight, and slipped a Kleenex from her pocket, wrapped it around the bloody digit. Del Rey summarized,
"You should have called us at the beginning."
"Just get out," Poling muttered. Something snapped in his eyes and his voice rose. "Get the hell out!" he screamed. Even cool Del Rey blinked and eased back as the spittle flew from the captain's mouth. Rhyme frowned at Poling. There was a chance they might salvage something of the case, but not if Poling had a tantrum. "Jim," the captain ignored him. "Out!" he shouted again. "You are not taking over our case!" And startling everyone in the room, Poling leapt forward, grabbed the agent by his green lapels, and shoved him against the wall. After a moment of stunned silence, Delray simply pushed the captain back with his fingertips and took out a cellular phone. He offered it to Poling.
Call him Mayor, or Chief Wilson.
Poling eased instinctively away from Delray, a short man putting some distance between himself and a tall one.
You want the case, you fucking got it.
The captain strode to the stairs and then down them. The front door slammed.
Oh, Jesus, Fred, Solito said. Work with us. We can nail this scumbag. We need the Bureau's AT, said Delray, now sounding like reason itself. You're not set up for the terrorist angle.
What terrorist angle? Rhyme asked.
The UN Peace Conference. Snitch of mine said word was up that something was going to go down at the airport, where he snatched a Vicks.
I wouldn't profile him as a terrorist, Dobbin said. Whatever's going on inside him's psychologically motivated. It's not ideological.
Well, fact is, Quantico and us are pegging him one way. Appreciate you feel different, but this is how we're handling it.
Rhyme gave up. Fatigue was spiriting him away. He wished Solito and his scar-faced assistant had never shown up this morning. He wished he'd never met Amelia Sachs. Wished he wasn't wearing the ridiculous crisp white shirt, which felt stiff at his neck and felt like nothing below it. He realized that Delray was speaking to him. "I'm sorry?" Rhyme cocked a muscular eyebrow. Delray asked,
I mean, couldn't politics be a motive too?
"Motive doesn't interest me," Rhyme said. "Evidence interests me."
Delray glanced again at Cooper's table. So, the case is ours. We all together on that?
"What are our options?" Solito asked.
You back us up with searchers, or you can drop out altogether. That's about all that's left. We'll take the PE now, if you don't mind.
Banks hesitated. "Give him it," Solito ordered. The young cop picked up the evidence bags from the most recent scene, slipped them into a large plastic bag. Delray held his hands out. Banks glanced at the lean fingers and tossed the bag onto the table, walking back to the far side of the room. The cop side. Lincoln Rhyme was a demilitarized zone between them, and Amelia Sachs stood riveted at the foot of Rhyme's bed. Delray said to her, "Officer Sachs." After a pause, her eyes on Rhyme, she responded,
Yes? Commissioner Ecker wants you to come with us for debriefing about crime scenes. He said something about starting your new assignment on Monday.
She nodded. Delray turned to Rhyme and said sincerely,
Don't you worry, Lincoln. We gon' get him. Next you hear, his head gon' be on stake at the gates of the city.
He nodded to his fellow agents, who packed up the evidence and headed downstairs. From the hallway, Delray called to Sachs, "You coming, officer?" She stood with her hands together, like a schoolgirl at a party she'd regretted she'd come to.
In a minute.
Delray vanished down the stairs. "Those pricks," Banks muttered, flinging his watchbook onto the table. "Can you believe that?" Sachs rocked on her heels.
Better get going, Amelia, Rhyme said. Your carriage awaits.
Lincoln.
Walking closer to the bed. "It's all right," he said. "You did what you had to do."
I have no business doing CS work, she blurted. I never wanted to.
And you won't be doing it anymore. That works out well, doesn't it?
She started to walk to the door, then turned and blurted,
You don't care about anything but the evidence, do you?
Solito and Banks stirred, but she ignored them. "Say, Tom, could you show Amelia out?"
Sachs continued, This is all just a game to you, isn't it? Monell?
"Who?"
Her eyes flared. There! See? You don't even remember her name. Monell Gerger, the girl in the tunnel. She was just a part of the puzzle to you. There were rats crawling all over her, and you said, that's their nature. That's their nature? She's never going to be the same again, and all you cared about was your precious evidence.
"In living victims," he droned, lecturing, "rodent wounds are always superficial. As soon as the first little critter drooled on her, she needed rabies vaccine. What did a few more bites matter?"
Why don't we ask her opinion?
Sax's smile was different now. It had turned pernicious, like those of the nurses and therapy aides who hated Crips. They walked around rehab wards with smiles like this. Well, he hadn't been happy with the polite Amelia Sax. He'd wanted the feisty one.
Answer me something, Rhyme. Why did you really want me?
Tom, our guest has overstayed her welcome. Would you,
Lincoln,
the aide began.
Tom, Rhyme snapped, believe I asked you to do something.
Because I don't know shit, Sax blurted. That's why. You didn't want a real CS tech because then you wouldn't be in charge. But me, oh, you can send me here, send me there. I'll do exactly what you want, and I won't bitch and moan.
Ah, the troops mutiny, Rhyme said, lifting his eyes to the ceiling.
But I'm not one of the troops. I never wanted this in the first place.
I didn't want it either, but here we are, in bed together. Well, one of us.
And he knew his cold smile was far, far icier than any she could muster.
Why, you're just a spoiled brat, Rhyme.
Hey, officer, time out here,
Solito barked. But she kept going.
You can't walk your crime scenes anymore, and I'm sorry about that. But you're risking an investigation just to massage your ego, and I say, fuck that.
She grabbed her patrol hat and stormed out of the room. He expected to hear a slamming door from downstairs, maybe breaking glass. But there was a faint click, and then silence. As Jerry Banks retrieved his watchbook and thumbed through it with more concentration than was needed, Solito said, Lincoln, I'm sorry,
Nothing to it,
Rhyme said, yawning excessively in the false hope that it would calm his stinging heart.
Nothing at all.
The cops stood beside the half-empty table for a few moments. Difficult silence. Then Cooper said, better get packed up. He hefted a black scope case onto the table and began to unscrew an eyepiece with the loving care of a musician disassembling his saxophone.
Well, Tom, Rhyme said, it's after sunset. You know what that tells me? Bar's open.
Their war room was impressive. It beat Lincoln Rhyme's bedroom hands down. Half a floor at the Federal Building, 36 agents, computers and electronic panels out of some Tom Clancy movie. The agents looked like lawyers or investment bankers. White shirts, ties. Crisp was the word that came to mind. And Amelia Sax in the center, conspicuous in her navy blue uniform, soiled with rat blood, dust, and grainy shit from cattle dead 100 years. She was no longer shaking from her blow-up with Rhyme, and though her mind kept reeling with 100 things she wanted to say, wished she had said, she forced herself to concentrate on what was happening around her. A tall agent in an immaculate gray suit was conferring with Delray. Two large men, heads down, solemn. She believed he was the special agent in charge of the Manhattan office, Thomas Perkins, but she didn't know for certain. A patrol officer has as much contact with the FBI as a dry cleaner or insurance salesman does. He seemed humorless, efficient, and kept glancing at a large map of Manhattan pinned to the wall. Perkins nodded several times as Delray briefed him. Then he stepped up to a fiberboard table filled with manila folders, looked over the agents, and began to speak.
If I could have your attention. I've just been in communication with the director and the AG in Washington. You've all heard about the Kennedy Airport unsub by now. It's an unusual profile. Kidnapping, absent a sexual element, is rarely the basis for serial activity. In fact, this is the first unsub of the sort we've had in the Southern District. In light of the possible connection with the events at the UN this week, we're coordinating with headquarters, Quantico, and the Secretary General's office. We've been told to be completely proactive on this case. It's getting prioritization at the highest level.
The SAC glanced at Delray, who said,
We've taken over the case from the NYPD, but we'll be using them for backup and person power. We have the crime scene officer here to brief us on the scenes.
Delray sounded completely different here, not a shred of Superfly.
Have you vouchered the PE?
Perkins asked Sax. Sax admitted that she hadn't.
We were working on saving the Vicks.
The SAC was troubled by this. At trial, otherwise solid cases tanked regularly because of slip-ups in recording the chain of custody of the physical evidence. It was the first thing the perp's defense lawyers wailed on. "Make sure you do that before you leave."
Yes, sir. What a look on Rhymes' face when he guessed I bitched to Eckert and got them shut down. What a look.
"My sacks figured it out. My sacks preserved the scene."
She worried a nail again.
Stop it.
She told herself, as she always did, and continued to dig into the flesh. The pain felt good. That's what the therapists never understood. The SAC said, "Agent Delray, could you brief the room as regards the approach we'll be taking?" Delray looked from the SAC to the other agents and continued. "At this moment, we have field agents hitting every major terrorist cell in the city and pursuing whatever leads we can find that'll get us to the unsub's residence. All CIs, all undercover agents. It'll mean compromising some existing operations, but we've decided it's worth the risk. Our job here is to be rapid response. You'll break out into groups of 6 agents each and be ready to move on any lead. You'll have complete hostage rescue and barricade entry support."
Sir?
Sachs said. Perkins looked up, frowning. Apparently, one didn't interrupt briefings until the approved Q&A break. "Yes? What is it, officer?"
Well, I'm just wondering, sir. What about the victim?
"Who? That German girl? You think we should interview her again?"
No, sir. I meant the next victim.
Perkins responded, "Oh, we'll certainly stay cognizant of the fact that there may be other targets." Sachs continued,
He's got one now.
"He does?" The SAC glanced at Delray, who shrugged. Perkins asked Sachs, "How do you know?"
Well, I don't exactly know, sir, but he left clues at the last scene, and he wouldn't have done that if he didn't have another Vic, or was just about to snatch one.
"Noted, officer," the SAC continued. "We're going to mobilize as fast as we can to make sure nothing happens to them." Delray said to her, "We think it's best to focus on the beast himself." "Detective Sachs," Perkins began.
I'm not a detective, sir. I'm assigned to patrol.
Yes, well," the SAC continued, looking at the stacks of files, "if you could just give us some of your bullet points, that would be helpful." 30 agents watching her, 2 women among them. "Just tell us what you saw," Delray said, gripping an unlit cigarette between prominent teeth. She gave them a synopsis of her searches of the crime scenes and the conclusions Rhyme and Terry Dobbins had come to. Most of the agents were troubled by the unsub's curious M.O. "Like a goddamn game," an agent muttered. One asked if the clues had any political messages they could decipher.
Well, sir, we really don't think he's a terrorist,
Sachs persisted. Perkins turned his high-powered attention toward her. "Let me ask you, officer. You concede he's smart, this unsub?"
Very smart.
"Couldn't he be double-bluffing?"
How do you mean?
I should say the NYPD's thinking, is that he's just a nutcase. I mean, a criminal personality. But isn't it possible he's smart enough to make you think that, when something else is going on?
Like what?
Take those clues he left. Couldn't they be diversions?
No, sir. They're directions,
Sachs said,
leading us to the Vics.
I understand that, Quick Thomas Perkins said. But by doing that, he's also leading us away from other targets, right? She hadn't considered that.
I suppose it's possible.
And Chief Wilson's been pulling men off UN security detail right and left to work the kidnapping. This unsub might be keeping everyone distracted, which leaves him free for his real mission. Sachs remembered that she'd had a similar thought herself earlier in the day, watching all the searchers along Pearl Street.
And that'd be the UN?
We think so, Delray said. The perps behind the UNESCO bombing attempt in London might want to try again. Meaning Rhyme was going off in the completely wrong direction. It eased the weight of her guilt somewhat. Now, officer, could you itemize the evidence for us? Perkins asked. Delray gave her an inventory sheet of everything she'd found, and she went through it item by item. As she spoke, Sachs was aware of bustling activity around her. Some agents taking calls, some standing and whispering to other agents, some taking notes. But when, glancing down at the sheet, she added,
"Then I picked up this fingerprint of his at the last scene."
she realized that the room had fallen utterly silent. She looked up. Every face in the office was staring at her in what could pass for shock, if federal agents were capable of that. She glanced helplessly at Delray, who cocked his head.
"You saying you got yourself a print?"
"Well, yes. His glove fell off in a struggle with the last Vic, and when he picked it up, he brushed it against the floor."
"Where is it?" Delray asked quickly. "Jesus," one agent called. "Why didn't you say anything?"
"Well,
"Find it! Find it!" somebody else called. A murmur ran through the room. Her hands shaking, Sachs dug through the evidence bags and handed Delray the Polaroid of the fingerprint. He held it up, looked carefully, showed it to someone who she guessed was a friction ridge expert. "Good," the agent offered. "It's definitely A grade." Sachs knew that prints were rated A, B, and C, the lower category being unacceptable to most law enforcement agencies. But whatever pride she felt in her evidence-gathering skills was crushed by their collective dismay that she hadn't mentioned it before this. Then everything started to happen at once. Delray handed off to an agent who jogged to an elaborate computer in the corner of the office and rested the Polaroid on a large curved bed of something called an OptiScan. Another agent turned on the computer and started typing in commands as Delray snatched up the phone. He tapped his foot impatiently and then lowered his head as somewhere the call was answered. "Jenny, it's Delray. This is gonna be a true blue pain, but I need you to shut down all APHIS Northeast Region requests and give me the one I'm sending priority. I got Perkins here. He'll okay it, and if that ain't enough, I'll call the man in Washington himself. It's a UN thing." Sachs knew the Bureau's automated fingerprint identification system was used by police departments throughout the country. That's what Delray would be breaking to a halt at the moment. The agent at the computer said, "It's scanned. We're transmitting now." "How long's it gonna take?" 10-15 minutes. Delray pressed his dusty fingers together.
"Please, please, please."
All around her was a cyclone of activity. Sachs heard voices talking about weapons, helicopters, vehicles, anti-terror negotiators, phone calls, clattering keyboards, maps unrolling, pistols being checked. Perkins was on the phone, talking to the hostage rescue people, or the director, or the mayor, maybe the president. Who knew? Sachs said to Delray,
"I didn't know the print was that big a deal."
"It's always a big deal. At least with APHIS now it is. Used to be you dusted for prints mostly for show, let the Vixen press know you were doing something."
"You're kidding."
Nah, not a bit. Well, you take New York City. You do a cold search, that's when you don't have any suspects. You do a cold search manually, it'd take Tech 50 years to go through all the print cards, no fooling. An automated search, 15 minutes. Used to be you ID a suspect maybe 2-3% of the time. Now we're running close to 20-22%. Oh yeah, prints are golden. Didn't you tell Rhyme about it?
"He knew, sure."
"And he didn't get all hands on board?"
Oh my, the man's slipping.
"Say, officer," SAC Perkins called, holding his hand over the phone. "I'll ask you to complete those chain of custody cards now. I want to get the PE off to Pert." The physical evidence response team. Sachs remembered that Lincoln Rhyme had been the one the feds hired to help put it together.
"I'll do that, sure."
"Mallory, Kemple, take that PE to an office and get our guests some COC cards. You have a pen, officer?"
"Yes, I do."
She followed the two men into a small office, clicking her ballpoint nervously while they hunted down and returned with a pack of federal-issue chain of custody cards. She sat down and broke the package open. The voice behind her was the hip Delray, the persona that seemed eagerest to break out. In the car on the way here, someone had referred to him as the Chameleon, and she was beginning to see why.
We call Perkins the Big Dict. Yep, not like Dick like you're thinking. Dict, like dictionary. But don't worry over him. He's smarter than an agent sandwich. And better than that, he's pulled strings all the way to D.C., which is where strings gotta be pulled in cases like this.
Delray ran his cigarette beneath his nose as if it were a fine cigar.
You know, officer, you're foxy smart doing what you're doing.
"Which is?"
Getting out of major crimes. You don't want it.
The lean black face, glossy and wrinkled only about the eyes, seemed sincere for the first time since she'd met him.
Best thing you ever did, going to public affairs. You do some good there, and it won't turn you to dust. That's what happens, you bet. This job turn you to dust.
One of the last victims of James Schneider's mad compulsion, a young man named Ortega, had come to Manhattan from Mexico City, where political unrest, the much-heralded populist uprising which had begun the year before, had made commerce difficult at best. Yet the ambitious entrepreneur had been in the city no more than 1 week when he vanished from sight. It was learned that he was last seen in front of a West Side tavern, and authorities immediately suspected that he was yet another victim of Schneider's. Sadly, this was discovered to be the case. The bone collector cruised the streets for 15 minutes around NYU, Washington Square. Plenty of people hanging out, but kids mostly. Students in summer school, skateboarders. It was festive, weird. Singers, jugglers, acrobats. It reminded him of the museums down on the Bowery, popular in the 1800s. They weren't museums at all, of course, but arcades, teeming with burlesque shows, exhibits of freaks and daredevils, and vendors selling everything from French postcards to splinters of the True Cross. He slowed once or twice, but nobody wanted a cab, or could afford one. He turned south. Schneider tied bricks to Senor Ortega's feet and rolled him under a pier into the Hudson River so the foul water and the fish might reduce his body to mere bone. The corpse was found 2 weeks after he had vanished, and so it was never known whether or not the unfortunate victim was alive or had full use of his senses when he was thrown into the drink. Yet it is suspected that this was so. For Schneider cruelly shortened the rope so that Senor Ortega's face was inches below the surface of Davy Jones' locker. His hands undoubtedly thrashed madly about as he gazed upward at the air that would have been his salvation. The bone collector saw a sickly young man standing by the curb. AIDS, he thought. But your bones are healthy, and so prominent. Your bones will last forever. The man didn't want a cab, and the taxi cruised past, the bone collector hungrily gazing at his thin frame in the rearview mirror. He looked back to the street just in time to swerve around an elderly man who'd stepped off the curb, his thin arm raised to flag down the cab. The man leapt back as best he could, and the cab skidded to a stop just past him. The man opened the back door and leaned inside. "You should look where you're going." He said this instructionally, not with anger. "Sorry," the bone collector muttered contritely. The elderly man hesitated for a moment, looked up the street but saw no other taxis. He climbed in. The door slammed shut. Thinking, old and thin. The skin would ride on his bones like silk. "So, where to?" he called. "East Side." "You got it," he said, as he pulled on the ski mask and spun the wheels sharply right. The cab sped west. Part 3. The Portable's Daughter. Overturn, overturn, overturn is the maxim of New York. The very bones of our ancestors are not permitted to lie quiet a quarter of a century, and one generation of men seems studious to remove all relics of those which preceded them. Philip Hone, Mayor of New York, Diary, 1845. Saturday, 10:15 p.m. to Sunday, 5:30 a.m. Chapter 18. "Hit me again, Lon." Rhyme drank through a straw, Solito from a glass. Both took the smoky liquor neat. The detective sank down in the squeaky rattan chair, and Rhyme decided he looked a little like Peter Lorre in Casablanca. Terry Dobbins was gone, after offering some acerbic psychological insights about narcissism and those employed by the federal government. Jerry Banks had left too. Mel Cooper continued to painstakingly disassemble and pack up his equipment. "This is good, Lincoln." Solito sipped his scotch.
God damn, I can't afford this shit. How old is it? I think that one's 20. The detective eyed the tawny liquor. Hell, this was a woman. She'd be legal, and then some. Tell me something, Lon. Polling? That little tantrum of his, what was that all about? Oh, little Jimmy? Solito laughed. Yeah, he's in trouble now. Yeah, he's the one ran interference to take Peretti off the case and keep it out of the Fed's hands. Yeah, really went out on a limb. Asking for you, too, that took some doing. Everyone knows is out of joint over that. I don't mean you personally, just a civilian in on a hot case like this. Polling asked for me? I thought it was the chief. Yeah, but it was Polling put the bug in his ear in the first place. He called soon as he heard there'd been a taken and there was some bogus PE on the scene. And wanted me? Rhyme wondered. This was curious. Rhyme hadn't had any contact with Polling over the past few years. Not since the cop killer case in which Rhyme had been hurt. It had been Polling who'd run the case and eventually collared Dan Shepard. Oh, you seem surprised, Solito said. What, did he ask for me? I am. We weren't on the best of terms. Didn't used to be, anyway. Why's that? I 1443'd him. An NYPD complaint form. At 5-6 years ago, when he was a lieutenant, I found him interrogating a suspect right in the middle of a secure scene. Contaminated it. I blew my stack. Put it in a report, and it got cited at one of his IA reviews. The one where he popped the unarmed suspect. Well, I guess all's forgiven, 'cause he wanted you bad. Lon, make a phone call for me, would you? Sure.
No, Tom said, lifting the phone out of the detective's hand. Make him do it himself.
I didn't have time to learn how it works, Rhyme said, nodding toward the dialing ECU Tom had hooked up earlier.
You didn't spend the time. Big difference. Who are you calling?
Berger.
No, you're not, Tom said. It's late.
I've been reading clocks for a while now, Rhyme replied coolly. Call him. He's staying at the plaza.
No.
I asked you to call him.
Here.
The aide slapped a slip of paper down on the far edge of the table, but Rhyme read it easily. God may have taken much from Lincoln Rhyme, but he'd given him the eyesight of a young man. He went through the process of dialing with his cheek on the control stalk. It was easier than he'd thought, but he purposely took a long time and muttered as he did it. Infuriatingly, Tom ignored him and went downstairs. Berger wasn't in his hotel room. Rhyme disconnected, mad that he wasn't able to slam the phone down. Problem? Solito asked. No, Rhyme grumbled. Where is he? Rhyme thought testily. It was late. Berger ought to be at his hotel room by now. Rhyme was stabbed with an odd feeling, jealousy that his death doctor was out helping someone else die. Solito suddenly chuckled softly. Rhyme looked up. The cop was eating a candy bar. He'd forgotten that junk food had been the staple of the big man's diet when they were working together. I was thinking, remember Benny Ponzo? The OC task force 10-12 years ago? Yeah. Rhyme had enjoyed organized crime work. The perps were pros, the crime scenes challenging, and the Vics were rarely innocent. What was that? Mel Cooper asked. Hitman out of Bay Ridge, Solito said. Remember after we booked him, the candy sandwich? Rhyme laughed, nodding. What's the story? Cooper asked. Solito said, Okay, we're down at Central Booking, Lincoln and me and a couple other guys. And Benny, remember he was a big guy? He was sitting all hunched over, feeling his stomach. All of a sudden he goes, Yo, I'm hungry, I want a candy sandwich. And we're looking at each other, and I go, What's a candy sandwich? And he looks at me like I'm from Mars and goes, What the fuck you think it is? You take a Hershey bar, you put it between 2 slices of bread, and you eat it. That's a fucking candy sandwich. They laughed. Solito held out the bar to Cooper, who shook his head, then to Rhyme, who felt a sudden impulse to take a bite. It had been over a year since he'd had chocolate. He avoided food like that. Sugar, candy, troublesome food. The little things about life were the biggest burdens, the ones that saddened and exhausted you the most.
Okay, he'll never scuba dive or hike the Alps, so what? A lot of people don't. But everybody brushes their teeth and goes to the dentist, gets a filling, takes the train home. Everybody picks a hunk of peanut from out behind a molar when nobody's looking. Everybody except Lincoln Rhyme. He shook his head to Solito and drank a long swallow of scotch. His eyes slid back to the computer screen, recalling the goodbye letter to Blaine he'd been composing when Solito and Banks had interrupted him that morning. There were some other letters he wanted to write as well. The one he was putting off writing was to Pete Taylor, the spinal cord trauma specialist. Most of the time, Taylor and Rhyme had talked not about the patient's condition, but about death. The doctor was an ardent opponent of euthanasia. Rhyme felt he owed him a letter to explain why he'd decided to go ahead with the suicide. And Amelia Sachs? Yeah, the portable's daughter would get a note, too, he decided. Crips are generous. Crips are kind. Crips are iron. Crips are nothing, if not forgiving. Dear Amelia, my dear Amelia. Amelia. Dear Officer Sachs, inasmuch as we have had the pleasure of working together, I would like to take this opportunity to state that although I consider you a betraying Judas, I've forgiven you. Furthermore, I wish you well in your future career as a kisser of the media's ass. What's her story, Lon? Sachs. Well, aside from the fact that she's got a ball-busted temper I didn't know about. She married? Nah. A face and bod like that, you'd have thought some good-looking hunk would have snagged her by now, but she doesn't even date. We heard she was going with somebody a few years ago, but she never talks about it. He lowered his voice. Lipstick lesbos, what the rumor is. But I don't know from that. My social life's picking up women at the laundromat on Saturday night. Hey, it works, what can I say? You'll have to learn to give up the dead. Rhyme was thinking about the look on her face when he'd said that to her. What was that all about? Then he grew angry with himself for spending any time thinking about her, and took a good slug of scotch. The doorbell rang, then footsteps on the stairs. Rhyme and Solito glanced toward the doorway. The sound was from the boots of a tall man wearing city-issued jodhpurs and a blue helmet, one of NYPD's elite mounted police. He handed a bulky envelope to Solito and returned down the stairs. The detective opened it. Oh, look at what we got here. He poured the contents onto the table. Rhyme glanced up with irritation. 3 or 4 dozen plastic evidence bags, all labeled. Each contained a patch of cellophane from the packages of veal shanks they'd sent ESU to buy. Yeah, a note from Howman. He read, to L. Rhyme L. Solito from B. Howman TSRF. What's that? Cooper asked. The police department is a nest of initials and acronyms. RMP, Remote Mobile Patrol, is a squad car. IED, Improvised Explosive Device, is a bomb. But TSRF was a new one. Rhyme shrugged. Solito continued to read, chuckling. Tactical Supermarket Response Force. Veal shanks. Citywide search discovered 46 subjects, all of which were apprehended and neutralized with minimal force. We read them their rights and have transported same to detention facility in the kitchen of Officer T.P. Giancarlo's mother. Upon completion of interrogation, a half-dozen suspects will be transferred to your custody. Heat at 350 for 30 minutes. Rhyme laughed, then sipped more scotch, savoring the flavor. This was one thing he'd miss, the smoky breath of the liquor. Though in the peace of senseless sleep, how could you miss anything? Just like evidence. Take away the baseline standard, and you have nothing to judge the loss against. You're safe for all eternity. Cooper fanned out some of the samples. Yeah, 46 samples of the cello. One from each chain and the major independents. Rhyme gazed at the samples. The odds were good for class identification. Individuation of cellophane would be a bitch. The scrap found on the veal bone clue wouldn't, of course, exactly match one of these. But because parent companies buy identical supplies for all their stores, you might learn in which chain 823 bought the veal and narrow down the neighborhoods he might live in.
Maybe he should call the Bureau's physical evidence team and... No, remember, it's their fucking case now. Rhyme commanded Cooper, "Bundle him up and ship him to our federal brethren." Rhyme tried shutting down his computer and hit the wrong button with his sometimes ornery ring finger. The speakerphone came on with a loud wail of squelch. "Ah, shit," Rhyme muttered darkly. "Fucking machinery." Uneasy with Rhyme's sudden anger, Solito glanced at his glass and joked, "Hell, Link, scotch this good's supposed to make you mellow."
"Got news," Tom replied sourly. "He is mellow."
He parked close to the huge drain pipe. Climbing from the cab, he could smell the fetid water, slimy and ripe. They were in a cul-de-sac leading to the wide runoff pipe that ran from the West Side Highway down to the Hudson River. No one could see them here. The bone collector walked to the back of the cab, enjoying the sight of his elderly captive. Just like he'd enjoyed staring at the girl he'd tied in front of the steam pipe and the wiggling hand by the railroad tracks early this morning. Gazing at the frightened eyes. The man was thinner than he'd thought, grayer, hair disheveled.
Old in the flesh, but young in the bone.
The man cowered away from him, arms folded defensively across his narrow chest. Opening the door, the bone collector pressed his pistol against the man's breastbone.
"Please," his captive whispered, his voice quavering. "I don't have much money, but you can have it all, or we can go to an ATM. I'll—"
"Get out."
"Please, don't hurt me."
The bone collector gestured with his head. The frail man looked around miserably, then scooted forward. He stood beside the car, cowering, his arms still crossed, shivering despite the relentless heat.
"Oh, why are you doing this?"
The bone collector stepped back and fished the cuffs from his pocket. Because he wore the thick gloves, it took a few seconds to find the chrome links. As he dug them out, he saw a four-rigger tacking up the Hudson. The opposing current here wasn't as strong as in the East River, where sailing ships had a hell of a time making their way from the East, Montgomery, and outward wharves north. He squinted. No, wait, it wasn't a sailboat. It was just a cabin cruiser. Yuppies lounging on the long front deck. As he reached forward with the cuffs, the man grabbed his captor's shirt, gripped it hard.
"Please, I was going to the hospital. That's why I flagged you down. I've been having chest pains."
"Shut up!" And the man suddenly reached for the bone collector's face, the liver-spotted hands gripping his neck and shoulder and squeezing hard. A jolt of pain radiated from the spot where the yellow nails dug into him. With a burst of temper, he pulled his victim's hands off and cuffed him roughly. Slapping a piece of tape on the man's mouth, the bone collector dragged him down the gravel embankment toward the mouth of the pipe, 4 feet in diameter. He stopped, examined the old man.
"It'd be so easy to take you down to the bone."
The bone, touching it, hearing it. He lifted the man's hand. The terrified eyes gazed back, his lips trembling. The bone collector caressed the man's fingers, squeezed the phalanges between his own, wished he could take his glove off, but didn't dare. Then he lifted the man's palm and pressed it hard against his own ear.
"What?"
The left hand curled around his mystified captive's little finger and slowly pulled until he heard the deep thonk of brittle bones snapping. A satisfying sound. The man screamed, a muted cry stuttering through the tape, and slumped to the ground. The bone collector pulled him upright and led the stumbling man into the mouth of the pipe. He prodded the man forward. They emerged underneath the old rotting pier. It was a disgusting place, strewn with the decomposed bodies of animals and fish, trash on the wet rocks, a gray-green sludge of kelp. A mound of seaweed rose and fell in the water, humping like a fat lover. Despite the evening heat in the rest of the city, down here it was cold as a March day.
"Senor Ortega."
He lowered the man into the river, cuffed him to a pier post, ratcheting the bracelet tight around his wrist again. The captive's grayish face was about 3 feet above the surface of the water.
The bone collector walked carefully over the slick rocks to the drain pipe. He turned and paused for a moment, watching. He hadn't cared much whether the constables found the others or not. Hannah, the woman in the taxi. But this one, the bone collector hoped they didn't find him in time. Indeed, that they didn't find him at all. So he could come back in a month or two and see if the clever river had scrubbed the skeleton clean. Back on the gravel drive, he pulled the mask off and left the clues to the next scene not far from where he'd parked. He was angry, furious at the constables, and so this time he hid the clues. And he also included a special surprise, something he'd been saving for them. The bone collector returned to the taxi. The breeze was gentle, carrying the fragrance of the sour river with it, and the rustle of grass, and, as always in the city, the shush of traffic, like emery paper on bone. He stopped and listened to this sound, head cocked as he looked out over the billion lights of the buildings, stretching to the north like an oblong galaxy. It was then that a woman, running fast, emerged on a jogging path beside the drain pipe and nearly collided with him. In purple shorts and top, the thin brunette danced out of his way. Gasping, she stopped, flicked sweat from her face. In good shape, taut muscles, but not pretty. A hook of a nose, broad lips, blotchy skin. But beneath that...
You're not supposed... You shouldn't park here. This is a jogging path.
Her words fading, and fear rising into her eyes, which flicked from his face to the taxi to the wad of ski mask in his hand. She knew who he was. He smiled, noting her remarkably pronounced clavicle. Her right ankle shifted slightly, ready to take her weight when she sprinted away, but he got her first. He ducked low to tackle her, and when she gave a fast scream and dropped her arms to block him, the bone collector straightened up fast from his feint and swung his elbow into her temple. There was a crack, like a snapping belt. She went down on the gravel, hard, and lay still. Horrified, the bone collector dropped to his knees and cradled her head. He moaned, "No, no, no," furious with himself for striking so hard, sick at heart that he might have broken what seemed to be a perfect skull beneath the tentacles of stringy hair and the unremarkable face. Amelia Sachs finished another COC card and took a break. She paused, found a vending machine, and bought a paper cup of vile coffee. She returned to the windowless office, looked over the evidence she'd gathered. She felt a curious fondness for the macabre collection, maybe because of what she'd gone through to collect it. Her fiery joints ached, and she still shuddered when she thought of the buried body at the first scene this morning, the bloody branch of a hand, and of T.J. Colfax's dangling flesh. Until today, physical evidence hadn't meant anything to her. P.E. was boring lectures on drowsy spring afternoons at the academy. P.E. was math. It was charts and graphs. It was science. It was dead. No, Amy Sachs was going to be a people cop, walking beats, dissing back the dissers, outing druggies, spreading respect for the law like her father, or pounding it into them, like handsome Nick Corelli, a 5-year vet, the star of street crimes, grinning at the world with his "yo, you got a problem" smile. That's just who she was going to be. She looked at the crisp brown leaf she'd found in the stockyard tunnel, one of the clues 823 had left for them. And here was the underwear, too. She remembered that the Phoebes had snagged the P.E. before Cooper'd finished the test on the... what was that machine? The chromatograph? She wondered what the liquid soaking the cotton was. But these thoughts led to Lincoln Rhyme, and he was the one person she didn't want to think about just now. She began to voucher the rest of the P.E. Each COC card had a series of blank lines that would list the custodians of the evidence, in sequence, from the initial discovery at the scene all the way to trial. Sachs had transported evidence several times, and her name had appeared on COC cards. But this was the first time A. Sachs NYPD 5885 had occupied the first slot. Once again, she lifted the plastic bag containing the leaf. He'd actually touched it. Him. The man who'd killed T.J. Colfax, who'd held Monel Gerger's pudgy arm and cut deep into it, who was out searching for another Vic right now, if he hadn't already snatched one. Who'd buried that poor man this morning, waving for mercy he never got. She thought of Locard's exchange principle, people coming into contact, each transferring something to the other. Something big, something small. Most likely, they didn't even know what. Had something of 823 come off on this leaf? A cell of skin? A dot of sweat? It was a stunning thought. She felt a thrill of excitement, of fear, as if the killer were right here in this tiny, airless room with her. Back to the COC cards. For 10 minutes she filled them out and was just finishing the last one when the door burst open, startling her. She spun around. Fred Delray stood in the doorway, his green jacket abandoned, his starched shirt rumpled, fingers pinching the cigarette behind his ear.
"Step inside a minute or two, officers. Payoff time. Thought you might want to be there."
Sachs followed him down the short corridor, 2 steps behind his lope.
"The APHIS results are coming in,"
Delray said. The war room was even busier than before. Jacketless agents hovered over desks. They were armed with their on-duty weapons, the big Sig Sauer and Smith & Wesson automatics, 10mm and 45s. A half-dozen agents were clustered around the computer terminal beside the OptiScan. Sachs hadn't liked the way Delray had taken the case away from them, but she had to admit that beneath the slick-talking hipster, Delray was one hell of a good cop. Agents, young and old, would come up to him with questions, and he'd patiently answer them. He'd yank a phone from the cradle and cajole or berate whoever was on the other end to get him what he needed. Sometimes he'd look up across the bustling room and roar,
"We gonna nail this prick, Dick? Yep, you betcha we are."
And the straight arrows would look at him uneasily, but with the obvious thought in mind that if anybody could nail him, it'd be Delray. "Here, it's coming in now," an agent called. Delray barked,
"I want open lines to New York, Jersey, and Connecticut DMVs, and corrections and parole, INS, too. Tell them to stand by for an incoming ID request. Put everything else on hold."
Agents peeled off and began making phone calls. The computer screen filled. She couldn't believe that Delray actually crossed his stickish fingers. Utter silence throughout the room.
"Got him!"
the agent at the keyboard shouted.
"Ain't no unsub anymore,"
Delray sang melodically, bending over the screen.
"Listen up, people. We got a name. Victor Peters, born here, 1948. His parents were from Belgrade. So we got a Serbian connection. ID brought to us courtesy of New York D of C. Convictions for drugs, assault, one with a deadly. 2 sentences served. Okay, listen to this. Psychiatric history. Committed 3 times on involuntary orders. Intake at Bellevue and Manhattan Psychiatric. Last release date 3 years ago. LKA Washington Heights."
He looked up.
"Who got the phone companies?"
Several agents raised their hands.
"Make the calls,"
Delray ordered. An interminable 5 minutes. "Not there. No current New York telephone listing." "Nothing in Jersey," another agent echoed. "Negative Connecticut."
"Fuck all,"
Delray muttered.
"Mix the names up. Try variations. And look at phone service accounts canceled in the past year for non-payment."
For several minutes, voices rose and fell like the tide. Delray paced manically, and Sachs understood why his frame was so scrawny. Suddenly, an agent shouted, "Found him!" Everyone turned to look. "I'm on with NYDMV," another agent called. "They've got him. It's coming through now. He's a cabbie. Got a hack license."
"Why don't that surprise me?" Delray muttered. "Should have thought of that."
"Where's home sweet home?" "Morningside Heights, a block from the river." The agent wrote down the address and held it aloft as Delray swept past and took it.
"Know the neighborhood. Pretty deserted. Lot of druggies."
Another agent typed the address into his computer terminal. "Okay, checking deeds. Property's an old house. Bank's got title. He must be renting." "You want HRT?" one agent called across the bustling room. "I got Quantico on the line."
"No time," Delray announced. "Use the field office SWAT. Get him suited up."
Sachs asked,
And what about the next victim?
What next victim?
He's already taken somebody. He knows we've had the clues for an hour or two. He'd have planted the Vic a while ago. He had to.
No reports of anybody missing, the agent said. And if he did snatch him, they're probably at his house.
No, they wouldn't be.
Why not?
They'd pick up too much P.E., she said. Lincoln Rhyme said he has a safe house.
Well, then we'll get him to tell us where they are.
Another agent said, Yeah, we can be real persuasive. Let's move it, Del Rey called. Yo, everybody, let's thank Officer Amelia Sachs here. She the one that found that print and lifted it. She was blushing, could feel it, hated it. But she couldn't help herself. As she glanced down, she noticed strange lines on her shoes. Squinting, she realized she was still wearing the rubber bands. When she looked up, she saw a room full of unsmiling federal agents checking their weapons and heading for the door as they glanced at her. The same way she thought lumberjacks look at logs. Chapter 19.
In 1911, a tragedy of massive dimension befell our fair city. On March 25th, hundreds of industrious young women were hard at work in a garment factory, one of the many known notoriously as sweatshops in Greenwich Village in downtown Manhattan. So enamored of profits were the owners of this company that they denied the poor girls in their employ even the rudimentary facilities that slaves might enjoy. They believed the laborers could not be trusted to make expeditious visits to the restroom facilities, and so kept the doors to the cutting and sewing rooms under lock and key.
The bone collector was driving back to his building. He passed a squad car but kept his eyes forward, and the constables never noticed him.
On the day in question, a fire started on the 8th floor of the building and within minutes swept through the factory, from which the young employees tried to flee. They were unable to escape, however, owing to the chained state of the door. Many died on the spot, and many more, some horribly afire, leapt into the air 100 feet above the cobblestones and died from the collision with unyielding Mother Earth. There numbered 146 victims of the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire. The police, however, were confounded by the inability to locate one of the victims, a young woman, Esther Weinraub, whom several witnesses had seen leap in desperation from the 8th-floor window. None of the other girls who similarly leapt survived the fall. Was it possible that she miraculously had? For when the bodies were laid out in the street for bereaved family members to identify, poor Miss Weinraub's was not to be found. Reports began to circulate of a ghoul, a man seen carting off a large bundle from the scene of the fire. So incensed were the constables that someone might violate the sacred remains of an innocent young woman that they put on a still search for the man. After several weeks, their diligent efforts bore fruit. 2 residents of Greenwich Village reported seeing a man leaving the scene of the fire and carrying a heavy bundle like a carpet over his shoulder. The constables picked up his trail and tracked him to the west side of the city, where they interviewed neighbors and learned that the man fit the description of James Schneider, who was still at large. They narrowed their search to a decrepit abode in an alley in Hell's Kitchen, not far from the 60th Street stockyards. As they entered the alleyway, they were greeted with a revolting stench.
End of CD 6.